In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, Enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you. Naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. This morning, Brent is pushing past $84. While that oil surge keeps the naira stable at 1,382 to the dollar, the local stock market took a breather. The Nigerian exchange shed over 1.3 trillion naira yesterday, dipping 0.84% on profit taking. We have the key data to guide your portfolio through this volatile trading day, and this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to the numbers as the business day starts right now. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, where the bearish trend dominated the Nigerian exchange yesterday, being Monday, July the 13th, as investors logged in profit following last week's massive 6.35 market rally. Strong sell-offs in industrial giants and banking blue chips dragged key indicators down, reversing the positive momentum. Our share index ASI closed at 241,749.11 points, declining 0.84%. That's losing a significant 2,049.65 points from Friday's close of 243,798.76 points. Market capitalization dropped by 1.32 trillion to settle at 155.13 trillion naira. Market breadth was strongly negative with 19 gainers against 46 losers. And when we look at the trading volume and value, you will see that the volume rose to 523.54 million units, valued at 22.27 billion, transacted across 59,945 deals. And then when we look at the volume driver, which is LCMB, contributing 19.64% of total market value. And then when we look at the value, yes, Seplat, is the leading stock here, moving 16.27% of total transaction value as at yesterday. And quickly, here are the top 5 gainers. Yes, looking at the top 5 gainers as yesterday, NIDF yesterday closed at 163 naira 30 kobo, making an additional 14 naira 80 kobo to close on a positive bullish adjustment of 9.97%. Interbury yesterday, having opened trading at 13 naira 30 kobo, closed on a positive note, gaining 1 naira 30 kobo to close at 14 naira 60 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.77%. And moving on to NACO, which yesterday closed at 177 naira, yes, made a positive 13 naira 65 kobo in gain to make a bullish adjustment of 8.36%, having opened trading at 163 naira 35 kobo. UACN yesterday, having opened on 184 naira 95 kobo, closed positive at 199 naira 95 kobo, making a gain of 15 naira to close on a bullish adjustment of 8.11%. That communication yesterday closed at 1 naira 76 kobo, having opened trading at 1 naira 65 kobo, gaining 11 kobo on a bullish adjustment of 6.67%. And quickly moving on to the leggers for yesterday, where PZ led the pack, closing at 81 naira, having opened trading at 90 naira to losing 9 naira on the trading day on a negative bearish adjustment of a dip of 10%. Boasment yesterday on the losing streak closed trading at 306 naira 20 kobo, having opened market at 340 naira 20 kobo, losing 34 naira to make a negative bearish adjustment of 9.99%. Restaurants yesterday, equally on the losing streak, opened trading at 24 naira 55 kobo to close at 22 naira 10 kobo, losing 2 naira 45 kobo on a bearish adjustment of 9.98%. RT Briscoe yesterday lost 1 naira 30 kobo, having opened trading at 13 naira 40 kobo, closed at 12 naira 10 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.70%. C&I Leasing yesterday, equally in the pack of losers, closed trading at 5 naira 80 kobo, having opened trading at 6 naira 40 kobo, lost 60 kobo to make a bearish adjustment of 9.38%. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. Looking at the sector rotation and safe haven, consumer goods was the only major sector that closed positive yesterday, having made a positive 0.59%, driven by active restructuring interest in entities like international breweries. Expect defensive plays and selected consumer tickers to witness continued buying interest today as investors search for short-term safe haven. Another factor is the continued consolidation. Having shared 0.84% yesterday, the market is likely to undergo mild ongoing consolidation in early trading hours today. The banking sector, which fell a negative 1.44% yesterday, may seek support levels as fundamentally strong stocks such as GT and Zenith Bank become attractive again at lowered entry points. Another factor we are considering to determine or shape the market today is the strong support from macro indicators. While profit taking may keep trading cautious today, a prolonged bearish decline is unlikely. The broader market remains supported by strong macroeconomic tailwinds, including Nigeria's external reserves, reaching a robust $51.7 billion US, alongside S&P putting Nigeria on its frontier watch list. These factors will likely limit the downside of any bearish run. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira yesterday experienced slight downward pressure in the official window, while holding relatively steady in the parallel market. The broader foreign exchange market reacted to a global geopolitical shift, specifically a spike in crude oil prices and a stronger US dollar following fresh escalation in the Middle East. Now taking a look at the performance against the US dollar at the official market, the Naira stood at 1,382 Naira 33 kobo, indicating a depreciation from 1,379 Naira 62 kobo that it closed on Friday. And at the parallel market or the street market, or what we call the black market, yes, the buying rate for naira stood at 1,410 naira for buying and 1,425 naira for selling, remaining stable. And against the euro on the official market, the naira stood at 1,574 naira 83 kobo, and at the parallel market it rose to 1,579 naira 39 kobo. And moving on to UK, against the British pound, at the official market, the naira held its ground at 1,847 naira 36 kobo, and against the parallel market or the black market, it stood at 1,863 naira 26 kobo. Now quickly, here is the key market takeaways from yesterday's trading. Looking at the official market, the naira shared approximately 0.20% against the greenback at the close of yesterday's section, sliding to 1,382.33 against the dollar. This marginal decline follows a period of tight trading range. And moving on to take a look at the parallel market, the key takeaway here is that the retail rates held firm. The spread between the official and the parallel rate remains narrow at around 3%, approximately 42 naira difference on the sell side, reflecting reasonably healthy market integration. And quickly giving you a market projection at the forex market. Today's trading session is expected to navigate contrasting domestic and international drivers. One, taking a look at the global oil windfall versus strong dollar. Over the weekend, it's Monday, Brent crude futures surged by over 4.4% to trade around $79.11 barrel, as end up to $82.58 in spot trading due to disruptions and tensions surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. The positive takeaway here is that in the medium term, sustained higher oil prices improve Nigeria's external reserves and help the Central Bank of Nigeria maintain steady forex intervention. On the negative side, the safe haven flows have simultaneously boosted the US dollar index. Historically, a globally stronger dollar exerts immediate depreciation pressure on emerging market currencies, including the naira. Now, secondly, we'll take a look at the projected volatility and the range. At the official window, given yesterday's minor dip and the broader strength of the dollar globally, the naira is likely to experience mild intraday volatility. It is projected to trade within a consolidation band of 1,380 naira to 1,390 naira against the US dollar. At the parallel market, demand is expected to remain consistent, barring any aggressive intervention from CBN. Parallel rates should hover quietly between 1,420 naira and 1,435 naira against the US dollar. And now quickly moving on to the energy global market, where the global oil market experienced a massive news-driven reprising of geopolitical risk. A major escalation in the Middle East sparked fears of a severe global supply shock, driving international benchmarks to the highest levels in a month. At the close of market yesterday, the Brent price settled at $83.30 per barrel. That's for September delivery contract, gaining a positive $7.29 per barrel compared to Friday's close of $76.01. Brent surged a positive 9.59%, marking the largest single-day percentage gain since May 2020 and snapping a two-section losing streak. Quickly, here's the key catalyst. Prices skyrocketed after U.S. President Donald Trump announced the reinstatement of a naval blockade on Iranian ships transiting the strategic Strait of Hormuz. He also demanded a 20% tariff or reimbursement on all other cargo passing through the waterways, stoking immediate fears of severe supply and shipping disruption. As at this morning, taking a look at the opening performance, Brent crude futures extended their upward momentum early hours today, climbing an additional 1.6% to 2% to trade between $84.65 and $84.98 per barrel. Intraday peak hit a one-month high of $84.98 per barrel in early GMT hours. And taking a look at the market atmosphere, energy markets remained highly volatile post-settlement following warnings of potential overnight military strikes. Asian stocks market retreated and bond yields shifted as investors aggressively priced in the inflationary impact of higher oil. And quickly moving on to give you our market outlook for today. Starting with the Strait of Hormuz bottleneck. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most critical energy transit choke point. Tanker tariff has already plummeted, with maritime tracking data showing just 14 transit on Sunday, the lowest on a month. As long as the fiscal naval blockade threat remains active and shipping insurance premiums spike, Brent has a firm floor. Analysts warn that if a diplomatic breakthrough does not emerge, prices could quickly march back towards the $90 to $100 range seen earlier in the year. Secondly, another factor that will shape the market is the inflationary ripple effect. Today's trading, we closely monitor macro financial indicators. The spike in oil is already raising concern over delayed global interest rate cuts. Money markets have swiftly increased the odds of a Federal Reserve interest rate hike to tame renewed energy-driven price pressures. Consequently, strengthening US dollar and might slightly cap Brent's gains later today by making oil more expensive for non-dollar buyers. And then thirdly, we're looking at supply buffer tug of war. Why geopolitical rules the day, the medium-term outlook features a strong structural counterweight. OPEC Plus has confirmed it will proceed with increasing crude production by 188,000 barrels per day in August, alongside rising non-OPEC output, predominantly from the US and Brazil. If geopolitical tensions show any sign of cooling today, expect sharp profit taking as market immediately pivot back to this softening supply and demand dynamic. Quickly moving on to the commodities market. Yes, taking a look at the Nigerian commodities market, which kicked off the week with mixed signals across both structured exchange platforms and the informal fiscal retail markets. Quickly moving on the structured exchange floor, key agricultural commodities showed a slight downward correction or remained flat. Taking a look at maize, the white one, decreased by a negative 0.83% to close at 331 naira 39 kobo per kilogram. Paddy rice softened marginally by a negative 0.12% to close at 353 naira per kilogram. Soya beans dropped a negative 0.60% to close at 642 naira 29 kobo per kilogram. Raw cashew nuts and cocoa traded flat, with cocoa maintaining its high altitude price consolidation at 6,924 naira 14 kobo per kilogram on the back of global supply constraints. Now, retail staple food prices. In the fiscal retail markets, the stark difference in logistics, regional proximity, and transportation premiums continue to drive significant price variation between Enugu, Abuja, and Lagos. And quickly taking a look at staple food prices. The local rice 50 kg bag of 8 in Enugu sold for between 48,000 and 63,000 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 52,000 and 68,000 naira. Whereas in Lagos, it sold for between 50,000 and 65,000 naira. Abuja experiences a transport premium. Local Abakaleke brand remains highly competitive in the southeast. And quickly taking a look at imported rice, the 50 kg bag of it in Enugu sold between 62,000 to 82,000 naira. And in Abuja, it went for between 63,000 and 85,000 naira, depending on the market. In Lagos, it sold between 61,000 to 80,000 naira. You understand that port cities like Lagos hold a slight pricing advantage due to lower initial haulage costs. And quickly taking a look at Gari, the white Gari, 1 kg of it in Enugu sold for 944 naira 58 kobo. And in Abuja, it went for 673 naira. Whereas Lagos paid 808 naira 96 kobo. You understand that the southeast averages the highest retail prices for white Gari, while North Central, talking about Abuja boundary, remains the cheapest. And quickly looking at brown beans, 1 kg of it in Enugu is sold between 1,787 naira and 1,787 naira 9 kobo. In Abuja, it went for between 870 naira to 871 naira 79 kobo. And Lagos paid 1,764 naira for the brown beans, 1 kg of it. Beans remains remarkably cheaper in North and Abuja compared to southern consumer hubs due to direct trade corridors. And taking a look at tomatoes, 1 kg of it in Enugu went for 1,177 naira to 1,180 naira, depending on the market. And Abuja got a premium at 800 naira. In Lagos, it sold for 1,100 naira. We understand that mid-year rainy season supply disruption keep fresh vegetable prices volatile in the south. And quickly, here is our market outlook. Speaking to structured grains, expect mild price consolidation for white maize and paddy rice on affects. Buying pressure may pick up slightly later in the week as processing plants seek to replenish weekly inventories. And quickly taking a look at retail and staples. Retail food prices in southern consumer markets like Lagos and Enugu will remain stickily high due to ongoing fuel logistics overheads. No massive price drops are expected today, but high-volume wholesale hubs like My 12 in Lagos should experience steady morning supply inflows. And quickly moving on to the international markets, where yesterday, being Monday, July the 13th, global financial markets experienced highly volatile section. The primary driver was a major geopolitical escalation in the Middle East. U.S. naval blockade announcements, concerning Iran sent Brent crude oil prices surging nearly 10%, which in turn hammered tech and AI stocks and reignited global inflation worries. Quickly moving on to the United States Wall Street, where U.S. indices lead as a massive sell-off in heavyweight chip makers. Example, Nvidia, losing 3.52%, and Micron losing 4.32%, and major banks, offset defensive gains in energy stocks. S&P 500 fell 0.79% to close at 7,515.34 points. Nasdaq 100 dropped a negative 1.88% to close at 29,091.15 points, heavily impacted by the semiconductor rout. And looking at Dow Jones, slipping a 0.26%, that is losing 138.37 points to settle at 52,498.64 points. And quickly moving on to Europe. European equity markets showed resilience relative to Wall Street, largely closing flat to positive as strong energy shares like BP and Eni cushioned the broader markets, from tech losses. Moving to Germany, DAX 40 gained a positive 0.19% to close at 25,114 points. France, CAC 40 advanced positive 0.31% to close at 8,365 points. And quickly, taking a quick look at UK FTSE 100, it ticked up a 0.01% to close at 10,498 points. Moving on to Spain, IBEX 35 bucked the positive European trend, falling 0.25% to close at 19,336 points. And quickly migrating to the Asian market, which closed deep in the red during the Monday section, bearing the first direct brunt of the weekend's geopolitical developments. Japan Nikkei 225 dropped a negative 1.9% down to 66,909 points in later trading as tech exporters suffered. China Shanghai Composite fell sharply by a negative 2.06% to 3,914 points on a heightened trade risk. Hong Kong Hang Seng closed marginally up a positive 0.1% to steady after early losses. And South Korea Kospi underwent consolidation after previous wide swings, closing down on tech weakness, specifically SK Hynix, retreating after its big IPO. Then quickly moving on to India, yes, BSE Sensex managed a flat finish, up a positive 0.06% to close at 77,616 points as robust domestic IT and consumer stock, buying offset oil shock worries. And quickly, due to lack of time, we'll just give you our market advice for today. Yes, we'll bring you our market advice for today, especially our Nigerian investors. Yes, we'll give you the factors that we'll look into before moving on. With local pulse pulling back global oil surge and domestic rates holding firm, here is your high impact data driven money playbook for the market today. Looking at the equities, we encourage sector rotation, which is key. We urge you to accumulate energy and blue chip banks, capitalize on yesterday's pullbacks to cherry pick fundamentally strong bank stocks like GT and Zenith as they hit fresh support levels. Position in energy logistics stocks like Seplant and NACO to capture the immediate upside of the global oil shock. Now, moving on to fixed income, we are urging you to lock in safe high yields, leverage short-term debt, allocate fresh cash to sovereign treasury bills, which is 16 to 19% yields, with global market bracing for a volatile US CPI print today. Securing risk-free inflation hedging double-digit yields locally is the smartest defensive strategy. And on forex and cash, we urge capital preservation in this regard. Avoid any panic forex buying. And then quickly, this is where we'll be drawing the curtain on this edition of the Aneke TV Business Outlook. But remember that before you make any incursion into the market, while we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. Yes, and this is your wrap. Stay sharp. Manage your entry points closely and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV Sports. Today promises to be interesting while we take you through the journey, and also while we take you through that time where it's going to be a roll call into the finals of the FIFA World Cup that's coming up just on Sunday by 8 p.m. I tell you for a fact that today has to be one of the days you have to just stay glued to your screens, because if you miss, you will miss. If you just snooze, you will miss, because we have a lot of updates we're bringing your way. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle.
All right, good morning, sport lovers. Just like Mr. Good Hope have said, if you close your eye just for 3 seconds, you might just miss the full action, of the match. Today promises to be a great day, being that day that we have been waiting for, one of the most anticipated semi-final, talking about the World Cup, talking about France versus Spain. That match is going to be live today. So it has been a match that we have been waiting for, more like a final, but of course we had to witness it in the semi-final. So don't go anywhere. It's coming up later in the evening. Of course, we are going to give you the analysis of that match, like the lineup, talking about people that are going to feature. We are going to bring everything to your way today, and of course our own predictions. So stay tuned. I remember your humble host worldwide saying good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah,
you're humble. This guy, you're always humble.
I'm humble.
I really like you. How you are. You are humble.
I've been waiting. Today is just like I was just.
I can't wait for 8 p.m.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm there already.
I'm just
sitting down.
Well, I'm not going to watch from a viewing center, because there's this thing viewing centers do now. They kind of give you the score before the score they go.
No, that's one thing that
I don't really like going.
It depends on where you are watching, because
yes,
where I watch, they always tell everybody, when you come and you start you are checking your phone, the phone is usually faster. So when you hear somebody shouting go, especially when it's penalty, somebody's already up a go, or it didn't enter, or it's a go. Then meanwhile we have not seen. So what they do is that they warn, they tell you don't if you know you want to use your phone, kindly go somewhere here and use it. Allow us to enjoy it here, not telling us what's going to happen.
Or you can tape your mouth.
Why?
Because I don't understand.
You are telling us the score ahead.
People are very funny.
That's the.
You are in a place where we are watching a game. And you're already ahead of us.
Go home and watch it now. That's why we came outside.
Since you have data,
you have the platform.
Yes,
you just watch it at home. We came here so that all of us will be seeing it at any. That feeling. Why I want to go outside and watch is that feeling where you are with people, having 1 or 2 moments, enjoying the match. This one will be shouting. This one will be shouting support for this one. Who is a fan of France will be doing it. So who is a fan of Spain? I want to see those emotions where at the end of this, someone will have to lose today. So we want to see people, their reaction, what they are going to comment about the match. So that is why I want to go and watch it outside. If not, I will have probably watch at home, or even stream on my phone if at the end of the day there is no constant, what we call constant in our own community. That's the let. If there's no let, so that's why I just want to go outside where I will not be thinking about if there's going to be light or not. Of course they will put on their gen or solar, so there's a full assurance that you're going to see the match. But just before we go into this, I know the World Cup is what you people want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about the World Cup. That's
the main, that's the main meat in the world of sport right now. That's where you are already talking about Sunday.
Yeah, you're already talking about Monday.
So Sunday is already the final. We're having to see the final coming up on Sunday. So let's keep World Cup aside for now and talk about other sports where we have talked about him before. That's the man called Jannik Sinner. He was the winner of the just concluded Wimbledon. When I saw some of his picture, you don't even know that this guy is a tennis player.
He looked like a high school
dancer. And the guy was looking so young. You still think maybe he's probably 18. Having that fine suit, where the other lady Linda also had to wear something. He's
quite young. He's just 24.
But the way he was looking so young in that suit, but this guy, he has.
I know someone like him would really make a lot of people to misinterpret his stature, his posture, and what he represents. But you would not even notice if he was a tennis player. You would think he's a clapper. He used to clap.
He's just
a cheerleader.
So just like as if I'm going to prom night. So but the guy has got.
No, the guy is really
good. Australian Open.
Yeah, Australian Open.
Having about 5 trophies, just at someone that is still so young, 25.
I mean, encouraging. Yeah, he's an amazing, and he started playing just in the ITF, that's International Tennis Fund Junior Circuit, the Premier Junior Tour, which is run by the International Tennis Federation. in 2016, despite having limited success as a junior, he moved mainly to professional tour following the end of the season. So he has been doing this for a while, and I always tell people how this thing happens. Whatever you want to master, you have to start now. Whatever you want to do, you just have to start now. He may not be the best when he started, but right now he's looking at being one of the most influential in the world of lawn tennis now. Having his Wimbledon victory, and also amassing this trophies so far. It tells you that this guy is ready. He's ready. He was not, and he would not ever have imagined himself where he is now. And I'm telling you, like I always tell you, wisdom, dreams come true.
No, of course.
Yeah,
This all that
really
played
come
against
true.
Zverev, then I remember me saying Zverev is supposed to, get the win.
The same way you say that Kimi is supposed to get the win.
No, Kimi, of course. Kimi is coming.
Sometimes you are very sentimental.
It's not sentimental. Now, prior to the finals, Zverev versus Sinner.
Okay. But what about Kimi versus Lewis?
Kimi all the way.
Oh,
and of course, thank God another one is coming. Belgium is coming.
Yeah,
so,
the Belgium Grand Prix is coming
I'm
up.
hoping that he's going to bounce back. I know for sure he's going to bounce back. It's been a while, at least now 3 Grand Prix have gone, and I've not seen my Kimi winning. So this time around is a quick. In fact, I look at it as an opportunity for the young lad. Talking about the Formula One, of course, we are having the Belgium Grand Prix coming up, and we are going to get to see, the names again that we always talk about here, where we are having to call Sir Lewis Hamilton, we are also having to call Kimi Antonelli, we are also having to call Charles Leclerc, Norris, and a lot of them. So we are going to get to see this name.
Yeah, it's happening in our time, and it's happening in this time. I must tell you that one of the things about Grand Prix of Belgium is something that you may not have even seen coming, because we're trying to let you know that it is going to be a showdown, and it's one of the oldest Formula One races in the history of Formula One. It's one of the oldest races in the history of Formula One, and first held in 1925, talking about the Belgium race, making it a staple in the calendar. And the race takes place at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, known for its challenging layout and unpredictable weather, which can lead to grip issues and dramatic moments. And the circuit is often referred to as a driver's circuit due to its demanding nature, requiring skill and bravery from drivers. And also, talking about this Belgium Grand Prix, this Belgium Grand Prix has produced many legendary moments, including record-breaking speed and chaotic starts due to weather conditions. It has really, been one of those races that people try to drive, and it has produced the victory, or people has actually lost and they really, really had to lose. And also, just in the final game and in the final update of this Belgium race Grand Prix we're talking about, it has a rich history. Remember, it started in 1925, the very first time we had Belgium Grand Prix. Now, I really want to imagine what a 1925 car looked like. I know there are other cars in the world, but I'm talking about a Formula One racing 1925. As of 1925, what it really would look like. It would really look like what you...
there was a picture we showed then, how the car was looking. So, but then when you look back at that time, it was still a fast car. One of the fastest cars then, compared to what was driven. Having to use it, to do the Formula One race, it was going to be a fast one. But you saw the modalities that have done it, made some changes, now making it look finer and a bit bigger. So at least in 1925, they appreciated it, even though it was not looking like, when you see the car now and having to use it, then you'll be wondering why.
Does it look like that car I gave you?
I hope you know.
Does it look like that car I gave you?
It's not what you're planning to give me. If that's what you're planning to give me,
no.
Well, bring it.
I think let's just tell our audience what the people who has actually been victorious, who has won in the Belgium Grand Prix from the very first time. We have Antonio Ascari, that's the first winner. Then we have Louis Chiron, that's in 1930. Okay. Then we have William Grover William, 1931. That's a co-winner. Yeah. Then in Tazio, we have Tazio Nuvolari, that's in 1933. And we also have René Dreyfus in 1934. We have Rudolf Caracciola, yes, in 1935. And we have Rudolf Hasse in 1937 and Hermann Lang in 1939. We have Eugene Chabot, Jean-Pierre Wimelen. And we have in 1949 Louis Rosier and Joël Manuel Fangio, three-time winner. He has won the Belgium Grand Prix, three-time winner. We have Giuseppe Farina. Oh, I heard Giuseppe now, and I'm missing my game. Guys, I'm gonna go and fix my game so that I can get back to playing at Giuseppe Meazza.
The game, the name, the way it sounds in Giuseppe.
Giuseppe Meazza. It's an Italian sport where people come to play. It's just like one of the pitches, one of the great pitch that you have in Europe. Then we have Alberto Ascari, two-time winner, and then in 1958 we have Tony Brooks, Phil Hill. Let's just take it down to our recent and current, because I know you're waiting to hear the name of your one and only, but there's no one and only there.
Of course, I'll still hear at least.
Well, let me start with 2019. 2019, we have Charles Leclerc. Then in 2020, we have Max Verstappen, won it 3 times. Also, I think my record had to go back really to the people who really has won it lately. But the last time you have them driving at the Belgium Grand Prix was in 2019 and 2023. That's 2023, 2024. And it was Max Verstappen who won it 3 times in a row. You see what's going on there. So now I think this game is going to take place on Sunday, and it's going to take place at Circuit de Spa Franco Champs, that place you went last week.
Yeah, no, I was there. I even forgot my bag.
You forgot your bag.
Back.
Yeah, so it's going to be a wonderful time that our fans. It's just 44 laps. More than other laps that you have.
That's
in the Grand Prix.
44
laps, and by Friday there will be free practice 1, free practice 2. Then on Saturday there will be pole position. People like Sir Lewis Hamilton and the rest of them would take pole position, but I'm not tipping Lewis Hamilton now.
I know his name. I don't hear his name so far that he has won it before.
Neither am I tipping. Neither am I even tipping.
Kimi.
Yes,
I
Kimi.
think Verstappen and Leclerc.
Yeah, looking at Hamilton, he has won it 5 times. Max Verstappen has also won it 3 times. That's that 3 times.
Yeah, in a row.
And then Leclerc has won it just once, and Piastri. Now I'm tipping Verstappen or Lando Norris. I'm not seeing the Lewis.
Yes. For me, I don't have that feeling that Sir Lewis Hamilton might take this.
No, seriously, I don't have that feeling he will take it. I'm tipping all these other guys. I'm tipping Lando
especially
Norris,
Verstappen himself,
who has won it 3 times. I feel like he will come back and he do a comeback now. And
anyway, but I'm hoping, or in a way that I'm praying that Kimi will get something.
Kimi will get. Well, it's all about preparation. Remember, what happens in the race is not what they already have. What happens in the race is how prepared and how focused. I'm telling you, it's all about focus, because looking at how they drive and the positions they take, what it means to really be part of this Formula 1 team, you would see that it's not just just to turn the simulator. It's about your focus. And also not to default, because we've seen just in the last race that in the Silverstone race, just the concluded British Grand Prix, that Lewis Hamilton he was given 5 seconds penalty, and every millisecond counts.
Once they take 5 seconds away from you,
in that
some have gotten to Onitsha while you are still in.
You get, and that car is very fast, so you can move. You know what it means to have. It's just like giving a player a red card, or telling that player you're not playing first half. Or you're not playing second half.
Maybe when you go out to wait after 10 seconds.
Yes, I really think now it's dawning on me. Maybe when we get to football, we could just make yellow card or red card not to be a really send off. We could just pitch it to FA, the English FA and the rest of them.
Not to make it send off.
To let it be, okay, when you have a yellow card or when you have another card, you're not going to play for the rest of that minute. Like, let's say you got it in 5 minutes when the match started. So for 40 minutes, you're not going to play, but you're going to come back second half.
But what's not going to be the ultimate decision when you commit? That's the red card. In check.
No, that's the red card.
So if they give you a red card and you're still coming back into the match,
no, red card is out.
You want to take it away completely?
No, you will have it. Red card is totally out. Like when they give you the red card, you are out of the game.
Okay.
And you are out of another 2 games.
You have to miss 2 matches.
Yes.
There was a card they wanted to introduce there. And
that card
was blue card. They were talking about blue card, that you have to stay outside for at least maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Unlike the yellow card, where you continue playing, this time around you go out and wait.
I was thinking about something now. What I'm thinking about is, you going outside to play will give you more strength.
you drink water, you get rehydrated and away. But it will not be cumbersome that when the referees try to bring out card, now you're now having to select from yellow to blue to red, because normally he plays the red card in the front pocket, then yellow card. So when you're now having to give him blue card to hold again, let him not go out by mistake and give. So I think this yellow and red that we are used to is quite okay. They understand it already. Then having to send someone to go and wait for 10-15 minutes might not be, the footballers will argue that it will not be fair. They are keeping their player outside for 15 minutes for a challenge, and the person that maybe probably tackled is still in the match, so it will not be fair on the other side. Well, let's move forward. We are going into the world of boxing, where we have seen that Anthony Joshua is coming back. Yeah, you heard it right. Anthony Joshua is coming back, and the fight is set. These are his favorite fighters that we have seen so far. Shakur Stevenson, we have David Benavidez, then we have Muzet Itaoma, then we have Abdullah Mason, we have Conor Walker, we have Pat Brown and Nick Ball. So Anthony Joshua will be seeing him on our screen sooner than later. We have the Saudi, of course, it's taking place in Saudi Arabia. There is a lot of fights coming up, so it's not just Anthony Joshua that is fighting, but of course he's the one that is making a comeback to the ring after about 7 months. It's the Riyadh season. It's Joshua versus Prenga. This one is 25th July. Some days to come, 25th July, we are going to see Joshua versus Prenga, and it's taking place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Then, of course, those are not the only fights. Like I've said, I'm going to give you the names of those that are going to still be fighting. We have Sherez versus Zakhanobia. This fight is also taking place the same stadium or the same ring. Then we also have Kelly versus Agiato. Then, of course, that it is for the IBF World Super Welterweight Champion. So it's Kelly versus Agiato. Then also by the side we have Tsusumi versus Alvino. Tsusumi versus Alvino. Then also we have Kiziniak versus Patrach. Then by the side that you are looking at on your right here, you have Talon versus Pini. Then going to the middle, we have Alakel versus Chirkop. Then we also have Almayuf versus Mango. I don't know if it's the mango they are going to eat, but this one is Almayuf versus Mango. Then also right in the middle there, you are having Al Mohammed versus Bezdelkia. Then also we have Mubarak versus Zapata. Is like Zapata that plays football, but this one is a boxer. Then we're also having to see Hika versus Castellano. Then looking down, just by the downside of it, you have Dev versus Diaz. Then also we have Bank versus August. Don't forget that all these matches or all these fights will be live on DAZN. That is one of the streaming platforms that we have always talked about. DAZN will give you all this money. Then you have the sponsors there. You have the Jeddah, you have the Isela, then we have the STC, Go Star. These are all part of the sponsors of this match. So Anthony Joshua back to the ring. This July is really packed up, where we are having Sunday here. We have the Belgium Grand Prix. We are having the World Cup final. Then we are also going to see Anthony Joshua, of course, next coming weekend, making a comeback against Prenga. I want to say that this comeback for me, is supposed to be something that is going to like bring him back to shape. All what he has been doing is training. Of course, those training cannot be compared to the real fight. So now he's going to have that test after several months, of being out of the ring from that accident. We are going to have to see our own Anthony Joshua making a full-time comeback to the world of boxing, and I'm hoping and praying that he gets a win. We are going to go for a quick short break, just a quick one. Don't go anywhere. Just take some water, take some tea, and get back. Don't touch that down. We are going to still be here to give you the World Cup matches that are coming up and everything concerning football. We are coming back to give you. Stay with us as we go on a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. You see Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV. We are still right here talking about what has been happening, talking about the world of long tennis, talked about the world of boxing. We also talked about Formula One. But still on boxing, just before we go into football, we still have the UFC Bud Light Summer Series. This one is, we are talking about the UFC. We have talked about Anthony Joshua's category, talking about that it will be streamed on DAZN. Now, let's just take a quick look before we go into football, a quick look on the UFC Bud Light Series. That's the summer series. This one is coming up July 18th, which is, of course, on Saturday, where we are having to see Du Plessis versus Usman. Du Plessis versus Usman is coming up on July 18th. Then, of course, August 15th, we are going to see Machave versus Machado Gary. In fact, this Gary is really ready. This one is for the UFC 330. Of course, then we also have the female category where we are having to see Den versus Robertson. This is for the World Strawweight Championship. Then, of course, lastly, August 22, which is on Saturday, also we are having Hernandez versus Rodriguez. This white is for the middleweight bouts. All this. The first one we mentioned here, Usman, is also for the middleweight bout. These categories, they are looking like heavyweights to me. The way they are appearing, but you don't know it's just for the middleweight bout. But their faces, the way they are, so strong. Look at Usman, looking like someone that is even ready to take on Anthony Joshua.
No. Like he's not gonna wait.
He's not waiting for anybody. If you are going to give him Anthony Joshua, bring it on. He's ready to go. So that is all we have for you on the world of boxing. Get ready. July is filled up already. We are also having to see the fights that are also coming up August 15 and August 22, which are always, mostly on Saturdays. You get to watch boxing match mostly on Saturdays. Let's go into the world of football, where we are having a lot. We know we have talked about just like a snippet we have given you, but of course the semi-finals is coming up today. But we are not going to start from the semi-finals.
We're going to start from the transfer.
Let's start from transfers before we go into the semi-finals.
A lot of surprises.
People are moving from year to year.
Yeah, people have been taken up by surprises, and
yeah,
I would say Manchester United have done what they don't know best.
The latest people that
they are moving discreetly this time.
No,
nobody's
all
knowing
the ones they talked about
target
openly. They were all snatched.
Yes, guess what? Someone even yesterday, as of last night, I was still trying to get on, check the overview of what happened in transfer with Manchester United.
Yeah,
even that name I mentioned to you, Manu Kone and Baleba. People, I think I saw the news that Liverpool and Arsenal are coming.
Yeah, they have started gunning for them. Arsenal have already carried gun. You want to go? That's the.
They're not going for these guys.
What's Manchester? So that's what is good. What they are doing now. You saw Tilamas. They're not even mentioning it to anybody.
And there's this thing I realized. Manchester United controls the English. Let me use the word English transfer market. When Manchester United was linked to Mateus Fernandes and Sandro Tonali, everyone.
That's when everybody's eyes now.
Everyone's eyes were there,
especially Tottenham.
Now, they don't want to go into that kind of bargain where they'll be paying hundreds of millions of pounds.
That's the means. This their new management.
Yes, it's a clever thing. Imagine using 85 million
to get two players compared to one that's talking about Fernandez, who is also the same price.
Yeah. So imagine using one price of money to get two, and you are
two
getting
quality players,
quality and Premier League proven.
Yeah.
Even though Tillemans Premier League, and then
Tillemans is Premier League,
and then
Andre Santos, we might say he has not played so much, but he's still Premier League.
But there's no place he has played in Premier League. It's just that he cannot play in place of Caicedo.
No,
he cannot replace Enzo Fernandez.
It's not yet there, but he will get there.
But he will get there, and these are the people who can give their life, can chase the ball, can run everywhere in the pitch, just like Kobe Mainoo.
Yeah.
Now, I want to show you something and break down the salary of these guys that came to Manchester United last season. These things started happening last season, where you had the likes of Seden Lamens, Brian Mbeumo, Mateus Cunha, Shesko, and the rest of them coming. And funny enough, these guys are not even earning up to 300,000 in a week. They are earning way below, very, very way below. Now, what's his name? He will earn $120,000. Talking about the Tillemans. Tillemans will earn $200,000, £200,000. Sorry. Then Santos will earn £120,000 weekly.
Okay.
You see what's happening. So both of them are going to earn way less. Well, you're going to see more passion. You're going to see more aggression, because Manchester United does not want people who will come and determine the wage. They determine the wage, and they ask you if you can play, if you want them. And thankfully enough, they have passed through that stage where, if it's not millions, we're not paying. No, it's just for the right kind of finances. Now let's go over to transfer.
Those overpricing, I think everybody has learned their lessons. If you have not learned, maybe you will learn again, because taking from what happened to Liverpool last season, where you had to throw in so much money buying players. When you bought Frimpong, you brought in Ferenc for way above 100 million euros. These guys you brought in Isak from. So Liverpool was busy spending. They were in the market spending. Kitike came. All we are, very high priced, players. And at the end of the day, the only achievement we can say now that Liverpool had last season was just being part of the people that are going to play Champions League.
Yeah.
That is just all. Having to spend that kind of money, one of the highest spenders last season, and you just had to, manage. You can even say that qualification for Champions League was that they had to fight and manage to qualify. So having to spend that kind of money, and yet you came out without a trophy, it's not the kind of business these teams want to go in. When you are spending and you are not getting at least a trophy from what you have spent, it's not a good business. Arsenal spent, but they did not spend so much. Now look, they came out with a trophy. Even Manchester City, that we are not in their best form. I can tell you last season Manchester City did not play to the best football we know. Manchester City still came out with trophies. So when you spend a lot, and at the end of the day, these people, they don't deliver what you want. I believe that's the lesson Manchester United have taken. They don't want to be overspending on players. If you say your price tag is about 100 million euros, are you worth that 100 million euros? Because let's be honest, let's be truthful. Let's take a look at Matheus Fernandez, the man that came from West Ham now to Tottenham. Is he really worth that price tag, 80 million euros, where your club was relegated? So if you are worth that kind of amount, how come your club, you took them to relegation? Why didn't you even at least let them survive and still be in the Premier League? That we'll be talking about you worth that kind of value. So this time around, football, some teams just tend to want to put a huge price on their players so that when they sell it, they make enough money and they go and buy. So they are looking into the business aspect. But Manchester United are not the new owners that's talking about. They are not in that frame to be spending, just throwing money around. Then when you come, you see that they don't perform. They are past, those days are gone. This time around, you have to be, bringing value to what, at least their last season signings gave them value for their money. Manchester United finished, prior to last season, finished 15th. Coming back this season now, they are in the Champions League. These people that they bought, we saw the effect. So you will say, yes, they spent their money. Whereas now, if you are coming to put Fernandez at 80 million euros, put Tonali at almost 100 million euros. These are just two players that are spent close to 200 million euros, where you can get 4 or 5 Tillemans and Santos, just the same position. These two people are playing. So now everybody is trying to be wise. Tottenham are spending that money because of what they almost saw. That is saying they almost went to relegation. That's why now they are just like they have no option than to spend the money, that even though they don't want to spend, but they just want to try and get the good guys to their side by all means. When you come outside, you scout a player, you say Manchester United is going for Tonali, you see that they will come and hijack it just to get the best in their team right now, which they need. So I'm not even going to blame them for throwing money around trying to get it. They need it. They have their squad. They need to refurbish. They need to, build that team again, because they were almost going to the championship. Imagine the likes of Tottenham Hotspur playing the championship. That's not what they want. They had to, in fact, sack coaches and bring in new one until they got the Zebi. So they need to spend the money. That one we understand. But for Manchester United now, they really don't have to be throwing those money around. So let's talk about the transfers that we have. Of course, yesterday we saw Tillemans, officially a Manchester United player. Then Lucas Digne is also a name that is coming up.
A name that's
surprisingly, PSG are trying to get the signature for Lucas Digne. That's the man that plays for Aston Villa, a French player. Of course, we are going to see him today in the semi-final. Lucas Digne is almost a done deal. Almost a done deal. It's not a done deal. Almost a done deal to Paris Saint-Germain. Then, of course, still talking about the transfer, we have Kolo Muani, who have been in the radar. Juventus have been looking for this guy, and till today, I can tell you, yet he's not a Juventus player yet, but probably at the end of the day, we are going to see what is going to happen. Kolo Muani is probably going to be a Juventus player by next season. Then, of course, we have the man that we saw in Chelsea some seasons ago, talking about Kozuma. Kozuma right now is going to Palm City.
Kozuma, the warrior.
The wrestler.
This guy,
he was a wrestler. He was not a footballer.
Yeah,
Kozuma was more of wrestling.
At some point, I would tell you that Kozuma had a red card and was always committing a foul until one day they mistakenly wrote his name, Foul Zuma. And one of the games also, while he was coming to the match, because he had a lot of red cards, Chelsea was wearing blue, but they gave him red.
They gave him red to wear.
Yeah, red shirt to wear.
I don't know. Even last season, we saw a lot of red cards from Chelsea. Chelsea have that habit.
They are red card FC.
Getting red card. Let's not talk
about.
Let's leave Chelsea. Zuma is the person we are talking about, a former Chelsea player who also played for West Ham, played for Everton. Now he's going to Palm City. So we wish Zuma well. Then, of course, we know the Premier League is almost on, but let's look at the managers, the new managers we are having to see. Let's just show you some pictures of the managers you are going to be seeing in the Premier League season. Talking about both the new and the old, we are having Mikel Arteta. Of course, you are seeing Mikel Arteta.
Yeah,
that's the Arsenal Football Club manager. Then Unai Emery for Aston Villa. Marco Rose, this one is for Southampton, the newly promoted side. Then we are having to see Kate Andrews for Brentford. Then also Fabian Hosler for Brighton. Xabi Alonso, of course, that man is for Chelsea. Then Frank Lampard, that is talking about also someone that has been promoted. He brought his club back to the Premier League, talking about Coventry.
Coventry has been... They will play well in the Premier League.
No, of course, Frank Lampard, he has tried with Chelsea before. Now he's going to do again with Coventry. Then, of course, we have Pierre Sage for Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace had to let go of Ole Glasner. Now they are using Pierre Sage. Then David Moyes, of course, for Everton. Then we have Arbeloa talking about Fulham United. Then we have Serge Djikovic, that's talking about the man that will take on Hull City. Then Gary O'Neill. By the side also you have Danny Fegg talking about Leeds. Then Areola, that's Andoni Areola, talking about Liverpool's manager. That's also a new face for Liverpool, but not a new face in the Premier League. Then we are having Enzo Maresca, that is Manchester City. Then, of course, Michael Carrick, Manchester United. Eddie Howe, talking about Newcastle. Then Oliver Glasner moved from Crystal Palace. Now he's a Nottingham Forest coach. Then also we have Lebris, talking about Sunderland. And the last but not the least, talking about Tottenham, we have Roberto De Zerbi. So these are the coaches that we are going to have to see this coming season. Talking about the Premier League, we are going to see this way. They are going to battle it out. Then we don't have the likes of Pep Guardiola again, that is almost a masterpiece of the Premier League. He knows the Premier League in and out. We are not going to be seeing that. So for me, I think the league is now open, very open.
Yeah, it's open now.
Now I can't even say this is likely I can give you maybe 4 or 5 people or 4 or 5 names that are likely, but then we will just say probably Manchester City is going to take this. So thank God he's no more there. Let's see the competition.
The thing is that when I tell you that Enzo Maresca is a great coach, but he will have to struggle.
Of course, you will struggle.
You see, no team in England is small.
No.
Coventry could win Man City. Coventry could win Manchester United. Yeah. Coventry could win anyone.
This is from Labourparty that has played in the Premier League, so he knows it.
And then we are having Hull City back to Premier League. Yeah. Ipswich back to Premier League. You see, these 3, they are back to Premier League. Imagine the league where people like Tottenham were scrambling to grasp
to survive,
to grasp some air. Imagine the league where people like West Ham are in relegation zone.
They are gone.
Wolves, in all their glory,
went to the relegation.
They are in relegation. Are you seeing what's going on? So it is just an open market now, and it's going to be war. Even if Pep Guardiola is there, he's still going to struggle because every season comes with its own challenge.
Yeah.
And I must tell you that this is what Premier League is all about. This is why it is called the league that has the most public relations, because players who play in the Premier League, they have this viewership. They have much more viewership because a lot of people see the Premier League more than they see Spanish La Liga. Yes. Of course, there's this argument that Spanish La Liga has a better coverage. Well, if they have a better coverage, that's awesome. But people tend to, be tilted towards the Premier League than the Spanish La Liga. Yeah. And also, when you talk about players in the Premier League, there's no player who plays in the Premier League you cannot even call his name now.
Yeah. Most of them,
you know their name. You have an idea of their name. Yeah. You have an idea of what they do. The problem is players who play at the other side. I mean, in the Spanish La Liga, in the Bundesliga, Italian Serie A, and even down to the Portuguese league. That's where you have the likes of
Sporting
SP, CP, Porto, FC Porto, and the rest of them. Now, they don't have that kind of openness in viewership than the Premier League. So Premier League
is everywhere. Yeah. Where are you going to watch? Where will you watch Portuguese league?
Portuguese
league is let's leave. Where are you going to watch French league? German Bundesliga.
That's the thing.
1 or 2 platforms that you get.
Platforms you could just get them. So what I'm saying is, Premier League people has more viewership, has more public relations. You can, in fact, a random guy in Premier League who is playing for, let's say, Newcastle, Damborn and the rest of them, even those who play for Brighton, has more PR. You can get their videos more than more than Lamine Yamal, because of the viewership. Lamine Yamal is just because he's a star and he's young.
More PR.
More PR. That's why we are saying when we get into that conversation between him and Michael Olise, there's no comparison. They are in the same era, but in different leagues. Yeah. One has more viewership, the other one doesn't have that viewership.
If Olise had the promotion that Lamine Yamal has, in fact, you will be seeing his name regularly getting to be promoted. In fact, he will be in your face right now for Ballon d'Or.
Yeah,
because it's really what. In fact, he will be there for me. Top 5. You're going to see Olise.
Okay, now let's just move over to the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah.
The semi-final that is coming up this weekend. And
today. You're saying this weekend, today.
Okay, today. This evening. Yeah. And we have another one coming up just tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then we have the final coming up this
on Sunday
weekend.
Yeah.
Good. So today's game is going to determine who has the capacity to take off the next guy.
For me, today's winner, for me, I'm just predicting. Today's winner might probably be the winner of the World Cup. That's my own prediction for today. A lot of people have asked for our prediction, but we are going to bring you that prediction. Let's just talk about France versus Spain. France, the French squad.
Yeah.
I always want to talk about this French squad, where you are having a possible lineup. This is a face-off between Mbappe and Lamine.
They want to slap each other. What's going on?
Look at the World Cup centered in between them. These are the two. In fact, France is currently ranked number 1 in FIFA ranking, and Spain currently number 3. So you're having to see the number 1 and the number 3 facing off. This is more like a final. Of course, the number 2 is Argentina. Then the number 4 is England. So this is more like a final, something that we could have seen if the pathway was kind of different. We might have seen these people in the final, but of course, we are having to see them in the semi-final. thank God Mbappe is 100% fit, because there was speculations if he's
there was speculations, and
Deschamps has come out to say he's 100%
Deschamps came
fit.
out to say that he's 100% fit and available for the match. Now, I was really worried about Kylian Mbappe if he would ever miss the game, because he would be so influential in that game.
It's not the kind of game he should miss.
I mean, there's an interview I saw yesterday when Peter Cech, the former Chelsea goalkeeper, he said that when he was playing at Chelsea, he had a shoulder injury that whenever he dived, he had it for months. That whenever he dived, he would wake up, he would just had to stand with tears in his eyes. Now, he said that he had to do the same. He did not miss any game for years. I could say for months. Let's just use the word for months spanning 2 years. But he said that, players of these days, small, let's just say small headache, the person is kind of trying to miss a game or trying to miss the match. And this is to tell you how legendary. This is why these guys pulled off certain saves that you don't see now. Of course, you see them, but having Kylian Mbappe, I'm sure that even if they remove one of his leg, they will give him, they will fix, they will give him an official leg.
That was why in the what's it called, quarterfinal, he had to be substituted. When they noticed that, just to prevent any issues, any kind of he will miss today's match. So the coach, talking about Deschamps, was smart enough to just take him off after they have gone 2-0 ahead, just to rest him and protect him. Because if you take that risk and let him finish that match, you don't know what's going to happen. The Moroccans they were already showing some aggressive tackles. When you are 2-0 down, you are a bit angry. The frustration begins to creep in, and you just want to make some challenges, unnecessary tackles. And so the coach was, smart enough. Bring this guy out, you're already comfortably winning, and of course you have a good replacement, talking about Thuram and the rest of them. Jean-Philippe Mateta was still on the bench, so there was safety and there was need for you to bring him out, so he had to protect him. And of course today he's 100% fit. You are going to see, in fact, the lineup, everybody's, I can tell you that there is nobody that you are going to say is missing out because of injury. Even the Spaniard squad, everybody is present. Or Yazeba, of course, you are going to see him feature today. Rodri is fat, is 100% available. Pedri is going to be starting, then probably going to start. I've not seen the lineup. The lineup is not yet out. Of course, Lamine Yamal also, we have seen him in the interview yesterday where he said he's ready for the match. He was. Of course, the coach had to caution him on the things.
I really love
this. You will see.
Let me tell you, I really love Lamine Yamal's guts. This guy is just 19, and he's challenging players who are older than him, challenging teams who started winning the league, winning certain competitions before he was born. I mean, when you look at France and look at other countries who have really faced Spain. Of course, Spain has been a world champion before in 2010. But Lamine Yamal doesn't care who you are. He will tell you the truth, that he's not afraid of you. And this guy seems to also prove the point at times. And I would say that Lamine Yamal is just going to be the next rated player we'll have in our generation, if he would be disciplined enough to just control what he says, and also control how he says it, and also control his life. I mean, his lifestyle and the rest of them.
Outside football.
Outside football.
We used to see what...
Because you see, I would say this. Why Bruno Fernandes and the rest of the players seems to be the favorites. I mean, seems to be someone like Erling Haaland. They have good characters, outside discipline, outside football. When, okay, for instance, I was still watching that game yesterday, Norway versus England. After the game, Erling Haaland had to climb to the pews, the stadium pews, where he sat with Norwegians, Norway fans, where he sat there with them. He was sitting there after the game. He sat there for some while, and then he had to bond with them, and it was a good time. They had.
Despite they lost out on the match.
Despite, listen, it's not a do or die affair. So what I see this guy, how he lives, I just know that this person may not last so well, because what you do outside football matters a lot.
Yes, of course.
What you really do outside football matters a lot, and it's very important that we know that. So I really would tip Lamine Yamal to be the best. However, we could see, because this guy is brave, to say those things First of all, is to say, not to act. And then Konate has come out to say that he's not afraid of the team. That whatever he's saying is just on his own. That they're not afraid. They are going to be humble. You see maturity playing here. They're going to be humble, but they're not afraid of anybody. So this is very important, and this is what we need in sport, and this is what we need in the world of football.
Of course.
So what's your score?
I
don't want to ask me my score.
I wanted to ask
what's your score?
Of course, I'm tipping France to win.
How many goals?
3 goals to 2.
I said it yesterday.
Okay, that was your own.
Yes, 3 goals to 2.
But I'm still tipping the 3 goals to 2.
France will win, and there will be the game will be
goals.
Goal. Yeah, there will be goals. There will be a lot.
So
of
yours
goals.
is still 3 goals to 2.
Yes, 3 goals.
Are you sure you're not changing your mind?
No, I'm not changing my mind.
You have the opportunity to change your mind.
I know, don't worry. I will
but
change my
France
mind.
probably we are predicting 3 goals to 2, both of us. Or if I'm going to shift away from you, I might probably say 2 goals to 1. But we are in support of France right here on Aneke TV. And this is where we are going to draw the curtains on this segment of the show. Stay with us. We'll still come your way tomorrow to tell you how the match went down. I still remember your humble host, Worldwide Saving. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye. And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Thanking you for watching. See you tomorrow. Bye.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Governor Seyi Makinde seeks United Nations probe into Oyo school abduction. Court of Appeal nullifies ADC state congresses as party heads to Supreme Court. On the foreign scene, United States launches third consecutive night of airstrikes on Iranian targets. On business, Dangote refinery ends Naira fuel sales, adopts US dollar transactions. Now the news in details. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has called for an independent investigation by the United Nations into the abduction of pupils and teachers from schools in Orire local government area on May 15th. Describing the incident as one that requires international scrutiny. The governor made the call while receiving the rescued victims after they were formally handed over to the Oyo State government by the Nigerian military in Ibadan. Governor Makinde commended President Bola Tinubu, the armed forces, intelligence agencies, and other security services for securing the victims' release after 56 days in captivity, but maintained that Nigerians deserve a transparent account of the circumstances surrounding the abduction, including any possible institutional failures. He said the rescued pupils and teachers would receive medical care, psychological support, and rehabilitation before reuniting with their families. The governor assured the victims of full government support to ensure the traumatic experience does not interrupt their education or professional lives. Meanwhile, a Yoruba cultural advocate has urged the Oyo State government to immortalize the late mathematics teacher, Michael Oyedokun, who was killed during the abduction, by naming a school after him. The Nigeria Union of Teachers has also renewed its call for stronger security measures around schools following the incident. In the meantime, the presidency has dismissed Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde's call for a United Nations-led investigation into the abduction of pupils and teachers in Orire local government area, describing the demand as unnecessary and politically motivated. The special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, said the governor's request suggested a lack of confidence in Nigeria's security institutions, insisting that the military and other security agencies had already provided sufficient explanations regarding the rescue operation. He maintained that the presidency has no objection to any international body examining the incident, if necessary, but questioned the basis for such a request. According to Onanuga, the successful rescue followed weeks of coordinated intelligence gathering and military operations that resulted in the arrest of suspected kidnappers, while several others were neutralized. He noted that members of the armed forces and the Western Nigeria Security Network, Amoteku, also made sacrifices during the operation, with some personnel losing their lives. The presidential spokesman described it as inconceivable that security agencies would deliberately expose children and teachers to prolonged captivity. The federal government has unveiled a comprehensive national framework to guide the disarmament, demobilization and reintegration of repentant terrorists, bandits, and other armed groups as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's non-kinetic approach to addressing insecurity. The new standard operating procedures were presented by the National Coordinator of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Major General Adamu Laka, who said the framework establishes a uniform process for screening, rehabilitation and reintegration, replacing previous fragmented approaches adopted across different states. The pilot phase will commence in Kaduna, Katsina and Zamfara states, where state-level implementation committees will coordinate rehabilitation programs alongside security agencies, government institutions and local communities. The initiative aims to promote community reintegration while strengthening peace building and preventing a return of violent extremism. Major General Laka stressed that the program does not grant immunity to perpetrators of serious crimes, explaining that individuals implicated in war crimes, terrorism financing, or other grave offenses will continue to face prosecution in accordance with Nigerian law. He added that the framework was developed with support from international partners, including the United Nations, to strengthen transparency, accountability, and community confidence. Military veterans have renewed calls on the federal government to immediately implement the approved 250,000 naira monthly minimum salary for serving personnel, saying delays in executing the new pay structure are affecting the welfare and morale of members of the armed forces. The demand was made during a meeting with senior military officers in Abuja, where the veterans said the salary review had already been approved through the appropriate legislative process and assented to by President Bola Tinubu. They urged the authorities to commence implementation and release outstanding arrears without further delay. Representatives of the Chief of Defense Staff received the veterans' position and assured them that their concerns and supporting documents would be transmitted to the Military High Command for consideration. Following the meeting, the veterans agreed to suspend further action for 1 week to allow the authorities to respond. The retired personnel warned that failure to implement the approved salary structure and settle outstanding arrears could lead to peaceful protests at the Federal Ministry of Finance. They maintain that improved welfare remains essential to boosting the morale, professionalism, and operational effectiveness of Nigeria's armed forces. The Lagos State Police Command has defended its stop and search operations, describing the strategy as a critical policing tool for tackling armed robbery, kidnapping, and other violent crimes across the state. The position was presented during a youth police engagement summit in Ikorodu, where security stakeholders discussed policing, human rights, and public trust. Police authorities maintain that stop and search operations remain lawful when conducted professionally and in line with established procedures. They said the operation have contributed to the recovery of illegal firearms, the arrest of criminal suspects, and the rescue of kidnapped victims, stressing that officers must always respect the dignity and fundamental rights of citizens. Legal practitioners and civil society representatives at the summit reminded both officers and members of the public that the police have no legal authority to search the content of a citizen's mobile phone without a valid court order or other lawful authorization. They urged officers to comply strictly with constitutional safeguards while carrying out their duties. The Kogi State Police Command has launched a coordinated rescue operation following the abduction of several mourners by suspected armed kidnappers along the Ochadamu-Ejule Road in Ofu local government area of the state. Police said the victims were traveling in a Hummer bus conveying the remains of Augustine Ikwe, an officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, from Kogi State to Benue State for burial when the gunmen intercepted the vehicle and forced the passengers into a nearby forest. The attackers abandoned the deceased caskets at the scene before fleeing with the victims. A joint security team comprising the police, the military, and the local vigilante operatives responded to the incident, recovering the abandoned vehicle and the casket. The remains of the late FRSC officer has since been deposited at a mortuary in Ejule, while security operatives intensified efforts to rescue those in captivity. The Commissioner of Police has assured residents that security personnel are combing the Okpakpedo and Ofejiji forest in an ongoing search operation. The command also urged members of the public to remain vigilant and provide credible information that could assist in rescuing the victims and apprehending the kidnappers. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has commenced an investigation into the activities of the self-styled Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council over allegations of operating an unauthorized government agency and involvement in an alleged 1.3 billion naira budget padding scheme. The Commission's investigation comes as the Council's self-acclaimed Director General, Adeniyi Adeyemi, prepares to face arraignment in the Federal High Court. The case forms part of ongoing efforts by anti-corruption authorities to investigate allegations of fraud and abuse of public institutions. In an open letter addressed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Adeyemi called for the establishment of an independent investigative panel comprising representatives of the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders. He argued that such a panel would guarantee transparency and public confidence in the investigation. Adeyemi also alleged that his life was under threat and claimed there had been attempts to suppress evidence connected with the case. The ICPC has yet to publicly respond to those allegations, while the matter remains before the court. Investigations by the Anti-Graft Agency are continuing. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has rejected the judgment of a court of appeal in Abuja concerning the party's ward, local government and state congresses, insisting that the ruling does not affect the validity of its direct primaries or the emergence of its candidates for the 2027 general elections. The party announced that it has commenced legal proceedings at the Supreme Court, maintaining that the appellate court decision would not disrupt its preparations for the forthcoming elections. The position was contained in a statement issued by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Mr. Bolaji Abdullahi. According to the party, the judgment relates only to its internal congresses and has no bearing on the direct primaries through which candidates for elective offices emerged. The ADC maintained that its nomination processes were conducted in accordance with the party's constitution and relevant electoral laws. The party said it respectfully disagrees with the judgment and considered it legally unsustainable. It urged members and supporters to remain calm and focused while the matter is determined by the Supreme Court, reaffirming its commitment to pursuing its political objectives through constitutional and lawful means. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Governor Seyi Makinde calls for United Nations probe into Oyo school abduction. Court of Appeal nullifies ADC state congresses. Party heads to Supreme Court. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United States conducts third consecutive night of airstrikes on Iranian targets. On business, Dangote Refinery switches domestic fuel sales to US dollar transactions. Stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo. site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko na Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're welcome back. The United States government has imposed emergency travel restrictions on American citizens in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, following the worsening Bundibugyo Ebola outbreak. Under the new measures, affected U.S. citizens are barred from boarding direct commercial flights to the United States and must spend 21 days in a third country before traveling home. The restrictions were introduced under U.S. public health and transportation authorities to reduce the risk of cross-border transmission. The decision follows growing concern over the spread of the virus towards Kinshasa, the Congolese capital. The outbreak has affected nearly 2,000 people and claimed more than 700 lives, according to health authorities, prompting intensified international monitoring and response efforts. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, led by Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., said the restrictions were necessary to protect public health, while the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention continues enhanced surveillance. The U.S. State Department has also pledged assistance for affected American citizens whose travel plans have been disrupted. The United States military has carried out a third consecutive night of airstrikes against Iranian military targets, marking a further escalation in the conflict between Washington and Tehran. The operations, conducted by U.S. Central Command under the direction of President Donald Trump, targeted military facilities in Bushehr, Bandar Abbas, and Shabaha. The latest strikes come amid heightened tensions over the Strait of Hormuz, following Iran's attempt to restrict maritime traffic through the strategic waterway. President Trump announced plans to maintain a blockade on Iranian shipping and proposed a security charge for commercial vessels using the route, arguing that the measure would support efforts to safeguard international shipping. Iran's military authorities rejected the proposal, insisting that decisions regarding the Strait of Hormuz remain within Iran's sovereign rights. French emergency services are continuing efforts to contain a major wildfire that spread through the Fontainebleau forest, about 70 kilometers south of Paris, forcing evacuations and disrupting transportation in the region. Authorities said the fire spread rapidly under intense heat and dry weather conditions, prompting the deployment of hundreds of firefighters, supported by the Canadair water bombing aircraft and other aerial firefighting assets. Several roads, including sections of the major highway, were temporarily closed as emergency crews battled the flames. French investigators have arrested 2 suspects in connection with the outbreak after identifying multiple ignition points, raising suspicions that parts of the fire may have been deliberately started. Investigations into the cause of the wildfire are continuing. The Lagos State government has recognized 2 officers of the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development for outstanding performance in the second quarter of the year as part of efforts to promote excellence and productivity in the public service. Presenting the awards in Lagos, the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, commended the dedication and professionalism of the recipients, describing the initiative as a motivation for improved service delivery across the state civil service. Chief Town Planning Officer, Mr. Raji Abimbola, received the Management Officer of the Quarter Award, while Chief Clerical Officer, Mr. Michael Samuel, emerged as the junior officer of the quarter. The commissioner urged civil servants to remain committed to professionalism, accountability, and excellence, assuring workers that diligence and outstanding performance would continue to receive recognition under the state's public service reward system. Heavy rainfall yesterday caused widespread flooding across several parts of Lagos State, disrupting commercial activities, leaving commuters stranded, and triggering severe traffic congestion in major business districts. Areas worst affected include Ikoyi, Lekki, Victoria Island, and Woroshoki, where flood water submerged roads and trapped several vehicles. Many commuters were forced to wade through flooded streets, while businesses recorded significant delays as movement across the city slowed. Residents attributed the flooding to the intensity of the rainfall, although some also linked the situation to ongoing infrastructure projects, including sections of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Videos shared on social media showed extensive flooding and long queues of stationary vehicles across affected areas. Reacting to the development, the Lagos State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokunbo Wahab, said the flooding resulted largely from a sharp rise in the Lagos Lagoon water level, which prevented storm water from draining efficiently into the lagoon. He urged residents to remain cautious as authorities continue to monitor the situation and clear drainage channels. A funding dispute has emerged in Nigeria's aviation sector as the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency seeks a review of the statutory sharing formula for the 5% ticket sales charge collected from airline passengers. The agency is asking the National Assembly to increase its allocation, arguing that the current revenue sharing arrangement no longer reflects the cost of providing air navigation services. The body maintains that maintaining radar systems, communication facilities, navigation equipment, and air traffic infrastructure requires significantly higher funding. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authorities, however, have opposed the proposal. Workers' unions within the regulatory agency warned that any reduction in NCAA's share could affect its capacity to carry out safety oversight, inspections, and regulatory responsibilities across the aviation industry. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced that all domestic sales of refined petroleum products will now be conducted in United States dollars, ending its Naira-dominated pricing system. The refinery said previous invoices issued in Naira had been withdrawn as it introduced a new dollar-based pricing template for petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel. The company explained that the decision followed the conclusion of the federal government's Naira for crude arrangement and the need to align product sales with crude oil prices, with crude oil purchases made in foreign currency. Petroleum marketers are expected to source foreign exchange for bulk purchases from the refinery, while analysts say retail pump pricing will increasingly reflect movements in the exchange rate. The refinery said cooking gas transactions remain unchanged under the new pricing structure. And in sports news, Nigeria has opened its campaign at the Billie Jean King Cup Africa Group 3 tournament with a 2-1 victory over Burundi in Gaborone, Botswana. Khadijat Mohammed gave Nigeria an early advantage after winning her singles match before Burundi leveled the tie when Anji Iswemwe defeated Success Ogunjobi in the second singles encounter. The decisive doubles match saw Oyinlomo Quadri and Success Ogunjobi combine to secure victory for Nigeria, sealing the tie and earning the team its opening win of the competition. Captain Rotimi Akinloye praised the team's resilience and urged the players to maintain their momentum as Nigeria continued its campaign for promotion from Africa Group 3. And on entertainment news, Nollywood actress Peggy Oviri has generated widespread reactions on social media after responding to a viral post discussing relationship experiences. The post suggested that women who make significant sacrifices for their partners are often unappreciated. Reacting in the comments, Ovire wrote, "Story of my life," a remark that quickly attracted public attention. Her comment has fueled renewed speculation about her reported separation from fellow Nollywood actor Frederick Leonard, although the actress did not mention anyone by name or provide further explanation. And now to end the news, the main points again. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has called on the United Nations and international human rights organizations to conduct an independent investigation into the May 15th abduction of pupils and teachers in a rural local government area of Oyo State. Governor Makinde said an independent inquiry would help establish the circumstances surrounding the incident and strengthen public confidence in the country's security architecture. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has nullified the state congresses conducted by the caretaker leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. In response, the party, through its National Publicity Secretary, Mr. Bolaji Abdullahi, announced that it has commenced an appeal at the Supreme Court, insisting that the judgment does not affect the validity of its direct primaries or the emergence of its candidates for the 2027 general elections. On the foreign scene, the United States military has carried out a third consecutive night of airstrikes on selected targets in Iran, further escalating tensions following Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The operation came as United States President Donald Trump reiterated his administration's position on maritime security in the Gulf, raising fresh concerns over regional stability and the potential impact on global energy markets. Around the business scene, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced the commencement of United States dollar-dominated transactions for domestic sales of refined petroleum products, ending its naira-based pricing system. With that, we conclude news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Leadership, in its deepest sense, is not the occupation of authority, but the assumption of moral weight. It is the invisible burden of choice, the negotiation between power and conscience, between what is possible and what is right. In every society, but especially in Nigeria's complex and evolving democracy, leadership becomes the mirror which a people either recognize their dignity or lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not simply become inefficient, it becomes fragmented. Trust, once fractured, does not merely disappear, it recedes into cynicism. Citizens begin to expect failure as normality, and governance becomes a theater where hope is repeatedly rehearsed but rarely fulfilled. Yet, integrity in its truest philosophical sense is not merely the absence of corruption, it is the presence of coherence. It is the alignment of inner conviction with outer action. A leader of integrity does not simply avoid wrongdoing, they embody consistency in a world that constantly rewards compromise. In such coherence lies the foundation of equity, for inequality is not sustained only by economic imbalance, but by moral inconsistency, where rules apply differently depending on proximity to power. An egalitarian society demands more than equal laws. It demands equal moral application of those laws. This is only possible where integrity governs leadership. To build a society, institutions must outlive individuals, and principles must outweigh personalities. Yet, even institutions are also as strong as the moral will that animates them. Integrity, therefore, is not an abstract ideal suspended above realities. It is the force that determines whether systems remain hollow structures or become living instruments of justice. There is also a deeper philosophical truth. Societies do not collapse suddenly. They erode gradually through repeated exceptions to integrity. Each compromised decision becomes a precedent. Each silence in the face of wrongdoing becomes permission. Over time, what was once deviation becomes culture. And yet, integrity is never beyond recovery. It is continuously available as choice. It is the possibility of return. In leadership, it is the decision to be accountable even when no one is watching, to prioritize the public good even when private gain is easier, and to recognize that power is not ownership but stewardship. An egalitarian society, then, is not a distinction but a moral discipline. It is sustained not by slogans of unity, but by the daily ethical labor of those who govern and those who are governed. It requires a shared consciousness that justice is not automatic, it is maintained. In the end, integrity is the quiet architecture of trust, and trust is the foundation upon which societies either stand or collapse. Nigeria's future, and that of any nation, will not be determined solely by the abundance of its resources, but by the depth of its moral seriousness. For leadership, stripped to its essence, is not the exercise of power over others, but the faithful responsibility of power for others. And in that responsibility lies the possibility of a society where equity is not merely proclaimed, but lived silently, consistently, and justly.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, Federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning, and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Companies, although they experienced setbacks over the years, government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters, creating employment opportunities in tailoring, metalworks, leather processing, transport services, food processing, and retail trade. Music, crafts, architecture, and cuisine reflect centuries of cultural continuity. The globally recognized Dobo Festival showcases the splendor of the Emirate tradition and attracts visitors from within and outside Nigeria, reinforcing Kano's position as a leading cultural destination. The state's rich aesthetic traditions are evident in leatherworks, embroidery, weaving, dyeing, and metal craftsmanship. These industries preserve indigenous knowledge while providing livelihoods for thousands of artisans whose products reach international markets.
A pleasant morning to you viewers for joining us this beautiful Tuesday morning. Thank you for joining us this morning and welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to you, our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, even in Alaba International Market or Ariere Market in Aba, yes, Mem Market or Keta Market in Enugu or Gige Market in Nsukka or New Market Afioforo in Aba, we say thank you for joining us, for letting us into your briefing space. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
The weather, as we know, is building up. The rains are becoming more persistent, and the urge to just want to lay in bed and, cover up is becoming much. I don't know if Mr. Uche will allow me one day to just curl up in bed and drink that pap I asked for yesterday. I mean, you see, I see what I'm going through in the hand of Mr. Uche in this place. He will make promises, he will not fulfill them. But then again, I mean, it's another morning.
Let the accused answer for themselves.
No.
I hope that one day I'm allowed to take I hope that one day I'm allowed to take a vacation of 3 months as well.
I did not ask for
let me tell you the places I want to be, the places I have not been. Okay. I want to go see Victoria Falls. I have not seen it yet. Yes, and I want to take a moment to relax at Obudukato Ranch another time. Okay. Yeah. Do I keep telling you about the places I want to visit?
Want to stay in my
house. I keep telling you about the places I want to visit?
You want to visit me? I just want to.
And then I want to be able to go for another shopping, somewhere in Qatar, as well. Yes. Okay, so these are the things. Those are the things I want. So one day we'll pray Aneke will grant us such requests.
Well, it's not because of Aneke, it's because of the love.
Mr. President will grant the Chief of Staff some leave, so.
Well, every once in a while we all desire, but then again, for the love of the job.
But come to think of it, let me be a little bit what they call it, the word of the women. Yes, a woman wants to lay in bed. A man wants to go out, irrespective of the weather, the rain, and everything.
Yeah.
A man wants to go and hustle. A man wants to go there, be at the war front, make more money, come back home, and then still pet the woman that doesn't want to go anywhere.
Wow, that's not true. That's not true. We also want to work.
The word of women is so a cozy word.
No, it's not as cozy as men would think, or as glamorous as you people would think it is for us. It's not that easy, of course. The only advantage.
It's not easy.
It's not as easy. No, I'm not saying it's not easy being a human being.
Okay.
Every human being has challenges.
Now you get me. But we're talking about the species now. Are you talking about the word of women?
The word of a woman is not easy.
Being a woman, born to enjoy.
Who said so?
The mothers start from empowering you in the kitchen.
Okay.
Teaching you how to control the man's stomach.
Okay.
By
how is that?
Telling you that the kitchen is not meant for men.
How is that enjoyment?
Then you have extra portion in the kitchen. The slice of fish from the kitchen. That's an advantage. And then you now take appropriate authority of the kitchen.
Because that's the only way
controlling the stomach.
I'm limited.
You know what our forefathers say? You know what they say?
You
remember what Africans say? You know what Africans say? The word to a man's heart is the stomach. And then they gave the female child the control.
That's enough responsibility to find
from getting into teenage age. You are taught to control that aspect of man. And then men go out.
So who teaches men to find their way into? So what is the way to a woman's heart then?
The way to a woman's house. That's what men do all the time. That's why you see us dying early. That's why you see us. That's why you see us dying. That's why you see us dying early. Because they are rarely satisfied.
There's no one
you get a man, a woman, a Venza. She start looking for a Prado. You bring a Prado, she start looking for Escalade. You bring an Escalade, she start looking for a Bugatti.
That the life is not easy for either of us.
No, but the word of women is so glamorous. The man would have to go out, under the rain, the sun, looking for ways, your husband all your life, just to make money to please a woman somewhere.
Mr. Che, although some persons have used it to their advantage, life is not easy. Do you know what it means to control kitchen? Thinking of what to cook, how to cook it, not cooking what you cooked yesterday, and thinking of the nutritional values and everything, how to coordinate. It's not an easy work.
That's the picture you always paint. That's the picture women paint. But do you know what it is? It's just like the CBN governor.
Yes.
Telling you that he's out of wars of a brand new notes to spend. How do you believe that? You really believe that? So the women want to scare men away from the kitchen, telling them the fire is hot, is much
well, they are men
so that they continue
the kitchen now.
Yeah, some of us exceptional, some of us yes, we are
good
at it. But that doesn't negate the fact that about 90% of the women still retain the control. No, you retain the control. We want more men in the kitchen.
Retain
the control.
We want more men in the kitchen, don't worry.
You start complaining.
All right, I'll go right into our quote for the morning. Our quote this morning from Steve Biko. And it says, the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. The most potent weapon, the most significant weapon, the highest form of weaponry in the hands of an oppressor is the mind of the oppressed, and such that the oppressed does not even realize that he's being oppressed. That's the highest weapon. That's the strongest weapon in the hand of any oppressing system, any oppressor, be it a human, be it an entity, be it an organization. The highest weapon that they know, that they realize that they have over people that they are ruling is the fact that they have the mind to control, to decide, to manipulate the mind of the oppressors. That is their greatest.
Very well said. I'll just add a little here. When I see this quote, just what comes to my mind. The next election, 2027 election, comes to my mind. The fact that the registration, PVC registration is ongoing, and there are a lot of persons who don't participate, saying that their vote would count. What I say that is mind control. Just like this quote is telling you that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. There is a mind shift. You are meant to believe that your vote won't count, but the reverse is the case. because they've made it for you to believe that your vote would count, then you want to stay away. You won't get your PVC, you don't want to participate in the process, you won't go voting. Then on the day of the ballot, the polling centers become scanty, giving the politician the opportunity to manipulate, to rig an election, because there is a mind shift. You believe that the vote won't count. But they do know that the power you have is in the ballot, the ability to cast your vote. So they don't want you there. When you interact with politicians, they are sincere enough to tell you that you can't rig an election where there is, popular participation. When the people turn out and vote, it's hard to rig such election. There is a party where there's low voter turnout. People, they tend to have the privilege and the opportunity to rig the way they want. So, what Steve Beko is telling us here is apt, that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So, this mind shift makes you give power to your tormentor, to your oppressor, believing that you do not have the power to question what they do or to change the situation. No. You have that power. That's what we're saying this morning. The power is in your hands. Go get your PVC. Get registered. And when the hour comes, yes, cast your vote. It does count. And it has in it the power to effect change. Do not be like those who, get up to their, the slave mentality, who now, continue to live in the imaginary chains. Even when they are set free, they are still, in captivity in their mind. No, you can be free. True. And you have the power in you to change the narrative. You do not continue to give the oppressor the overhand to continue to, do the way or dictate. No, the power is in our hands. With our PVC, we can effect the change that we want.
Okay, that's our quote this morning from Steve Biko. The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of his oppressed. That's the quote. We'll take a short break and then we'll be bringing weather updates for the day. Stay with us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
You're welcome back. I'll be getting right into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the day. And the papers we shall be reviewing this morning are the Daily Sun, the Frontline Africa, Punch, Vanguard, and the Daily Trust.
And joining us as always is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight and sharp analysis, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Res, how's it been?
Well, it's been there. We are getting on. When the trend gets tough, the tough trend gets going. And we belong to the tough trend. We have been getting on with a very tough Nigerian situation.
All right. Before we get into the conversation proper, Mr. Res, let me get your feelers around the PVC voter registration exercise that is ongoing. Do you have any feelers as to what is going on right now?
Well, the other thing I have is that there's not enough mobilization to spur people to get their PVCs getting ready for 2027 elections. And even the remaining staggered elections in some states of Nigeria. So there should be civil society groups, and of course the traditional way of mobilization, which is the earliest form of media practice, going into the communities, using the gong, the earliest form of journalism in this part of the world, using the gong, the drums, and the ekwe, and all of that, to make people realize that they should go for their PVC, so that there won't be that kind of apathy. Apathy is a major problem in Nigerian election, because just like you were, I heard you analyzing the Steve Biko quote. You see that people, give up, live in a kind of slavery, even when they are free. So they don't give up. People should not give up their minds to what the oppressors are, requiring them to do. Don't but get your mind and continue to remain in oppression. That is, remain being oppressed. So people should free their minds. So people should free their minds and get the voter's card and believe that making demand of the system, voting for the election and staying there to guide the result will actually bring about change, because the change is all about leadership. Leadership will take Nigeria to the desired Eldorado.
That's quite interesting, Mr. Res. But beyond every other thing, you raise a very, very important question. That is making a comparative analysis on the ancient medium of communication and the modern age where the social media, has taken over. But in some other time, we'll go into that comparative analysis. It's a pleasure to have you also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we're starting off from the Daily Sun headlines, and it reads, the appeal court ruling, ADC kicks heads to Supreme Court, rejects judgment affirming High Court's ruling barring INEC from recognizing state congresses. Faction uploads UBA Barkindo as president, vice president candidates. Party chieftains cry wolf as Atiku accuses Electoral Commission of aiding anti-opposition agenda. Now, the ADC has rejected the judgment of the appeal court in Abuja concerning the party's ward, local government, and state congresses, insisting that the ruling does not affect the validity of its direct primaries or the emergence, and they have, filed legal proceedings at the Supreme Court yesterday.
Right. Mr. Res, what do we have here? What's the way forward? Yes, the ADC has gone to the Supreme Court, but after all said and done, doesn't this speak to a rigged process already?
Well, you see, some analysts had earlier submitted that there are possibilities, there are tendencies of ADC not being in the ballot in the 2027 election. And we are beginning to see a pointer to that in real terms. Because initially people were arguing that there's no unseen hand. In fact, everything is going on well and all of that. Now people went to court again on the issue of their congresses. And the issue of congresses, which ordinarily should have been an internal matter of the party, but the courts on their own felt that there's a statutory breach, or there are statutory breaches along the way, which makes them justiciable before them. Ordinarily, if it's an internal matter of the political party, it becomes not justiciable. So it will be, be done and settled right inside the political party. But people went to court asking the court to actually intervene on an issue of electoral law or provisions in the electoral law, which has not been conformed with. But remember, congresses of a political party is barely an internal party situation. But the court ruled that these congresses are not meant to organize primaries for the political party. That is, the Congress is done, whether caretaker or otherwise, whatever were represented, because some of the parties, most of the parties, after all, that of PDP is caretaker, and nothing has happened. And many others may not have actually gone through extensive congresses conforming to rules and all of that, because these things are internal problems of the party, whether they want a caretaker or elected party members as ESCO members in the party. So, but court has decided that they will adjudicate, they will sit on such matter and do a verdict. And they did a verdict at the High Court. And then they appealed, the NDC appealed to the appellate court. And the appellate court also, affirmed the decision of the High Court. You see, that is where the problem is right now. And the party is insisting that their primaries are not affected by that judgment. That court cannot give what you did not ask for. That the people who went to court did not ask them to nullify their primaries. But the court incidentally, by the way, gave what was not before them. It was not before them to nullify their primaries. You see, so, but by implication, the court is believing that there's an implied meaning to their decision. There's an implied meaning that once those congresses were not well done, then of course it makes invalid, it nullifies every other thing that such a caretaker committees at the various levels of the party has done as illegal, invalid. And therefore, by implication, that they are not supposed to recognize the Mark Arabishala leadership any longer. But if we go back to the ruling of the Supreme Court on the Mark Arabishala leadership, we had earlier, if we go to High Court, and High Court also, tends to nullify everything that's attacking Arabishala Mark. Another High Court now decided to say the caretaker committees are illegal, and so on and so forth. These are from coordinated jurisdiction we have had, but I do not know if there were presentations made at the appeal court on the other High Court's decision on Mark Arabishala, those most recently. So all these court issues have brought about a lot of apprehension in party politics, and especially within the opposition political parties. There's been a lot of tension, apprehension, which tends to point at the fact that the opposition is being cowed, opposition is being intimidated, opposition is, the ruling party do not even want opposition to thrive. But any democracy that will thrive because of a virile opposition. But if the opposition is cowed, the opposition is intimidated, the opposition is not given a chance, then we are beginning to see a one-party line that might crush democracy in Nigeria, because everything will be done undemocratically, because there's nobody to present or make the available checks and balances to work. If the checks and balances does not work in a system, it means that tyranny or dictatorship is creeping into the system. And if we have to be truthful to ourselves, if we are not biased in saying it, we are beginning to see tyranny, oppression in party politics in Nigeria. And we would want to actually say that the courts should refrain from actually stepping into the political arena proper. They should be careful. Somebody said, and I quote, that justice, law, is common sense. So they should actually use their common sense to know what is right. When we do not have this set of laws, we are governing ourselves by way of convention, using our common sense and knowing what is right and what is wrong, and trying to, make findings on claims and counterclaims from any quarters as presented to any organized society. So that we should be mindful of, the court should be mindful of the way they are dabbling into the affairs of political parties.
All right, Mr. Ress, yes. I see that most of your position are anchored on the minority, judgment by Justice Mohammed Abba. However, the question here is...
And remember, Justice Mohammed is the leader of the panel.
Yes, but he gave a dissenting judgment in
yes,
this
he
very
gave
matter.
A dissenting judgment.
Yes.
And his judgment is anchored on not justiciable.
However, the question is beyond the... I know you're doing a comparative analysis on the judiciary involvement in democracy. However, the question at this timing is, knowing that the INEC period for nomination has elapsed, what would be of the ADC should the Supreme Court, perhaps in the yard of conjecture, oppose the appellate court majority ruling on this very issue? What will be the fate of the likes of Atiku Abubakar and the myriads of candidates under the platform of the ADC?
The faction, that ADC faction will go to bed and sleep and forget about the general election come 2027. That is the implication if the Supreme Court oppose the decision of the appellate court. Now, Bala Gombe has been given the right to upload the candidates of ADC. So there will still be an ADC that will participate in the election, which means that that decision will finally have laid to rest the issue of Bala Gombe, assuming he is the leader or the chairman of the party. It would have nullified it. It would have it would have messed up the rest in that particular matter that is pending before the High Court. Remember, there's that matter. So the decision will now nullify that thing, and anything about that court issue will be just an academic exercise for those who are hearing and sitting on it. Okay? So, because if Balagombe uploads the party's candidates for it, then the Atiku Abubakar Rebeshola Mark faction is dead. It's either they join Balagombe as party members.
Yes, that's the next line of question I wanted to ask you. Have we crossed the political threshold for reconciliation in this very matter?
Well, I have not seen any move for reconciliation because the moves for reconciliation was done even when Rabi Kwankwaso was in the party. He actually wanted to talk to, Balagombe and of course reconcile those things. So the issue of reconciliation does not come into the picture presently, and I do not even see such reconciliation because they have gotten to a point of no return.
All right.
Okay, moving on to the next story. This is on the Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. The headline reads, Federal Government Suspends Proposed WIKE NECO Fee Hike. Federal Government suspends proposed WIKE NECO Fee Hike. The federal government has suspended the proposed review of registration fees for the 2027 West Africa Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, which was announced yesterday from a statement that was sent, or a circular that was sent June 18th, 2026. And they said, according to the Minister of Education, that this proposal would be suspended pending all consultations with examination bodies, state ministries of education, school proprietors, parent association, and all stakeholders involved.
Mr. Rez, do we celebrate this suspension at the moment?
Why, what about celebrating what they had done and withdrawn? What is the celebration about it? They will do it because they know they did not do the right thing. You see, they said they are now going to, actually get involved with the proprietors, that stakeholders in the education industry to begin to talk about whatever they want the fee to be. But they did not do that. They hurriedly announced it. And federal government has now suspended it, and you want us to start celebrating that pressure which would have been, heaved on parents and those who are, taking care of these children, the school children, and paying for these fees. Pressure is high. The economy is bad. Where do they get all the money? Some of them have 1, 2, 3, 4 persons in school. Their wards, related relations, and their own direct children. Some people, have those that will be registered for the exams, both exams. So the examining bodies actually wanted more money into their coffers, given the fact that they are incapable of meeting up with expenditure. But I expect that government has to augment these things. That is the purpose for which we have a government. These people, government has to augment them because government has votes for education, and they should, from the votes for education, augment these things and make life more meaningful for the people. But when you say it is now related to this or that, the price becomes high, then there'll be so much pressure on parents. There'll be so much pressure on persons taking the responsibility of training people and children and registering them for such exams, like NECO, the WIKE, and all that. You see, from 27,000 to a very astronomical level, it is not good for Nigeria. More so when the cost of just feeding is high, and many people cannot afford 2 square meals a day. Many families cannot afford transportation. Many trek to work these days, and so on and so forth. Where do we begin to think about? We can't afford even the house rent. You find it's difficult, and it's astronomical now, given the taxes that are coming from the government of states and federal. I mean, there's so much problems about managing the affair of families, and the money that the families get from the meager salaries they get from wherever they work, both private and public sector, is so infinitesimal to take care of this responsibility. So how do you expect that people should be celebrating? I am not celebrating. I don't have any cause for celebration. I will have a cause for celebration when the government begin to touch on the economy with indices that will show that I am happy as a poor Nigerian, that others are happy as poor Nigerians. So that is exactly what my input should be on this.
And what I would like to add to this is them suspending this implementation does not mean they won't come back to it. So it's just a delayed. I see it as a delayed tactics, because the thing with the government is once they've said something, however time it's going to take for that thing to be implemented, it might surely get implemented. And seeing that they've already announced it, and it's like the circular said from the Minister of Education, just to okay, this is what we want to do, how would we, but they will still come back to the same amount. Or even if they don't finally arrive at that 50 that they propose, it's going to be way more than the 27,500 that is currently being paid. So just a delayed tactics on something that they will still eventually do.
All right. Both positions are quite granted. A number of times we'll take a very extreme end to issues when government is involved. When you look at the situation, without considering the fact that, yes, the economy, is tanking, and that the Nigerian people are said to be, paying out of pocket for a lot of things without conglomerate government presence when it comes to, the price of staple foods in the market, transportation, and all that. And cumulatively, the price of things, when you do not wholeheartedly acknowledge government's, absence from these issues, when you look at the economy and every other thing around it. But the fact remains that every other thing, the price of things have gone up. And we wouldn't negate the fact that the said Ministry of Education invited the agencies, both WIEC and NECO, and they factually looked into this issue and arrived to the fact that the cost of conducting this examination have become quite high, such that it now necessitates a review, an upward review of what the price is. Yes, we'll concede to the fact that there are many Nigerians, who cannot even afford the present, fee when you look at it. Yes, and taking into consideration that the out-of-school children in Nigeria are way above 18 million, children who are out of school. And when you, between the ages of 6 to 11 years, and when you go higher than 15, for example, you see that the number is higher than 20 million. But when you congregate this fact, we have to be factual that, yes, given the reality on ground, that there has to be an upward review of this amount. But the question is that, yes, the 50 may be quite on the very high side. However, every person, every stakeholder, like they've said, they have resolved to go for broader consultation with stakeholders. At the end of the day, what we expect, yes, if there may be a review, upwards review, but it may not be such that could get to that amount, make it even more amenable that everyone, parents can afford, even those that have 2 children or 3 in schools can afford it. But we need to consider the fact that government, and the situation in Nigeria is such that the prices of things have gone high and there's need for upward review. Yes, one may argue from the other end, when I listen to Mr. Rest, that there are a lot of things that we desire from the government ends that are not being done in terms of maybe subsidizing the prices of these external examinations and all that. Yes, those are granted, but we must not forget the fact that there has to be, at this point in time, a broader consultation of all stakeholders, both parents, both students, and even the examination bodies and teachers to arrive at an acceptable rate.
All right, we'll continue on the conversations for the morning, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Now moving on to the next story on the front cover page of the Punch newspaper. This is on Oyo abduction. Presidency slams Makinde over demand for UN probe. Presidency slams Makinde over demand for UN probe. The presidency on Monday criticized Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde over his call for a United Nations-led investigation into the abduction of pupils and teachers in the state. Now, Makinde, while formally addressing or assuming responsibility for the welfare of these 45 teachers and pupils rescued, demanded or has called for a UN-backed investigation into the abduction, saying Nigerians deserve a full account of the circumstances surrounding the incident and the rescue.
All right, before we go into that conversation, let's get the clip and listen to Seyi Makinde himself.
Dear good people of Oyo State, today our hearts are filled with immense relief as the children and teachers abducted from the Hauro, Eshinle, and Yawata communities in Orire local government area have finally been reunited with their families. For every parent who endured weeks of uncertainty, every child who lived through this traumatic experience, and every citizen who prayed and hoped for their safe return, this is indeed a moment of thanksgiving. Yet, even as we rejoice, our relief is tempered by profound sorrow. We mourn the tragic loss of lives in the course of this unfortunate incident. Among them were two dedicated teachers, Mr. Joel Adeshian, who was killed on the day of the abduction within the school premises, and Deacon John Olaleye, who died while in captivity. Many Nigerians witnessed the horrifying video showing the brutal murder of Mr. Michael Oyedokun, a dedicated teacher whose life was cruelly cut short by these terrorists. We will never forget security personnel, hunters, and members of the Oyo State Amotekun Corps who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. Lieutenant F.A. Isaac, Mr. Adegun Shuaibu, Mr. Isa Saliu, Mr. Rafiu Ayuba, and an unnamed soldier. We pray that Almighty God grants them eternal rest and give strength and comfort to their families during this painful period. We also honor the courage of Mr. Bamidele Paul, who sustained serious injuries and is presently receiving treatment. We pray for his full and speedy recovery. I thank the people of Oyo State for their patience, resilience, and cooperation throughout these difficult weeks, especially those whose daily lives were disrupted by the security measures and curfews that became necessary in the interest of public safety. While we give thanks today, we must also remain vigilant. The threat posed by criminal elements has not disappeared. Experience from other parts of our country has shown that terrorist and bandit groups often seek to strike again where they perceive vulnerability. We must therefore not allow this moment of relief to become a moment of complacency. Security is everyone's responsibility. If you see anything suspicious, report it immediately to the appropriate security agencies. You may also call 615, Oyo State's toll-free emergency line for security and other emergencies. The vigilance of our communities remains one of our greatest strengths. This painful experience has also compelled us to rethink how we secure communities that border the old Oyo National Park. Under our Constitution, national parks fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government, and we respect that constitutional arrangement. However, constitutional limits do not diminish our responsibility to do everything within our lawful powers to protect the people of Oyo State. Accordingly, the Oyo State government will immediately strengthen oversight of all access routes leading into and out of the old Oyo National Park through our adjoining local government areas. We shall introduce appropriate measures to regulate movement through these corridors, improve community intelligence, strengthen collaboration with local communities and security agencies, and establish clear protocols that make it more difficult for criminal elements to exploit our border communities as safe passage or operational basis. Detailed implementation guidelines will be announced shortly. Leadership is ultimately measured not only by how we respond to tragedy, but by whether we learn from it and build stronger institutions afterwards. That is the commitment we make to the people of Oyo State today. The reunion of these children and teachers with their families does not mark the end of this painful chapter. It marks the beginning of another responsibility, our collective responsibility to establish the truth. The circumstances surrounding this incident are sufficiently grave and unusual to warrant independent scrutiny beyond our domestic institutions. I therefore, with a full sense of responsibility as the Executive Governor of Oyo State, call on the appropriate international human rights and accountability mechanisms, including those within the United Nations system, to closely examine the facts surrounding this abduction and the circumstances of its resolution. Such scrutiny is not intended to undermine our institutions. Rather, it is intended to reinforce public confidence that the truth will be established and that every person found to bear responsibility, regardless of office, influence, or affiliation, will be held accountable. Under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the primary responsibility for national security rests with the federal government and the security agencies under its command. The Nigerian people, therefore, deserve a full and transparent account of what happened, who was responsible, whether there were institutional failures, negligence, or collusion at any level, and what measures must now be taken to ensure that no community is ever subjected to such an ordeal again. This is not about politics. It is about justice for the victims, reassurance for our people, and restoring public confidence that every Nigerian child can go to school without fear. To every parent across Oyo State, let me assure you that your government has heard your fears. We will not relent until every lawful step has been taken to make our schools and communities safer for our children. As the government of Oyo State, we will continue to support every lawful effort that strengthens our security architecture, protects our people, and brings every person responsible for this tragedy to justice. May Almighty God continue to watch over us. God bless Oyo State, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Mr. S, we listen to the Governor Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State. But my question is, this very position has raised controversies. But before we talk about that, my question is, are we ready as a people, as a nation, to have this conversation? Because he raised a very critical question, that there has to be an inquest on what transpired, how this came about. So my question is, are we really prepared as a people to have this conversation against the background of the response from Bayo Ononoga on this very issue?
No, that's exactly, that is a critical question that should be asked, that the government of the day is not comfortable with the call of Makinde, because they see the call of Makinde as something that begins to point at a kind of institutional failure, that points at lack of credibility on the quarters of the person in charge of the national security. That is exactly the pointer, that people do not believe so much on whatever they are going to come out with as their own investigation. There are people who will not believe on what the international community, what independent agencies will come out with. This same call is the same that is being made for the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council.
Yes.
It is the fact of it. This is the kind of call, because even Ademi himself called on the federal government to institute an international independent forensic investigation panel. That he will be more abreast, because he does not have confidence in what the agency of. They did not come until the international community even began to say things about the abduction and release of these children. So the man now calls, he should be investigated. Let us see if somebody has shown some level of, complacency in ensuring that the person did not do what the person ought to do as part of a system that has to do with security in Nigeria. That's exactly what he called for. He has. I don't think what he said is bad and terrible. He called for something that will give us, give Nigerians the belief, that they are on course. He called for something that will give Nigerians confidence, that Nigerians will have confidence that so and somebody has come out and this is the way it is. And the same thing, the same call has been made in the area of the fake agency that the government, the fake agency in quotes, that is being investigated presently. The same call investigated. There's nothing wrong in that. I do not see.
All right. Very well submitted. Starting with this issue, there has been a lot of postulation. You've seen divided opinion depending on what and where one leans, in Nigeria at this moment. Yes, personally, without being sentimental, I believe, and I side the governor, that Nigerians deserve to know. There has to be a proper inquest, into the circumstances that led surrounding these very incidents. And that's, before I go even into that, I think the governor, while making this call, should have, in this very regard, perhaps he is waiting for when and the inquest starts to reveal more. There are many questions, if I happen to be in closer proximity, that I would ask the governor personally. Was he, throughout this period, has he been in communication with the C? Have they been, has he had direct, unhindered access to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? That's one question. Why there are inferred answers to that. Beyond that, again, the other question to ask, that one feel that the governor should, come out with and tell us is, if there have been communication, what is this line of communication? And then why did it take such a long time? And based on that, we'll go into the inquest. Now, raising other critical questions, even beyond the issue of the phantom agency that you've raised, there are speculation and postulation that the present administration, speaking to the APC government that came into power, exploiting the Chibok situation, that up to this moment, we've not really resolved the issues around the Chibok gears in this very instance. And now, the people are beginning to draw that one is not arrested. Then, the Nigerian nation deserves a proper inquest to really know how come this happened, against the background that, yes, that when it happened in Chibok, even the then administration were, though seemingly helpless, pointed a lot of accusing fingers in different directions. Some of those fingers equally pointed towards elements of the ruling APC at this instance. So, like Caesar's wife, whoever should come should appear to be beyond reproach. And that's the position I think that the government, the administration in these present circumstances, should be at the forefront of leading an unbiased forensic inquest into how these issues happen, and that will settle a lot of frayed nerves, and the governor has gone ahead to, call for an international agency, a UN inquest. But when you look at the Bayo-Onanuga's position on this issue, it goes beyond not having faith in the Nigerian security establishment, but in establishing, the factors that, enabled this to reoccur in Nigeria, because I've equally been in a forum where people are asking questions, why is it that it was at the time the governor declared interest to run for a presidential position that this happened? So we need to tick and dot a lot of these I's so that whoever emerges in whatever position will be beyond reproach, that these answers would go far more to do more favor to the administration rather than, cover it in the cloak of the security position on account of what has happened. And it may begin proper healing, to the families and the people who have been so traumatized, and the Nigerian nation will begin to have a close on this issue. For want of time, I believe that over time we may have time to look beyond, the analysis into this very situation. And I hope that the call from the state governor, if a state governor is seemingly this helpless, then how much more ordinary Nigerians? These are the issues. But I believe that in much more time, that more will be unraveled, and we'll have time to digest this.
Okay, now that's all we're taking for the newspapers and analysis this morning. We'll be going straight into our sports update for the morning. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and
supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
You're welcome back. Now we're joined by the sports oracle himself to bring us updates from football and other sports.
Good morning and welcome to...
Okay, let me do it properly. Let me do it properly. Yes, we are joined here on Sunrise by the man who eats, breathes, wakes up, thinks, lives football. Mr. Good Hope, the sports oracle himself.
Good morning. This is the sports arena, and thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I always look up to that, so I mean, yours could be.
I mean, I was waiting for him to do the honors,
okay,
but
and
he just enjoys
that
special
it's very
introduction.
No, beyond enjoying it, it has a history. Maybe some of these days will let you into that history.
Well, today promises to be interesting as we have the FIFA World Cup semi-final coming in the evening by 8 p.m. I bet you don't miss that game. France versus Spain is coming up, and that's the match that everyone who is a sport lover, especially football, would want to see, to know who takes it to the next level, talking about the final that is coming up on Sunday by 8 p.m. And so many rumors around the match, and also having to see England playing tomorrow too against Argentina after it has been many years that they faced. Of course, Argentina has never faced England in any way in any match. So this is the first time Lionel Messi is going to face England. And also, if England had to move to the final, it will be just right there that they are going to, of course, everyone will be wishing them to win the final. Now, let's talk about the match of today before we just go into transfers. Mr. Rex, I will just go over to you first, because seeing that there have been so many agendas and propaganda, seeing that France is going to take Spain again, what do you think about Spain winning France and France winning Spain?
Well, it's going to be a tough match. Both countries are good. They are good in football. Their football is well developed, and they have beautiful team in this World Cup.
Yes.
So it is going to be very tough. I expect that the match will end in penalties, and France will take the day.
Okay, you France will take the day. I'm not going to go to Ochoma because she will say that she wants France to take the day. But I'm actually sure that Ms. Tuche has a different opinion
England here. Just because of Harry Kane. I mean, the man has tried. So he deserves. He has tried.
Anyway, of course,
he has tried. So I would have chosen England, but because of Messi. I mean, I'll be unfair to that. I mean, we know who he's likely to be the better player amongst the two teams.
Since you're an Arsenal fan, so you may not have an option, because you guys just operate whoever wins, and that's
that does not exist.
That's not how. Of course, your guy Mikel Merino has been scoring. He has been doing the late winner. He gave Portugal.
England has been doing.
No, I'm talking about Spain, France now. From Mikel Merino, the Spanish player, Spanish striker.
You're not doing clubs at the moment.
No, I'm telling you that
countries.
Because you guys have, touched just a trophy after 22 years.
The season is about to start.
Excited, boys.
We're talking about the trophy we won.
Anyway,
a few months back.
Anyway,
we are talking about World Cup.
My position on matches, my prediction on these matches. Yeah, sentimentally, I'm somehow, akin to Spain, emerging from against France, but I know it's a tough ask. Yes, somehow I may see France coming through, but I would have wished Spain. But my position is that the winner between England and Argentina will be the winner of the World Cup. Just mark it.
Well, that has been the position of Mr. Uche for a while, because he's looking forward
the winner from England, Argentina will be the winner of the World Cup.
He's looking forward to having Messi in the final. And let's just take a look at what's happening in the world of transfer, where you have Tillemans, has signed for Manchester United.
Has Arsenal signed any player?
Arsenal just signed one Yorkshire guy who I don't really know where he's from.
500,000 pounds.
This is not nice. It's a full transfer.
Arsenal has no, like, looking at the world of
transfer. Is it a free transfer?
She knows better, I would say. But for me, it's not even a free transfer. The worst people in those transfer seasons so far,
it is not about money.
Okay, what's this about, sir?
When Messi was signed, how much? When they were going, of course they gave Messi and one other person to the Arsenal coach. Then he just took.
You see, don't go into that postulation. When you talk about Messi in the world of signing, Barcelona then made a lot of investment in Messi, and that could be quantified for any amount, any player.
They made a lot of investment.
No doubt. But I'm saying it's not about how much somebody is signed that actually makes the delivery.
No, he has gone to make the difference. Over time, he has continued to make the difference.
No, it's not about how much money. People were
those amounts has continued to make a difference. Look at Mbappe today.
No, people were signed. No, excuse me. People were signed at paltry sums, people who were relatively unknown, only to become superstars after all.
So that leaves Arsenal as a feeders team to establish clubs.
Arsenal have been signing feeders team, and there have been people like Van Persie,
people to go to and shine in other clubs.
To say that Leandro Trossard just had to sign for Besiktas the other day, the Arsenal maestro, he signed for being Besiktas the other day. That has already raised a lot of questions. Why did Mikel Arteta let this guy go? Of course, Arsenal is going for Bruno Guimaraes. So at the end of the day, we'll see what happens if will be able to afford the 100 million midfielder.
How can you even talk about affording when we made the best of money?
It's not about making money, it's about spending money. Money is about spending money. Now you make money doesn't mean that you can afford it. Now you make money doesn't mean you can afford it.
How much money?
It doesn't mean you can afford it. Arsenal has always been in the game of making money. They're able to spend it as the game of Arsenal. They've been unable to spend money. When you talk about people who buy players, Arsenal don't buy players. Arsenal come to Rangers and pick a bargain. You understand? That's what Arsenal is known for. If not, you won't equate Arsenal to the likes of Man City that spends the money, or the likes of Chelsea under Abramovich.
Yeah,
let me tell you, even Man U that imagine is far better in the transfer windows than Arsenal could be.
Anyway,
for the interim, Arsenal has done well in terms of signing players at huge sums.
No, let's put it in perspective. Let's put it in perspective. Arsenal has done well in bringing up feeder players.
No, we signed players at huge sums last season.
Which sum? What do you call huge sums?
Mr. Rex, we are out of time. Thank you so much for staying with us this morning on The Morning Show. It's been a pleasure having you. But before I go, I leave you with this quote from Steve Biko. The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Till I come your way again, same time tomorrow, and Princess Kiana Choma. Have a lovely day.
The sports oracle himself. Thank you for this analysis on Sunrise.
Thank you so much.
And to Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Royce Arum. Thank you for the in-depth analysis on these issues.
Thank you for having me. And for you, viewer, continue with Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you are not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. Till come your way. Same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
golden sunlight. I'm going with you.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. I am Uche Osai. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you heartbeats of issues, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a look at the state of the nation, the judiciary and democracy. And joining us to help us with in-depth analysis, deeper legal insights on these issues is Ozo Nnadume Ofokansi, a legal luminary, one who prides himself as a farmer and human rights activist. Also, it's a pleasure to have you.
Uche, thank you very much. I don't just pride myself as a farmer, I'm a farmer. So, yes.
All right. Today we are examining a matter that goes to the very heart of our democracy.
Yeah.
We are talking about the relationship between the judiciary and the political space through our leaders. This is not just about one of those conversations or parties' legal status or the judiciary's incursion in democracy. It is about the strength of our institutions, the independence of the courts, the confidence Nigerians place in the democratic process when a court decision affects political participation. It raises important questions about fairness, constitutional order, and the future of opposition politics in our country. At a time when democracy should be widening political choice, many are asking whether these developments threaten the rule of law or risk narrowing the space for political competition. On today's program, we will be asking a lot of critical questions as issues continue to arise in our nation, including in the very, very highest office of the land, where questions are being asked of the Chief of Staff of our President. These and more issues will be examined. Stay with us. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll dive right back into it. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight. And here with us is Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi. Also, let me get your opinion. First, on the state of the nation, narrowing it down to the democracy that you and I enjoy today and our judiciary.
Well, Uche, see, most of the time when I am drawn into discussing the judiciary, I discuss it with nostalgia. One is because that is my jurisdiction. Being a lawyer first, before becoming a farmer, farming being a kind of a beater in the profession I practice. Why do I say I discuss it with nostalgia? I discuss it with nostalgia because it is no more the very thing I looked up to when I aspired living the English language I read, living the political science I read to read law. It is no more what I'm seeing, especially as it regards the bench. But let's not be on a general focus. Let's be on a monofocal length of this very issue. Monofocally looking at it, let's look at it from the point of view of this democracy and the judiciary, like you have actually raised. I still say it wherever I go, that it is sad that the judiciary doesn't resonate with the aspirations and the yearnings of the people, especially when they are giving judicial decisions affecting politics and democracy. I'll take you down memory lane. In 1999, there was a contest between Awolowo, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Shehu Shagari. In that arrangement, even the Awolowo came distant, but Awolowo was actually challenging the declaration of Shagari as the winner of that election because, according to him, he said he didn't win 2/3 of 19 states then. Then Nigeria was made up of 19 states. The Supreme Court, in fact, invited virtually everybody, including Chikobi, who was a professor of mathematics then, to come and calculate for them what is 2/3 of 19. So at the end of the day, they gave what they call social judgment that has to do with let there be peace, let the army go. Whether it is mathematically calculated as 2/3 of 19, getting a fraction of any state or not, let the winner that was so declared, let it stand. But if you ask me what could I have done differently if I were to sit in the bench at the Supreme Court then, what I could have done differently is that I could have ordered a rerun.
You could have ordered a rerun?
Yes. I couldn't have declared or accepted the declaration of Shagari by FEDECO. I could have, as a Supreme Court, I could have told them, go back to the voters, because yes, the people voting, not us in Supreme Court, even if we are 7. 7 of us, even if we go to vote, have 7 votes. So, judiciary now declared Shagari, accepted the declaration of Shagari by FEDECO as the winner of the election. Now, let that one die down. Fast track it once more a little bit to 1993. There was a contest between SDP and NRC. Ibrahim Tofa represented NRC. MKO Abiola, Moshe Dekalowola Abiola represented SDP. Abiola won the election by a very wide margin. Having won the election by that margin, the army began to play politics with the election. The result was, according to rules of FEDECO then, it was remaining about 1 or 2 states for the result to be completed. So the army wanted him to stop, but the man refused to stop. Humphrey he refused to stop. He kept announcing the result. Until the judiciary came in again with Justice Ibem of the Federal High Court in Abuja. By 9 p.m. the night, annulling the election. She annulled the election. No, but remember, nobody went on appeal against that annulment. Abiola, in anger, went and declared himself president at Ekpededo. Remember, the people voted Abiola. That's why I say judiciary has never resonated with the wishes of the people. I have been tracing the history now. So, having declared himself, he was arrested. Abiola died in incarceration. 28 years later, when Buhari now became a civilian president, he recognized Abiola as the winner of that very election, which Justice Ibem annulled in 1993. Now, by that time, Abiola must have rotten in his grave. They now gave him GCFR posthumously. Some people were asking, what is the benefit? And now declared June 12th of that date of that election a Democracy Day. So Nigeria learned their lesson that they should give the person who won an election his victory 28 years after that victory. And it was through the connivance of the judiciary that they sustained it. It was because immediately, what do you call it, Joseph Beme annulled the election. Wosunan appealed that election. Sorry, I didn't remember it. He appealed the election, the verdict, to the Kaduna Court of Appeal, packaged all the results and submitted it to the court. If you now want the result, it is a public document. Apply for CTC, they will give you the whole result. So the thing was going this way before Abacha had his own coup again. And then removed Shoneko, removed everybody. And never mind that election that Babangida cancelled created a lot of uproar in Nigeria that culminated in the popular Osa Abiola. Now, fast track a little bit again, forward after Abiola's cancellation, 2023. Let's not even go to 1999 and letter of Obasanjo and Falaye. That one was two people from the same area contesting the same election, and unfortunately won. But let's leave it at that. But let's go to the ones that actually had court pronouncements. 2023. It was widely believed that peterobi won election of 2023. But INEC, even against their own rules, rather than calling what was seen in the IRF portal, they now started calling the elections manually. What is his name? Dino Melaya protested the calling, not knowing that the APC and their cohorts have bought virtually every other party faithful that came into the hall. They were not telling Dino Melaya, leave the thing and let the man call it like that. They said, meaning what? The electoral act and the electoral rules of Congress says you transmit from the polling booth to the IRF. And while we are calling the result, we'll be looking at the result from the IRF portal as it is shown in the screen, as collected from the polling booths, to know whether it corresponds with what the man is calling. But the man said there was a problem, that they couldn't go into the portal. He now started calling what he wrote manually. Nobody knew where he got it from. Then, after the end of the protest, Dino was virtually left alone, like Orubebe was left alone in 2015. Now, Dino left. A day after, Jacob Mahmoud now declared the tinubu winner by almost 2 a.m. in the morning when everybody was deep slumber. Now, peterobi went to court. I'm bringing in the position of the court again as not being in tandem with the people. What did the court rule? The court now ruled, one, that insisting on the election transmitted through the viewers to the portal is a rule of INEC, that it is not part of the Electoral Act. And once something is not an act, the act supersedes it. So the viewers machine is unknown to law. That's number one, which means if it is unknown to law, whatever they must have transmitted is a nullity. Secondly, that the very rule that says you must transmit from the polling unit, that one is also a decision of what do you call it? A legislation of the rules, not of law. Now, and that the constitution that says you must have to win so number of states and the federal capital territory, and its conjunction. I read English first, so I know the meaning of and. So and means you get this plus this. That's the meaning of and. Then I said no, that the law didn't intend to give Abuja a special status above every other state. That Abuja is just like any other state. That you may lose Abuja and you still win an election. That is the spirit, our Supreme Court now talking of. Just to do what? To return the very shambolic rulership we now have today. So you can find out that between all those periods, it has been the judiciary trying to truncate democracy. And remember, the judiciary is the only, I mean, the only arm of government that goes if there is a military coup. It's only the legislative arm. Once there is a military coup to martial music today, National Assembly will go immediately because they won't be there anymore. Because it will not be decreased. But the judiciary will always remain. And the executive will always remain. But I doubt whether if there is any martial music in Nigeria today, whether the judiciary will still remain as it used to remain. Because both the army and the civilians are saying what they are doing. Including me, who is a lawyer, saying this thing now in national television. So you find out that narrowing it down further to other, I'm talking about the broader aspects. Tinubu doesn't want any opposition. His APC doesn't want any opposition. I say it without fear of equivocation. How do I mean? The only opposition, I keep on saying it wherever I go, that the only opposition in Nigeria is one man opposition. And who is that one man opposition? Peterobi.
All right, Barrister, before we get to the one man opposition, you've really schooled us in the trajectory of the Nigerian legal political history and the position of the judiciary. But the question I'm asking, as a prince at the Temple of Justice, what do you think makes it impossible for the judiciary to be able to declare a run in our elections? Would one call it a declaration of social judgment?
No, why judiciary seems now like an appendage of the executive.
An appendage of the executive?
Yes. If judiciary has been totally independent as the Constitution provides for them to be, because it's an arm of government, equal to the executive, equal to the legislature. So none is bigger than the other, but they have to interface. One should not be subjective to the other.
But one funds the other.
No, the one shouldn't even fund the other. That's what I'm saying. The judiciary account ordinarily should have come from cost revenue account direct after the budget has been passed by the National Assembly. The Accountant General of the Federation shift their own to the Chief Judge of the Federation, who is the head of the judiciary. If it's given to the Chief Judge of the Chief Judge of the now allocate to the 36 state chief judges their own quota based on number of judges and number of courts they have. Now, if they want to buy any car, the chief judge of the state, from the allocation sent to him, will buy cars for the judges, not the governors buying cars for judges and judges going to clap for them. Or we keep building houses for judges in Abuja and furnishing it for them, and judges going and cap a hand to thank Wike for what he has done. No, that is not independence. But if they have been independent, they could have been bold enough to say, this is what we want. Uche, during the military era, the judiciary was more proactive during the military era than the civilian regime.
So what happened?
I don't know, but I do believe that it is still a matter of this independence. Because the judiciary, the military then, will always say, prepare a budget, shift that of the judiciary to the judiciary, shift that of the executive to the executive, because there is no legislature. And the executive controls virtually everything as it trickles down to the local government. That's why they divide the budget just into two, the judiciary and the executive, because there's no legislature. So the judiciary manages their affairs. And that was why during Babangida's period, there were decrees that were churned out by the then Attorney General, Clement Abambo, SAN, creating what we call outer clauses. Outer clauses in a law is that judge or court cannot inquire into this law, assuming somebody is arrested, especially when it comes to journalists that were being hunted at them, Thompson and them, Delegate them, and the rest.
The powers of the judges are limited.
They can't even inquire. But the team got to, Gary and the team went to Supreme Court over it, and the Supreme Court struck it down. I said that nobody has the power to ask the judiciary of the court.
Let me digress.
Yes.
Let me digress a bit. Is it that the princes of the court, like yourself, that you people now lack courage to challenge some of the rulings? Because you just mentioned Gani Fawomi.
Yes.
And I remember clearly the positions he took on some of those issues, even at the detriment of his life, against the military.
No. It is not that some of us are afraid to take up these challenges. We do. We do take them up. But the thing is that the atmosphere during Ghana's era is no more the atmosphere within this period, this time around. A lot of things have changed. Because you need to follow a lot of things strictly as they were. Let me give one example. You file an action here at the State High Court, at the Federal High Court, maybe what they call public interest litigation, and the High Court here strikes it down. Maybe they are doing the biddings of the state, and you go on appeal. Court of Appeal is still here in Enugu. Court of Appeal strikes it down, supporting the High Court. You say, no, you must reach the Supreme Court. Do you know where the Supreme Court is? It's in Abuja. Now, Uche, public interest litigation has nothing attached to it. It is what you call, you do it pro bono. You now fly yourself because you can't travel by road. If you travel by road and they kidnap you, where do you start from? Even the person you are trying to save is the person who kidnap you and insist on giving ransom. And the ransom, only God knows where you get it from. So you now need to fly. If you have to fly any of the
private
airlines that are available, private airlines, because apart from now that the government of Enugu State has, come into air transport, the cheapest you can get to Abuja will be approximately about 200,000. So coming back will be, so you have to keep 500,000 to do a public interest, and you are not sure that you might get to Supreme Court, and they will give you a date in January 2028. I'm not talking about 2027. And then the procedure, you have to get your email, the Supreme Court code to file your actions. Now, you say, you are not paid. You are doing this for the masses. And the people you are doing it for don't even know you are doing it for them. So why should you kill yourself over these things, spending your hard-earned money? You come as lax. So that's why I say that was, but then, when Ghani was there, even before the Supreme Court moved to Abuja, everything was in Lagos, and it was in Lagos. The Court of Appeal was in Lagos, the Supreme Court was in Lagos. So it's a matter of pick a transport and go there. And this issue of technical filings, we are not there then. You prepare your, don't just like you file normal suits in the High Court. You buy the access it, you pay, you file. You know more that you must get a code, you must get a number that you need to file your suit, and longer dates, because like I say, as the population increases, so also the cases and the litigation that reach the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is almost choked. And that was why some of us were advocating that the school should be unbundled into 6.
Unbundled into 6?
Yeah, the 6 geopolitical zones should have Supreme Courts like they have everywhere in the world. So everybody don't need to go to Abuja. The risk involved in going to Abuja
That's
is
a wonderful suggestion. What's limiting that as well?
No. You see, when Festus Keyamo was being interviewed by the Senate during the appointment, he was asked if he had made a minister of Justice, what would he do? He said his first assignment would be to unbundle the Supreme Court. And that was a very perfect, wonderful decision. There was a time Court of Appeal was also central. They unbundled the Court of Appeal, everybody heaved a sigh of relief. There's one in Enugu now. There's even one in Anambra. So it's not more that everybody was, there was a time it was only in Enugu. So the whole artists had to come here. But it's not more like that. You can still find one in Anambra, find one even in Imo State. I think they're also building one in Eboy. So they should unbundle the Supreme Court, at least among the 6 geopolitical zones. Let them keep them there. Technology has made it that whatever principle of law you want to decide as a judge, if you click it online, and there is where it has been decided, so it doesn't conflict with the way you are going to give, the online will show you that. And younger judges should be sent to the Supreme Court so that they should be, they should be computer compliant. Because when you have analog judges, handling some cases at the Supreme Court, it delays the cases. I recall there was a day we came to one of the courts in Enugu here. One of the lawyers was told, have you filed your process? He has filed the process. He said, have you exchanged? He said, we have exchanged it. So have you filed your soft copy? He asked her, what one is soft copy? Because the bar has never had a soft copy. He's a lawyer who was called to the bar in 1961. He asked her, gentlemen, which one is soft copy? Everybody said, including the judge. You have to judge that on the soft copy. That's you typed in your laptop or your computer. Send it to us through my email. He said, oh. See, that day, the man never come to court again. The man went out. But he took his retirement. Yes.
All right, Barrister, let's get right back into the conversation.
Yeah.
Looking at the judgments from the Court of Justice Musa Liman, speaking to the issue affecting the ADC. You remember that the ADC had been, embroiled in leadership crisis that everyone is waiting for the court to make pronouncements on. As we speak, it is a high court that has come out, with its position. One of its position is that the issue is an internal affairs of the political party and shouldn't come to the court. And in fact, in this regard, he fined both the council and Leke Ajibade that instituted the suit against the leadership of his party in this very regard, and then citing that the issue is non-justicable. However, while we speak about this ruling, there are still pending issues bordering on the leadership of ADC at the appellate court as well. So let me get your perspective on this very issue before I track down to the issue with the NDC.
I think the judge was right. The issue of leadership is an internal affairs of political party. So what is leadership, by the way? We are contesting who is going to be the MD of Aneke TV. Aneke TV employed about 100 staff. And we say it has to be democratic. Let us vote. And there is a vote. And at the end of the day, Uche Osai won. And I say, no, Uche shouldn't have won because Uche just came yesterday. That Ofokazi could have been the chairman. I will set up a parallel chairman when I know I lost the election. And you be also the chairman. So we have 2 chairmen or 2 directors in Aneke TV. The analysis is simple. INEC, if what comes to the worst, did you run a primary congress that produced any person? He said yes. Can we see the result? They said whoever it is, you score the person, you put the person in your portal. Is it supposed people should go to court? And then people now go to court to say, yes, at the time this election was conducted, our tenure has not expired. And constitutional, what is your tenure? When did it start? When did it end? Is there any provision in your law? Because that political party has a law, or what has a constitution. Is there any provision in your constitution that says at the end of this, or in the case of so and so emergency, so and so thing can happen? If there is, then take what you have. So what are you expecting the court to tell you? That the David Mark is the authentic chairman of ADC, or that Gombe, who fired action, should be considered when he was there, when people by voice vote accepted David Mark. So, in fact, Supreme Court started that trend. When you bring any frivolous action before the Supreme Court, they'll ask you, counsel, do you still want to move this motion? Or are you withdrawing it? If you are sensible, because they would have told you, this motion is not proper. Don't you know that you shouldn't have done it? But nonetheless, if you still want to move your application, go ahead and move it. If you are wise enough, you will apply to withdraw it. And they will strike it out with a little warning to you. But if you give them that stress to go and write the ruling, after they will give damages to you, fine you, the judge, the lawyer. And the Supreme Court doesn't find lawyers 10 kobo. It's not from 10 million to 15 million. And you could imagine, if I go to Supreme Court and file a frivolous application now and they fine me 20 million, which then I have to call my friends. But I will set up a platform to do the contribution so that I can pay the money.
That would have contributed if there's a kidnap case.
They will not send it to Supreme Court. So the High Court was right to have fined the lawyers. Because the earlier some of our colleagues get controlled, the better. Many cases, you still ask yourself, why is it even in the Western world that cases don't linger? I have an uncle who was in Dubai. He has an expired paper. No problem. You can stay in Dubai, provided you don't get into trouble. One day there was a fight in a nightclub. They were struggling over some girls who came from Bangladesh. The man was not involved, but the owner of the nightclub called the police. The police stepped in and arrested everybody. In the course, once you are a foreigner, they say, where is your papers? And those people who doesn't have paper, they were arraigned that same night. In the night too, I'm not talking of they go and wait till morning. They were arraigned the night, the judge was waking up, and under visual, the TV was switched on. Their papers were shown, they were sentenced accordingly. They moved them from that court to the prison yard. That same day, it's not a matter of, okay, come tomorrow and make statement. We will interview you.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. I am Uche Osai. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a look at the state of the nation, the judiciary and democracy. And joining us to help us with in-depth analysis, deeper legal insights on these issues is Ozo Nnadume Ofokansi, a legal luminary, one who prides himself as a farmer and human rights activist. Also, it's a pleasure to have you.
Uche, thank you very much. I don't just pride myself as a farmer, I'm a farmer. So, yes.
All right. Today we are examining a matter that goes to the very heart of our democracy.
Yeah.
We are talking about the relationship between the judiciary and the political space through our leaders. This is not just about one of those conversations or parties' legal status or the judiciary's incursion in democracy. It is about the strength of our institutions, the independence of the courts, the confidence Nigerians place in the democratic process when a court decision affects political participation. It raises important questions about fairness, constitutional order, and the future of opposition politics in our country. At a time when democracy should be widening political choice, many are asking whether these developments threaten the rule of law or risk narrowing the space for political competition. On today's program, we will be asking a lot of critical questions as issues continue to arise in our nation, including in the very, very highest office of the land, where questions are being asked of the Chief of Staff of our President. These and more issues will be examined. Stay with us. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll dive right back into it. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight. And here with us is Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi. Also, let me get your opinion. First, on the state of the nation, narrowing it down to the democracy that you and I enjoy today and our judiciary.
Well, Uche, see, most of the time when I am drawn into discussing the judiciary, I discuss it with nostalgia. One is because that is my jurisdiction. Being a lawyer first, before becoming a farmer, farming being a kind of a beater in the profession I practice. Why do I say I discuss it with nostalgia? I discuss it with nostalgia because it is no more the very thing I looked up to when I aspired living the English language I read, living the political science I read to read law. It is no more what I'm seeing, especially as it regards the bench. But let's not be on a general focus. Let's be on a monofocal length of this very issue. Monofocally looking at it, let's look at it from the point of view of this democracy and the judiciary, like you have actually raised. I still say it wherever I go, that it is sad that the judiciary doesn't resonate with the aspirations and the yearnings of the people, especially when they are giving judicial decisions affecting politics and democracy. I'll take you down memory lane. In 1999, there was a contest between Awolowo Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Shehu Shagari. In that arrangement, even Awolowo came distant third. But Awolowo was actually challenging the declaration of Shagari as the winner of that election because, according to him, he didn't win 2/3 of 19 states then. Then Nigeria was made up of 19 states. The Supreme Court, in fact, invited virtually everybody, including Chikobi, who was a professor of mathematics then, to come and calculate for them what is 2/3 of 19. So at the end of the day, they gave what they call social judgment that has to do with let there be peace, let the army go. Whether it is mathematically calculated as 2/3 of 19, getting a fraction of any state, or not. Let the winner that was so declared, let it stand. But if you ask me what could I have done differently if I were to sit in the bench at the Supreme Court then, what I could have done differently is that I could have ordered a rerun.
You could have ordered a rerun?
Yes. I couldn't have declared or accepted the declaration of Shagari by FEDECO. I could have, as a Supreme Court, I could have told them, go back to the voters. Because yes, the people voting. Not us in Supreme Court, even if we are 7. 7 of us, even if we go to vote, have 7 votes. So, judiciary now declared Shagari, accepted the declaration of Shagari by FEDECO as the winner of the election. Now, let that one die down. Fast track it once more a little bit to 1993. There was a contest between SDP and NRC. Ibrahim Tofa represented NRC. MKO Abiola, Moshe de Kalawola Abiola represented SDP. Abiola won the election by a very wide margin. Having won the election by that margin, the army began to play politics with the election. The result was, according to rules of FEDECO then, it was remaining about 1 or 2 states for the result to be completed. So the army wanted him to stop, but the man refused to stop. Humphrey he refused to stop. He kept announcing the result. Until the judiciary came in again with Justice Ibeme of the Federal High Court in Abuja. By 9 p.m. the night, annulling the election. She annulled the election. No, but remember, nobody went on appeal against that annulment. Abiola in anger went and declared himself president at Ekpededo. Remember, the people voted Abiola. That's why I say judiciary has never resonated with the wishes of the people. I have been tracing the history now. So, having declared himself there, he was arrested. Abiola died in incarceration. 28 years later, when Buhari now became a civilian president, he recognized Abiola as the winner of that very election, which Justice Ibeme annulled in 1993. Now, by that time, Abiola must have rotten in his grave. They now gave him GCFR posthumously. Some people were asking what is the benefit. And now declared June 12th of that date of that election a Democracy Day. So Nigeria learned their lesson that they should give the person who won an election his victory 28 years after that victory. And it was through the connivance of the judiciary that they sustained it. It was because immediately, what do you call it? Justice Ibeme annulled the election. Wosunan appealed that election. Sorry, I didn't remember it. He appealed the election, the verdict, to the Kaduna Court of Appeal, packaged all the results and submitted it to the court. If you now want the result, it tells the public document, apply for CTC, they will give you the whole result. So the thing was going this way before Abacha had his own coup again. And then removed Shoneko, removed everybody. And never mind that election that Babangida cancelled created a lot of uproar in Nigeria that culminated in the popular Osa Abiola. Now, fast track a little bit again forward after Abiola's cancellation, 2023. Let's not even go to 1999 and that of Obasanjo and Falaye. That one was 2 people from the same area contesting the same election, and unfortunately won. But let's leave it at that. But let's go to the ones that actually had court pronouncements. 2023. it was widely believed that peterobi won election of 2023. But INEC, even against their own rules, rather than calling what was seen in the IRF portal, they now started calling the elections manually. What is his name? Dino Melaya protested the calling, not knowing that the APC and their cohorts have bought virtually every other party faithful that came into the hall. They were not telling Dino Melaya, leave the thing and let the man call it like that. This is meaning what? The electoral act and the electoral rules of conduct says you transmit from the polling booth to the IRF. And while we are calling the result, we'll be looking at the result from the IRF portal as it is shown in the screen, as collected from the polling booths, to know whether it corresponds with what the man is calling. But the man said there was a problem, that they couldn't go into the portal. He now started calling what he wrote manually. Nobody knew where he got it from. Then, after the end of the protest, Dino was virtually left alone, like Orubebe was left alone in 2015. Now, Dino left. A day after, Jacob Mahmoud now declared Tinubu winner by almost 2 a.m. in the morning when everybody was deep slumber. Now, peterobi went to court. I'm bringing in the position of the court again as not being in tandem with the people. What did the court rule? The court now ruled, one, that insisting on the election transmitted through the viewers to the portal is a rule of INEC, that it is not part of the Electoral Act. And once something is not an act, the act supersedes. So the viewers machine is unknown to law. That's number one, which means if it is unknown to law, whatever they must have transmitted is a nullity. Secondly, that the very rule that says you must transmit from the polling unit, that one is also a decision of what do you call it? A legislation of the rules, not of law. Now, and that the constitution says you must have to win so number of states and the federal capital territory. And it's conjunction. I read English first, so I know the meaning of and. So and means you get this plus this. That's the meaning of and. Then I said no, that the law didn't intend to give Abuja a special status above every other state. That Abuja is just like any other state. That you may lose Abuja and you still win an election. That is our Supreme Court now talking of. Just to do what? To return the very shambolic rulership we now have today. So you can find out that between all those periods, it has been the judiciary trying to truncate democracy. And remember, the judiciary is the only, I mean, the only arm of government that goes if there is a military coup. It's only the legislative arm. Military coup to martial music today. National Assembly will go immediately because they won't be there anymore. But it will not be decreased. But the judiciary will always remain. And the executive will always remain. But I doubt whether if there is any martial music in Nigeria today, whether the judiciary will still remain as it used to remain. Because both the army and the civilians are saying what they are doing. Including me, who is a lawyer, saying this thing now in national television. So you find out that narrowing it down further to other, I'm talking about the broader aspects. Tinubu doesn't want any opposition. His APC doesn't want any opposition. I say it without fear of equivocation. How do I mean? The only opposition, I keep on saying it wherever I go, that the only opposition in Nigeria is one man opposition. And who is that one man opposition? Peterobi.
All right, Barrister, before we get to the one-man opposition, you've really schooled us in the trajectory of the Nigerian legal political history and the position of the judiciary. But the question I'm asking, as a prince at the Temple of Justice, what do you think makes it impossible for the judiciary to be able to declare a rerun in our elections would one call it a declaration of social judgment?
No, why judiciary seems now like an appendage of the executive.
An appendage of the executive?
Yes. If judiciary has been totally independent as the constitution provides for them to be, because it's an arm of government, equal to the executive, equal to the legislature. So none is bigger than the other, but they have to interface. One should not be subjective to the other.
But one funds the other.
No, the one shouldn't even fund the other. That's what I'm saying. The judiciary account ordinarily should have come from customary revenue account direct after the budget has been passed by the National Assembly. The Accountant General of the Federation shift their own to the Chief Judge of the Federation, who is the head of the judiciary. If it's given to the Chief Judge of the Chief Judge of the now allocate to the 36 state chief judges their own quota based on number of judges and number of courts they have. Now, if they want to buy any car, the chief judge of the state, from the allocation sent to him, will buy cars for the judges, not the governors buying cars for judges and judges going to clap for them. Or we keep building houses for judges in Abuja and furnishing it for them, and judges going and cap a hand to thank Wike for what he has done. No, that is not independence. But if they have been independent, they could have been bold enough to say, this is what we want. During the military era, the judiciary was more proactive during the military era than the civilian regime.
So what happened?
I don't know, but I do believe that it's still a matter of this independence. Because the military then will always say, prepare a budget, shift that of the judiciary to the judiciary, shift that of the executive to the executive, because there's no legislature. And the executive controls virtually everything as it trickles down to the local government. That's why they divide the budget just into two, the judiciary and the executive, because there's no legislature. So the judiciary manages their affairs. And that was why during Babangida's period, there were decrees that were churned out by the then Attorney General, Clement Abambo, SAN, creating what we call outer clauses. Outer clauses in a law is that judge or court cannot inquire into this law, assuming somebody is arrested, especially when it comes to journalists that were being hunted at them. Thompson and them, Delegate them, and the rest.
The powers of the judges are limited.
Yeah, they can't even inquire. But the team got to, Gary and the team went to Supreme Court over it, and the Supreme Court struck it down. I said that nobody has the power to ask the judiciary of the court.
Let me digress.
Yes.
Let me digress a bit. Is it that the princes of the court, like yourself, that you people now lack courage to challenge some of the rulings? Because you just mentioned Gani Faoumi.
Yes.
And I remember clearly the positions he took on some of those issues, even at the detriment of his life, against the military.
No. It is not that some of us are afraid to take up these challenges. We do. We do take them up. But the thing is that the atmosphere during the Ghanaian era is no more the atmosphere within this period, this time around. A lot of things have changed. Because you need to follow a lot of things strictly as they were. Let me give one example. You file an action here at the State High Court, at the Federal High Court, maybe what they call public interest litigation. And the High Court here strikes it down. Maybe they are doing the biddings of the state. And you go on appeal. Court of Appeal is still here in enugu. Court of Appeal strikes it down, supporting the High Court. You say, no, you must reach the Supreme Court. Do you know where the Supreme Court is? It's in Abuja. Now, Uche, public interest litigation has nothing attached to it. It is what you call, you do it pro bono. You now fly yourself because you can't travel by road. If you travel by road and they kidnap you, where do you start from? Even the person you are trying to save is the person who kidnap you and insist on giving ransom. And the ransom, only God knows where you get it from. So you now need to fly. If you have to fly any of the
private
airlines that are available, private airlines, because apart from now that the government of Enugu State has, come into air transport, the cheapest you can get to Abuja will be approximately about 200,000. So coming back, so you have to keep $500,000 to do a public interest, and you are not sure that you might get to Supreme Court, and they will give you a date in January 2028. I'm not talking of 2027. And then the procedure, you have to get your email, the Supreme Court code to file your actions. Now, you say, you are not paid. You are doing this for the masses. And the people you are doing it for don't even know you are doing it for them. So why should you kill yourself over these things, spending your hard-earned money? You come and relax. So that's why I say that was, but then, when Gani was there, even before the Supreme Court moved to Abuja, everything was in Lagos, and it was in Lagos. The Court of Appeal was in Lagos, the Supreme Court was in Lagos. So it's a matter of pick a transport and go there. And this issue of technical filings, we are not there then. You prepare your, don't just like you file normal suits in the High Court. You the access it, you pay, you file. You know more that you must get a code, you must get a number that you need to file your suit, and longer dates, because, like I say, as the population increases, so also the cases and the litigation that reach the Supreme.
From South Africa. Details of the news. Youths and students in Borno State on Tuesday staged a peaceful demonstration in Maiduguri, the state capital, to demand intensified efforts to address the persistent security challenges confronting the Northeast. Marching under the banner, #Unite Against Terror, the protesters carried placards calling for peace, unity and stronger action against violent extremism. Addressing the gathering, youth leader Mr. Suleiman Mohammed commended the federal government for the recent rescue of abducted students and teachers in Oyo State. He, however, urged the authorities to deploy the same level of commitment and operational capacity towards securing the release of persons still held in captivity by insurgents in Borno State and neighboring communities. The demonstrators also appealed to government at all levels to maintain its policy of rejecting ransom payments to criminal groups, warning that such payments could strengthen the operational capacity of terrorist and kidnapping networks. Speaking on behalf of the protesters, Ms. Khadijat Abdullahi called for greater investment in modern military equipment, improved welfare for security personnel, and expanded youth empowerment programs. She said creating employment opportunities would help reduce the vulnerability of young people to recruitment by extremist groups and contribute to lasting peace in the region. Security agencies have launched a coordinated search operation following the abduction of a farmer, Mr. Matthew Owade, from his farm in Ibojaye, Oyo State. The victim was declared missing after failing to return home, prompting relatives to search the area where his abandoned motorcycle was later recovered. The abductors subsequently contacted the family using the victim's mobile phone to confirm the abduction. The Commissioner of Police, Oyo State Command, Mr. Abimbola Ayodeji Olugbenga, has deployed a joint security team comprising police operatives, personnel of the Amote Kuku, local vigilantes and hunters to comb surrounding forest in an effort to rescue the victim and apprehend those responsible. The command also dismissed reports suggesting the incident occurred at a school, clarifying that the abduction took place on the victim's farm. In a separate operation in Bodija, Ibadan, police operatives arrested one suspect, Hamad Latif, during a stop-and-search exercise after two other suspects fled. A search led to the recovery of a locally fabricated pistol, live ammunition, and suspected tramadol, concealed in a bag allegedly discarded during the operation. Police said efforts are ongoing to arrest the fleeing suspects. Meanwhile, the Yobe State Police Command has intensified its campaign against drug-related crimes, with coordinated raids on criminal hideouts and drug joints across 3 local government areas. The operation, conducted with the support of local vigilantes, led to the arrest of 14 suspects and the recovery of more than 300 wraps of suspected illicit drugs, including tramadol, Vega tablets, and cannabis. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Usman Kanfani Jibrin, reaffirmed the command's commitment to dismantling criminal networks linked to drug abuse and violent crimes. Residents of Ondo community in Uboju district of Otukpo local government area, Benue State, have fled their homes following a fresh attack by suspected armed herders in the early hours of Tuesday. Witnesses said the attackers invaded the community and opened fire, forcing many residents to seek safety in neighboring areas. A community leader and Labour Party candidate for the 2027 Benue State House of Assembly election, Honorable Jimmy Nat, said the attack was ongoing when information about the incident first emerged. He appealed to security agencies to deploy additional personnel to restore peace and protect lives and property. The latest incident occurred less than 48 hours after another attack on Otukpo Nobi community in the same local government area, where more than 18 people were reportedly killed. The renewed violence has heightened fears among residents, many of whom have continued to abandon their homes over concerns of further attacks. As of the time of this report, the number of casualties from the latest attack had not been independently confirmed. Efforts to obtain an official response from the Benue State Police Command were unsuccessful, as the police public relations officer, Mr. Udeme Edet, did not respond to telephone calls or text messages seeking confirmation. The Niger State Private Schools Board has directed all private schools in the state to discontinue the conduct of graduation ceremonies with immediate effect, replacing them with speech and prize-giving ceremonies as the approved end-of-session celebration. The directive was announced in a statement issued in Minna by the Director of Information Services, Niger State Ministry of Information and Orientation, Mr. Yunusa Ibrahim. He explained that the new policy is intended to promote uniformity in school activities, preserve the educational value of end-of-session events, and discourage excessive spending associated with graduation ceremonies. According to the board, speech and prize-giving ceremonies will provide appropriate platforms for recognizing outstanding academic performance, exemplary conduct, leadership qualities, and other achievements by pupils and students without placing unnecessary financial pressure on parents and guardians. The state government said the policy forms part of broader efforts to strengthen regulation within the private education sector and encourage schools to prioritize academic excellence and character development. It added that public enlightenment campaigns would be carried out to ensure compliance while urging school proprietors, administrators, parents, and other stakeholders to support the implementation of the directive in the interest of educational standards and discipline. The family of Inspector Paul Ikechukwu Obodo, a police officer attached to the Enugu State Police Command, has called for a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding his death in a hit-and-run incident along the New Haven-Bisala Road in Enugu. The deceased, who who reportedly held a doctorate degree, was said to have been walking to work when he was fatally struck by a speeding vehicle. His widow, Mrs. Ngozi Isiru-Obodo, has appealed to the Inspector General of Police, IGP Tunji Disu, to ensure a transparent investigation into the incident. She alleged that eyewitnesses claimed the vehicle involved was part of a convoy that left the scene without rendering assistance, and urged authorities to identify and prosecute those responsible. The family also expressed concern over what it described as a lack of official communication from the Enugu State Police Command since the incident, saying they are seeking justice and accountability for the late officer. Responding to the allegations, the police public relations officer, Enugu State Command, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, confirmed the death of the officer, but dismissed claims circulating on social media that a police convoy was involved in the accident. He said investigations were ongoing and assured the public that the outcome will be made known in line with due process. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested a 25-year-old suspect, Ogbonna Nnaji, for unlawful possession of a firearm during a border security operation along the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway under the Nigeria Police Forces Handshake Patrol Initiative. According to the command, operatives of the Distress Response Squad intercepted the suspect during a stop-and-search operation at Ugwoba in Oji River local government area, where a concealed locally made double-barrel pistol was recovered from his possession. Preliminary investigations revealed that the suspect boarded a commercial vehicle from Solution Park, Ekulobia, Agwata local government area of Anambra State, en route to Enugu, before he was intercepted by police operatives. The command said investigations were continuing to determine the source of the firearm and establish whether the suspect had links to other criminal activities before his arraignment in court. The Yobe State government has approved the enrollment of all state and local government retirees into its social equity program, providing eligible pensioners with free access to healthcare services across accredited medical facilities in the state. The initiative, approved by Governor Mai Mala Buni, is aimed at reducing the financial burden of healthcare on senior citizens while advancing the state's commitment to achieving universal health coverage by 2030. The Executive Secretary of the Yobe State Contributory Healthcare Management Agency, Mr. Babagana Tijani, described the approval as a significant milestone in strengthening social protection for retirees. He said the program would improve access to quality healthcare and enhance the welfare of elderly citizens. Dr. Tijani added that the agency had commenced collaboration with pension unions and other stakeholders to ensure a seamless enrollment process, assuring retirees that all eligible beneficiaries would be captured under the scheme. The Ekiti State government has approved the recruitment of teachers into public primary schools as part of efforts to strengthen basic education and address manpower shortages arising from retirements across the state. The chairman of the Ekiti State Universal Basic Education Board, Professor Femi Akinwumi, said the exercise was approved by Governor Biodun Oyebanji and would focus on filling vacancies in rural communities and critical subject areas to improve learning outcomes. Professor Akinwumi stated that the recruitment exercise would be transparent, merit-based, and in line with the administration's commitment to improving the quality of education whilst creating employment opportunities for qualified graduates. He urged prospective applicants to monitor official government communication channels for details of the recruitment timetable and application procedures, assuring the public that the exercise would be conducted in a fair and credible manner. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. A quick reminder of major developments in the news. Borno youth stage peaceful protest against insecurity, calls for intensified counter-terrorism efforts. Coming up shortly, Final evacuation flights to return 315 Nigerians from South Africa. To stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. The federal government has concluded arrangements for the final evacuation of stranded Nigerians from South Africa, with 315 citizens expected to arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, on Wednesday, aboard an Air Peace flight. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a statement issued by its spokesperson, Mr. Kimebi Ebiemfa, said the fifth and final evacuation flight would depart Johannesburg at 1:30 a.m. on Wednesday, July 15, 2026, and arrive in Lagos at approximately 6:30 a.m. According to the ministry, the operation marks the conclusion of the federal government's emergency evacuation program initiated for Nigerians who opted to return home following recent xenophobic attacks and security concerns in parts of South Africa. 4 previous flights had already evacuated hundreds of affected citizens. The ministry reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to the safety and welfare of Nigerians abroad and expressed appreciation to Air Peace and all agencies and stakeholders that supported the successful evacuation exercise. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has introduced an online self-service portal to simplify the continuous voter registration process for eligible Nigerians. The new platform enables prospective voters to register for a permanent voter's card, transfer their voting location, update personal information, and request replacement of lost or damaged voter cards through an online process. INEC said the initiative follows its decision to extend the nationwide continuous voter registration exercise from July 10th to July 24th, 2026, to allow more eligible Nigerians to participate ahead of future elections. The Commission explained that the portal would reduce congestion at registration centers by allowing applicants to complete their biodata online before biometric verification, thereby improving efficiency and enhancing service delivery. A mother and her 9-month-old son had been reunited weeks after a road accident separated them at Ugwonyama in Enugu State. Mrs. Catherine Ugema, a trader from Benue State, was injured and lost consciousness after a commercial vehicle conveying her was involved in a crash. In the confusion that followed, her infant son became separated from her and was rescued by a passerby. The child was taken to the Enugu State University of Science and Technology Teaching Hospital, Park Lane, where he received emergency treatment. Following a public appeal by the hospital, the Enugu State government, First Lady Mrs. Peterobi, the Costas Care Foundation, and other partners provided medical and humanitarian support for the child. After weeks of treatment and efforts to trace his family, the mother and child were reunited. Mrs. Ugema expressed appreciation to the state government, healthcare workers, and all those who contributed to her son's recovery and their eventual reunion. Traders at the Mowe of Fada market in Obafemi Owoda local government area of Ogun State have appealed to the state government following the demolition of the market by officials of the Ministry of Urban and Physical Places and recover their livelihoods. As of the time of this report, the Ogun State Commissioner for Urban and Physical Planning, Mr. Tunji Odunlami, had not issued an official response to the allegations surrounding the demolition. The National Automotive Design and Development Council has entered into a partnership with China's Hejia Industry Group and local manufacturers to establish a national digital platform for Nigeria's automotive parts industry. The platform is expected to provide a comprehensive database of locally manufactured automotive components, strengthen the domestic supply chain, attract foreign investment, and help tackle the circulation of counterfeit spare parts. Speaking during the presentation of the project in Abuja, the Director General of the agency, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Oshaniping, described the initiative as a significant step towards positioning Nigeria as a leading automotive manufacturing hub in Africa. He directed the immediate development of an implementation framework and reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to promoting technology transfer, local manufacturing, and increased competitiveness within Nigeria's automotive sector. And to sports. Football attention shifts to New York on Tuesday as France and Spain face off in the FIFA World Cup semi-final, with the place in Sunday's final at stake. France is seeking a third World Cup title and a third consecutive appearance in the final, while Spain hopes to secure its second World Championship after an impressive tournament campaign built on disciplined, defending, and possession-based football. French captain Kylian Mbappe enters the encounter among the tournament's leading scorers, while Spain will look to teenage winger Lamine Yamal to continue his outstanding form after his impressive performance in the quarterfinals. The fixture will also mark the final World Cup match for France head coach Didier Deschamps, who is expected to step down after the tournament. The winner would advance to the final to face either England or defending champions Argentina. And on entertainment news, Nollywood actress and entrepreneur May Edochie has shared a message of faith and resilience, telling her followers that divine purpose will always prevail over life's challenges. In a post shared on her social media platforms, the actress said experiences intended to bring setbacks had instead become opportunities for growth and new beginnings. The message has attracted widespread support from fans and well-wishers. Since her separation from actor Yul Edochie, May Edochie has expanded her career as a brand ambassador, entrepreneur, and actress, while using her public platforms to encourage resilience and personal development. She said her journey has been defined by faith, gratitude, and determination, encouraging her followers to remain focused on the future and embrace opportunities for growth despite life's challenges. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Borno State chapter of the National Association of Nigerian Students and other youth organizations staged a peaceful #Unite Against Terror protest in Maiduguri, calling on the federal government to intensify efforts to combat insurgency and secure the release of persons still being held captive by terrorist groups. The protesters also advocated improved welfare for security personnel, enhanced military capability, and expanded youth empowerment programs to address the root causes of violent extremism. Finally, the federal government has concluded arrangements for the last phase of its evacuation exercise for Nigerians affected by xenophobic attacks in South Africa. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson, Mr. Kimebi Imomotimi Ebienfa, said 315 Nigerians are expected to arrive in Lagos on Wednesday aboard an Air Peace flight, bringing the emergency repatriation program to the successful conclusion. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Some people might carry the virus, they will not even be feeling bad, but when society know that they are with the virus and start treating them bad, start isolating them, it will make them feel bad and have low self-esteem.
I feel that those people now, people that have HIV, they suffer more because of how people treat them. Because when people tend or get to find out that this person is this person is a HIV patient, they now start there's this fear and feeling and this isolation. They just want to distance themselves from the person, not even caring about whether the person is taking their medication properly. So that alone can even make the patient feel left out, feel like they don't matter again. Then instead of them fighting for their life, you see them, they now just want to die because no one is there to talk with them or associate with them. They are actually working towards it and also sending awareness to student nurses like us, like myself, telling us that we should get closer to them, but we should not make them notice that we don't want them or something, like we don't want to be affected, but showing care to them that they too matter and we are after improving their life.
Well, I think they suffer more because of how the society treats them, because the virus is not a death sentence. It has a treatment, although there is no cure yet, but there is a treatment, and with proper treatment, they won't be able to suffer any symptoms. But when they tell other human beings that they have the virus, they see them in a certain way. There's this stigmatization that is projecting mental health down. So it's actually is a big problem where how the society views them, and it weighs them more than the illness itself. First of all, as a student nurse, the first thing they teach us when it comes to knowledge of illness is health education, sensitization, which is done in the hospitals and some other social workplaces. So when someone knows the knowledge of an illness, it removes the other mindset or the false mindset they have about the illness, and it also helps them to gather more knowledge and also know the illness itself and know the preventive ways, also know the method of transferring to others, and they get to know that you don't get HIV through sharing the same plate with people. There are other ways you can get HIV, so it builds knowledge and helps others not to stigmatize. Okay, they're in different wards. They normally do health educations for patients, and they also make sure that the HIV patients adhere to their medications, which brings down the symptoms and leave the virus undetected for some time, as long as they adhere to their medications. They also advise support groups where HIV patients can come together, share opinions, discuss with each other.
I feel they suffer more because of how society treat them, because of the stigmatization. People with HIV, they can live for a very long time as far as they are taking their drugs when they are supposed to and how they are supposed to. But when their friends or relatives find out that they are suffering from HIV, they tend to shift from them. They don't like associating with them. They believe that if they are around them, if they breathe near them, that they are going to get infected. And that's just because they are of the illiteracy. They don't know about it. Nobody has taught them about it, so they are not able to understand it. Well, when someone with HIV finds out they have HIV and they are taking their drugs and they tell their friend that, look, oh, I have HIV, the friend is going to shift from them.
And then when you don't have someone in your corner, when all your friends have shifted from you, you become lonely. This will probably lead you to depression. And if the person might not even know that he or she is going into depression until it's too late. Next thing you know, that person have committed suicide, not because of the disease, but because there's no one there to be with them or support them.
So what advice would you give to both the society and the person?
The society needs to understand. There needs to be some sort of awareness to every other person that HIV is not something to run away from. It's not something that if you stay with that person for 5 hours that you contact it. People need to understand that people with HIV are also human beings, that their lives also matter. Some people didn't get it because they were living a wild life. Some people got it at birth. Some people didn't even know they had it until after some years. So that understand that they are human beings, they should teach them, educate them on the importance of being around. Like, you learn more from people with HIV itself than normal people because they've seen life, they've lived life, they understand your struggles mentally too because they are having those mental issues. Just they should keep trying. That they should know that there are people out there that understand their plight. They might not have the disease, but they understand what they are going through. So that they shouldn't try to beat themselves up because they got the disease, be it intentionally or not, or maybe because of their life. But they shouldn't try to live a terrible life. They shouldn't try to think of suicide or any way to end their life. They should just live their life happily. That person that will support them will always be there to support them.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to entertainment segment here on Aneke TV, where we bring you lots of gist, what's happening across the world of entertainment. First of all, I would like to know how your day is going, and I believe you are having a wonderful time just hanging out there, whether you're taking tea or coffee, because this is afternoon, so I guess you're already on the soya milk or some, milk that is very good. Well, today promises to be interesting while I bring your way entertainment. I'm not doing this alone. I have my favorite, Red Pepper and Ugoma, just by my side. It looks like I'm just the man in the middle, but that's very fine, and I want to bring them in so that we can kick this off right away. Hello, Gift, Red Pepper, so show your lawyer. I'll be show again. How are you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? You know what we do here? It's entertainment. We give you the hot gist and group. We tell you what is going on in the celebrity world. And over to my I don't know, but she keep telling me. She called him commissioner of a job.
Actually, when I moved over to Gift, she started very calm. She was like, Enugu, what's up? I was like, Enugu, what's up? Enugu needs energy, you understand? And I know you are ready for the energy. But before I come back to you, hello, Ugoma. Ugoma, you just struck like thunder. How you doing?
Right.
Black
fine.
really looks good on you. Do you think so?
Of course, I love black.
You
black
love black. That's your favorite color.
Yeah.
Wow, awesome. That you see how you're looking very dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How have you been?
I've been good. I've been managing life.
You don't manage life. Commissioner don't mind. We don't manage life with commissioner.
I've been managing life.
I mean, we don't really manage life with commissioner, but it's fine. So how are you managing? That's the next question.
Okay, it's all God.
Okay, God is the one.
It's all God and small 1K.
Small chops.
1K.
God and small chops.
2,000.
All right, yes, we just have to dive right into the conversations and the gist we have today. We want to let you know that Pella is set to marry. And this is one of the controversial things that has been raised over the weekend and over the weeks, looking at Pella and Jarvis after their drama on the internet, and they're about to marry on the internet. So now, I want to come to Gift. Gift, what do you think about these two that are coming together right now to get married? And
I just think that they should just get over with.
do you think he's too young to marry?
Nobody's too young to marry. It's just because of Nigerian setting that
Nigerian
the country
setting money.
Money, because over there you see someone of 20-something years, early 20s, 18, getting married.
Wonderful.
You know, everything goes well in this country. So many people, that they are not getting married because they choose not to, but because the country has kept them in some certain position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ugoma, I know you will have contrary opinion that is not good for him to marry, but shock me, please.
Why would I say so?
Okay.
I'm
because you are seeing money.
Yeah, of course. That's money.
I know you now.
That's the most important, because I see no reason why someone you don't have money, you're not financially stable, you want to marry. So as long as he has the money, they are all okay. They are good to go. No me. Yeah, if they don't marry now, if that Pilla didn't end up getting married to her, people will still talk.
Normal people have been talking right from time.
With her. Now he has tried to do the right thing. People are still talking. People will always talk. So.
Okay, now I want to ask you, even though this.
Sorry, I love the fact that you said. I've been laughing inside of me. I've been laughing because you said they are getting married on the internet.
On the internet. Basically, they are getting married on the internet because these guys have been living their life literally on the internet.
Yeah,
you see the streaming, and then talking about Pella and Biggie being one of the biggest streamers, of course, TikTok streamer we have on the Nigerian space. I will tell you that this guy has been living on the internet. I mean, I'm not sure there's a day he can go offline. If he goes offline, he will lose thousands of dollars.
Of course. So you have already set your goal.
Yeah.
Why you go leave something that is giving you cash, like daily.
Ugoma, I always want to know it's a money kind of issue, but there's something you said, and I want to ask Gift. Looking at this thing Ugoma said about if someone does not have money, they should not marry kini. Like, I mean, why will you marry if you don't have money? And I'm now second guessing. Does it mean that the people that don't have money should not marry?
No, they should actually be married. Like I always say, how is your partner perceiving you? If you are someone, like for me, if you're someone that has great vision, and I know that definitely you just need a shooting up, like just a push up, you will get there. And not something like a lousy kind of person who doesn't have ambition. Anything. You just come and tell me that you want to marry me. For what? Where are we going from? Where to where now?
Where to where now? Now, let me just bring you that story that has been trending. I'm talking about DJ Copy. DJ Copy has been trending too. People has been asking her since they saw Temi Otedola with Mr. Easy Ajibola. Now they are asking her, where is your own husband? And replying that she has said that watch her get degree, and the other person is getting it right in the home. I mean, does it look like she's not doing what she's doing right? Does it look like later in the year she will still marry? And does it look like at the end of the day, she's making the right choice by not getting into marriage now?
There's something early marriage does to people. Do you understand? There's something early marriage does to people that people don't understand. Do you know that when you have been frustrated for years and you end up getting married to someone, that frustration will not leave you. Because you will always be anxious. Any small thing, you align it to the past. You always look for something to be like, this guy has to. But if you marry at your early age, your youthful age,
it will be nice.
You will just be flowing. There will be just this mutual understanding. You understand that? And someone who married, like she says, she's going to get another degree. Marriage does not stop her from getting another degree. If you look at her currently, she looks pale. She looks pale than her normal usual DJ Copy. After the foreign ex-boyfriend left her, she was deranged. She was sounding so at the point. She comes online on the internet to just talk about husband, man. And at the point, we get tired.
Yeah, we get tired, of course.
So at this point, she really wants deep within her, she wants it. But she thinks that people will criticize her.
People will criticize her, but Ugoma, you may still want to say the same thing Gift said, or do you have a different opinion about DJ Copy and her certificates?
It's her life, actually.
Everybody
must not marry.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's better. No, you see those people talking about her are those people who have nothing to offer. They just go around on the internet, keyboard warriors, speculating, talking about people who are living their lives. They should allow that girl be. It's not a must she'll get married. It's not a must that everybody will get married. She already has all she needs. She has the money, she has the influence, she has the fame, she has everything. So girl, go get your degree. Whenever it is the right time, God will make a way.
Beautiful. Now
there is something I want to say here, because she said not everybody will marry. She has everything. There's one thing people don't understand. Nobody has it all in this life. Do you understand? Deep inside that, she's giving us the I have it. My father is rich. She can get everything. But at some point in her time, there are things when you remember. Have you ever been? You have money and this thing. And sometimes when there are things when you remember, the fear also that she might fall into the hands of the wrong man is also there.
About this marriage issue and relationship issue, I think that's the reason why people should be very careful with their life. When you have experience over experience, all you need is just to. I don't know how to put it, but when you have experience over experience, you are likely to fall into the same experience. So for her, currently she's protecting herself. She's trying to be who she is while she's getting, first, let's just praise her because she's getting another degree. And then we're still not going to take away the fact that if that's what she needs, there are people that need to marry. And at the end of the day, if that's what she needs to do, then let her go on. I mean, not comparing her a lot would be a problem. But at the end of the tunnel, I will tell you that DJ Copy is someone that has love in her eyes, and
Yeah.
she will need to
She's a loving
yeah,
person.
you know, when you see people moving from one ex to the other, one boy to the other one, it just tells
That
you
they
that
keep trying.
yeah, they keep trying, and at the end of the day,
Yeah,
just
right.
like you said first, that if you don't do it early and you keep trying, you fall, you get older and fall into the hands of the wrong person. Of course, you know that her elder sister is still not married, and that's fine. That's really, really fine. They are doing well in their house. Now that's bringing us to the next story, where we have you know, something about parenting. What does it mean to parent? Because someone else has come out to say that you know, as a young media personnel, you don't need to spank your kids. You need to tell them what to do. Now, bringing it to the world of entertainment, seeing how the media has been, you know, pushing this agenda around right now, do you think that someone like Temi Otedola would, sorry, Temi Ajibade will eventually spank the children? Or how do you think that she will be able to, you know, direct the punishment in case the child does something? What do you think about that?
And there's this new foreign punishment, is it dirty corner?
Okay.
Or
to face their back at the war. Face the war.
The dirty corner or something like that kind of punishment is what I'm saying. Now, during our own time, you do that.
But let me ask you, Ma, did they whip you? They should whip you. You look like someone they whip. They whipped.
Everybody had their cane.
Okay, you had. Okay, you had your cane. Even you have cane, you know.
Not anymore.
Okay, not anymore. I'm seeing now.
We now have small sense, even though we are still misbehaving. The men small, make them buy cane again.
Okay.
But it's all good. But for me, I would discipline my kids.
Okay.
If not spanking, I don't like shouting.
You will destroy the child.
I will lock you inside.
It's not like gift. Gift will be nicer.
I would tell my sisters that if I give birth,
gift will be a native woman.
if I give birth and you disturb my peace, you are crying anyhow, I will lock you inside the door. I will lock you inside the room. Lock you there. You stay there and cry.
Innocent child. Don't worry. I will tell your children what they will do. Now let's just go over to the next, where we have the entertainment side of this, and talking about the movies that have been making rounds on the internet. And now we have that movie. I don't know if any of you have seen the Michael Jackson movie. You know, the movie Michael Jackson, the movie that was, you know, that we had in commemoration and honor of Michael Jackson. So now that movie has grossed over $1 billion so far, and it's still counting. There are lots of movies there, but looking at that movie, I would like to come to you, Gift. What do you think about Michael Jackson when he was alive? When you heard about that Michael Jackson was no more, how that? I wanted to ask you, the way you are doing, it looks like you don't know Michael Jackson right from time. But when you heard that Michael Jackson has left this earth, what was your reaction?
I don't have anything to say because I don't align with his music. I don't understand.
I don't know Billie Jean.
Okay,
this is the highest grossing biopics at the box office, where we have Oppenheimer, 977 million, just below the Michael Jackson. That's the Michael movie. And we have Bohemian Rhapsody too, by $911 million. That's the gross so far they have really, amassed as a movie and at the box office. Now also you are looking at the Mario Galaxy movie. That's the earning is still $1.9 billion, and then you still see that Michael is down with $1.001 billion, and it is really what we are seeing. Now I just want to ask this question before we call it a day on this edition of entertainment. Are you a movie person or a reading person?
Reading movie, like, right?
Yeah,
I'm a movie person, but
okay.
I can't say that I'm a movie person.
You read a lot. Okay, you don't read. Okay.
I'm a movie person, but I love reading though. But just that sometimes if I want to watch movie, once I put that movie, I'll sleep off.
Okay.
So I don't really concentrate unless maybe I'm just passing by. I just what is interesting?
Wow, it's interesting.
Don't just like sit down.
Well, coming to gifts, who doesn't know who Michael Jackson is, and who doesn't like Michael Jackson's? Are you a reader, or a movie person? What makes you relax? What gets you to relax?
I write.
You write?
I write a lot.
Okay, you write a lot.
And also, I'm not a movie freak as well, but once I get interested to watch a movie, I might not stand up the whole day if I don't finish that movie. That's the kind of person I am.
Okay.
But I'm not just someone that is movie kind of person, but any day I get interested in watching movie, I might sit down the whole day and watch that movie to the end. If that movie doesn't go to the end, I think my whole day will be somehow. And when it comes to reading, I read a lot.
Wow. Wow. You reading a lot. Reading a lot. Gift is a reader, while Ma is a
I also write somehow.
You also write. That's beautiful. Now, what we'll do is that we're going to go and see that movie, Michael Jackson, Just Jackson.
I'll try. Someone actually sent me.
And then we're going to do a review on that movie on Friday. Let's show our audience what the movie is all about, and then we'll give them the list of other movies to watch out for the weekend, because it's going to be an interesting time. This is where we're calling today. Thank you very much, Gift. You are amazing. Listen, you are amazing. And over to you, I know you have something to tell over to.
All right. Over to Southeast Nigeria. Thank you for having us here. I really miss you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah. Right. Gift, you have something to tell.
I don't have anything.
Gift doesn't have anything to say. I'm sure Gift has not eaten, so that's why we are calling it a day on this edition of Entertainment. Thank you very much for watching. It's always a pleasure having you just by the corner. You can follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. We come your way same time invitation on Aneke TV, and it promises to be interesting as we take it through. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Some people might carry the virus, they will not even be feeling bad, but when society know that they are with the virus and start treating them bad, start isolating them, it will make them feel bad and have low self-esteem.
I feel that those people now, people that have HIV, they suffer more because of how people treat them. Because when people tend or get to find out that this person is this person is a HIV patient, they now start there's this fear and feeling and this isolation. They just want to distance themselves from the person, not even caring about whether the person is taking their medication properly. So that alone can even make the patient feel left out, feel like they don't matter again. Then instead of them fighting for their life, you see them, they now just want to die because no one is there to talk with them or associate with them. They are actually working towards it and also sending awareness to student nurses like us, like myself, telling us that we should get closer to them, but we should not make them notice that we don't want them or something like we don't want to be affected, but showing care to them that they too matter and we are after improving their life.
Well, I think they suffer more because of how the society treats them, because the virus is not a death sentence. It has a treatment, although there is no cure yet, but there is a treatment, and with proper treatment, they won't be able to suffer any symptoms. But when they tell other human beings that they have the virus, they see them in a certain way. There's this stigmatization that is projected towards them. They don't use the same plates they use. They try to avoid where they sit, and it's kind of weighed their mental health down. So it's
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Leadership, in its deepest sense, is not the occupation of authority, but the assumption of moral weight. It is the invisible burden of choice, the negotiation between power and conscience, between what is possible and what is right. In every society, but especially in Nigeria's complex and evolving democracy, leadership becomes the mirror which a people either recognize their dignity or lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, but recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not simply become inefficient, it becomes fragmented. Trust, once fractured, does not merely disappear, it recedes into cynicism. Citizens begin to expect failure as normality, and governance becomes a theater where hope is repeatedly rehearsed but rarely fulfilled. Yet, integrity in its truest philosophical sense is not merely the absence of corruption, it is the presence of coherence. It is the alignment of inner conviction with outer action. A leader of integrity does not simply avoid wrongdoing, they embody consistency in a world that constantly was compromised. In such coherence lies the foundation of equity, for inequality is not sustained only by economic imbalance, but by moral inconsistency, where rules apply differently depending on proximity to power. An egalitarian society demands more than equal laws, it demands equal moral application of those laws. This is only possible where integrity governs leadership. To build a society, institutions must outlive individuals, and principles must outweigh personalities. Yet, even institutions are also as strong as the moral will that animates them. Integrity, therefore, is not an abstract ideal suspended above realities. It is the force that determines whether systems remain hollow structures or become living instruments of justice. There is also a deeper philosophical truth. Societies do not collapse suddenly. They erode gradually through repeated exceptions to integrity. Each compromised decision becomes a precedent. Each silence in the face of wrongdoing becomes permission. Over time, what was once deviation becomes culture. And yet, integrity is never beyond recovery. It is continuously available as choice. It is the possibility of return. In leadership, it is the decision to be accountable even when no one is watching, to prioritize the public good even when private gain is easier, and to recognize that power is not ownership but stewardship. An egalitarian society, then, is not a distinction but a moral discipline. It is sustained not by slogans of unity, but by the daily ethical labor of those who govern and those who are governed. It requires a shared consciousness that justice is not automatic, it is maintained in the end. Integrity is the quiet architecture of trust, and trust is the foundation upon which societies either stand or collapse. Nigeria's future, and that of any nation, will not be determined solely by the abundance of its resources, but by the depth of its moral seriousness. For leadership, stripped to its essence, is not the exercise of power over others, but the faithful responsibility of power for others. And in that responsibility lies the possibility of a society where equity is not merely proclaimed, but lived silently, consistently, and justly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live from Aneke TV here in Enugu State. Today we'll take you, as always, behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insight into stories shaping not just our nation, but our continent. From politics to economy, our panel of seasoned analysts is ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I am Uche Osai. Joining us, as always, is Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is former Commissioner of Strategy, Culture, and Tourism here in Enugu State, and a legal practitioner and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Ozo.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here.
My pleasure.
Yes. And also with us, you know him, is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and equally a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka Odom, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on Frontline Africa.
Thank you so much for having me here. Good morning. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you on the program one more time. You know, also we missed you for some time.
Yes.
It's good that you're here.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, without wasting time, let's start the conversation from your abduction. 56 days in captivity, freedom at last. The rescued peoples and teachers abducted in Oyo State have finally regained their freedom after 56 days in captivity, bringing relief to families and wider community after weeks of fear, grief, and uncertainty. Security agencies said the release followed a coordinated operation, while the government insists no ransom was paid. And what I'm asking is, what does the 56 days in captivity of these people and teachers reveal about the state of school security in Nigeria?
Okay. Well, let me be very honest with you. The 56 days detention of Nigerians against their will by bands of criminals who claimed to be fighting whatever cause was the biggest stain on Nigeria. And let us be sure we know this, that those stains are all splashed across Nigeria. The same stain in Borno State, the same stain in northwest of Nigeria, the same stain in the middle belt, the same stain in all the regions of Nigeria. And there is one signpost. That signpost is some people who are partisans, who are non-state actors, who are criminals, who are religious extremists, have seized very large portions of Nigeria against the will of the citizens, against the so-called authority in Nigeria, and have now ended up taking a chunk of Nigeria, determining values, removing the position of the state, of the government, as the conscience of the people. Now, we thank God that they are out, but we cannot remove the fact that that 56 days was more than 56 years of diminishing the status of Nigeria as a state. I remember listening to one of these security experts, indeed an ex-soldier, and he said, there is no way anywhere in the world where such insurgents can be stronger than the government, can be stronger than the state. If they are stronger than the state, then it has to be accepted that they are now the state. But in this particular case, we lay claim to being a state, being self-governed, being self-directed, having all we have the security architecture, we have the paraphernalia, we have everything, and things are going. Meanwhile, some portions of the state are held and kept by criminals who operate no rules of engagement, who do not believe that there should be a law other than theirs, who do not accept objective conditions, objective rules. Rather, they made their own rules by themselves, and they are trying to impose it on others. Yes, we have history, of course, histories of conquest in Nigeria. We have had the Osman Danfodio conquest of northern Nigeria, northwestern Nigeria, and we have had the colonial conquest of Nigeria. But then, eventually, rules of engagement were set. But in this, we haven't had any of these things. And whatever it is, there are many parts of Nigeria that will never surrender to that kind of banditry. And that will never accept this kind of a situation, conferring authorities over people who are not known, people whose elements, the terms of their adventure is not known to anybody. But then, let me tell you this. Why would a band of armed men seize any particular territory of a state? We all follow the history of the development of states like United States. We knew that when the Europeans came to the United States, the first thing they did was to extend the authority of their new state, even when it was under the British Crown, to extend the authority of the state to the hinterland, to everywhere. They took what would encourage people to be there and to be self-sufficient. That was the extension of the railway lines in various, the so-called frontier states in the United States. And with that, they were able to subdue people who were not prepared to answer to central authority. But in Nigeria, our own kind of development is concentrating resources and everything, the good life, everything, privileges at urban centers, leaving the rural areas, the far-flung areas, to nobody. Meanwhile, in the map, they call it part of Nigeria. When you look at the Rand Corporation in South Africa conducted a research, that was 2015, and that was when they heightened this discussion about ungoverned spaces. The ungoverned space is a place where you cannot get the intervention of the recognized authority within 48 hours. And the reason you cannot get the intervention of the acknowledged, the universally acknowledged authority in those areas is because the indices of reaching out are not there. You do not have hospitals there. You do not have police outposts there. You do not have roads there. You do not have anything that can make it possible for the government or government agencies to intervene. Sometime on this platform, I mentioned it, that in certain parts of states in Nigeria, including Enugu State, if you have a snake bite in some rural areas, that may require maximum of 3 hours for the person to get the anti-snake venom, that person is likely to die. Because even if you want to rush the drug from the urban area to that place, you wouldn't get there in 3 hours. Even if you have to rush the victim to the urban area to get a good treatment, you won't make it in 3 hours, and that person will die. It is this gap that you leave that has made it possible for bands to be in the bushes for months, for years, without any disturbance from the legitimate authority. When you have short territories in your area of governance, you have short territories and there's no challenge and nobody can challenge them, and they are dominating. They begin to impose their wills, their understanding of governance or administration on the people in that locality. And before you know it, you now have a person or a group that has taken a chunk of your territory. And you cannot say, in the true sense of it, that you are in charge of the state. There are so many places in Nigeria where there is no evidence of government presence. You remember during the military rule, one military governor in the northeast, that the present Adamawa state, went to certain areas and discovered that there were still people who were not wearing clothes in Nigeria. Meanwhile, beyond them, you had Maiduguri, you had Yola. But these people settled in the mountains, and their history was that they ran into those mountain areas to escape the jihadists in the 1800s, and they've remained there. So through the colonial administration, through the First Republic, Second Republic, until the coming of that military government, there was no interaction with modernity. They have been there without clothes, they were not wearing clothes. So now, if such people set their rules and then set their objectives, one of the objectives being to conquer parts of the so-called civilized areas, they begin to do it. You now feel your territory is attacked. Meanwhile, you had been asleep all along. So this is what we have. Nigerian governments, you do not have to develop magnificent cities everywhere. What you need to do is you understand that you are not doing anybody any favor if you advance facilities of development into some areas. Take railway into those areas. Take roads into those areas. Site hospitals in certain places. Establish the presence of government. It's not political gift. It's not the economic gift for you to do that. Indeed, it is an opportunity for you to maximize the resources in your own state. Because you have people in the urban areas and you think you have enough. In the rural area, you have people who are better, who are likely to be more capable, even in administering the state, but they do not have access. That access, which is lacking, is the reason you can have this kind of Oyo incident. And let me tell you this, lastly, that Oyo incident is so loud, so open to us, so annoying to us, because of one thing. Oyo is an enlightened population. This thing has been happening in many parts of northern Nigeria, and nobody is talking about it. Many parts of northern Nigeria pay taxes to farm, taxes to harvest every year to these criminals, and the authorities have not done anything. So let us say we are thankful to God that these people have been saved. Unfortunately, one of them had been decapitated. Maybe aware of their saying that they are serious. But then, that seriousness is one that has brought grief to a particular family.
All right. Mr. McCordum, I know you're rearing to go. Let me get your perception on this issue, 56 days in captivity. What does that tell about the school security in Nigeria?
Yes, thank you so much. It's a very unfortunate and worrisome situation, you know. 56 days in captivity for school children, you know, who woke up in the morning and went to school with the hope of returning after about 5-6 hours. And 5-6 hours, you know, ended up into 56 days. Very harrowing experience for them, I can imagine, and for their parents. You see, when you look at issues of this nature, there are things that that should bother a nation. You know, these are things that should get people worried, get those in authority worried. You know, in those days, I could remember, you know, in one of the Shakespeare's that we read, I think it was the king who was it the king or the general who was so worried by a certain state matter that all through the night he couldn't sleep, and the wife came to him and said, "My lord, what worries thou that has prevented sleep from coming your way?" You know, that kind of scenario is what we expect, you know, to our leaders. Why? For a couple of reasons. Well, some of it is what Honorable has recounted here. But let me speak, you know, let me speak concerning the two of them. He has touched on one of them, and I'll build on what he just said. Number one, I get worried, and I believe that, you know, those who are in charge of the affairs of this country should be far more worried. This is not the first time this is happening. This happened in 2014 in faraway Chibok. And sometime around 2016 or 2017, it repeated itself in what's the name of the other village where Ali Shaibu was abducted along with others.
Chibok and Dapchi.
The Dapchi. And ever since then, it's been happening. Yeah. Why should a country allow? You see, because if you look at this, it's practically the same situation. Looking at going to abduct children in school as soft targets in their numbers. Why should this happen once, happen twice, happen the third time, and keeps happening? And it looks as if nothing is being done. That should be the most worrisome aspect. Why should it happen? Let's assume the one happened in 2014 was where it was some kind of a mistake. And why should it happen again? Happen again. These are things that leaders should be so worried about this.
Leaders should be so worried about
Yes, leaders. Because if you are in charge of, you know, a particular domain, and things like this happen, the leader shouldn't go to sleep. I used to give you a story of, Carthage, the woman in Carthage. At the time, Carthage and Rome were in constant conflict. And in one of the nights, Roman soldiers came and slaughtered people in the town. One of the women whose only son was slaughtered in the morning carried the body of the son and came to the king and told the king, said, and you know, the king was like, "Woman, why are you disturbing me? You are not the only one whose son was slaughtered." He said, "You asked me to go to sleep, that you'll be awake to keep watch over the city. But you failed in your duty, and now my son has been slaughtered. Tell me why you should continue to sit on that seat." And that is why I said these are the kind of things that lead to citizens passing a vote of no confidence on their leaders by right. Now, we are not asking that, you know, any leader should abdicate his office, but these are things that should get leaders worried, that should make them not to sleep at night until solution is found.
Until solution is found.
Why should this happen the first time, happen the second time, happen the third time, and it's happening? To the extent that these children will spend 56, we are so grateful to God. We thank God that they are back and alive, irrespective of the casualty that was recorded. You know, the one of them that died. But beyond that, again, the second thing I want to talk about is this should, you know, be a lesson to our leaders. If you look at the Nigerian society, without looking too deep, without conducting any forensic research, you can easily see the things that are very wrong with our society on the surface. You can see them on the surface. Now, let's take, for instance, this case of insecurity. If you check very well, The question I want to ask is that in all of these insecurity situations, either the abductions or these large-scale abductions that have been taking place, how many of them actually took place in the state capital? How many of them took place in the state capital? If you check the records, you probably find none. So why are they taking place in places other than state capital? The reasons are very obvious, which he recounted. You see, our society there's so much disjointment here and there to the extent that you ask yourself, structurally, are we really getting it right? Because today, apart from Abuja, the next place you get semblance of what you could see, talk about development is in the state capitals. Outside of the state capitals,
nothing more.
You go to in a particular state, you probably have, after the state capital, you have 1, 2, 3 other towns that lost out in the capital city, in the torso for capital city. And after that, now you ask yourself, an average state in Nigeria has about, I don't think there's any state that has any local government, there's any state in Nigeria that has less than local government areas. 15 local government areas in it. I think the list is okay. The list is Bayelsa 8.
Bayelsa 8.
Okay, but followed by probably Enugu, that is 17. But we could say the average is 15.
Yes.
Now, in this 15 local government areas, average of 15 local government areas, is there any state you go to today and you say you go to all the local government areas, there's adequate development? Everybody's running to the state capital. The local government areas are left porous. Porous in terms of development, porous in terms of security, porous in terms of in terms of
funding,
porous in roads infrastructure, porous in social amenities. He talked about something that is very crucial. If you look at some of these places that this insecurity is happening, if you go beyond the immediate stories that are told, you will hear that the victims will tell you, oh, we tried to call security. And it's not as if the security agencies are not willing or they are not ready to go. Many of them are hampered by, access route to such places. If you look at some of the stories we hear, you will hear that the bandits or the criminals themselves, many of them come through the bush. They come with motorcycles through the bush. But the security agencies that want to go there, there are no good rules for them to follow. So this should serve as a lesson to our leaders, the state governors. Bring development to the centers, to the rural areas. Many of these communities have no electricity in such places. Yes. There are no good roads.
No water, nothing.
All right, that's quite detailed enough. However,
and that is what he refers to as ungoverned spaces.
All right. Before we continue the conversation around this, let me call for the clip, of the released people and teachers.
Hello, sir. Our father, we are grateful. The president, sir, we are grateful. We understand your commitment to our safety, and we appreciate all you did for us. We could see your hand. Thank you very much. And every security operative, they tried so much, and that is why we are still alive now. We are very grateful unto you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. We are so grateful.
In that clip, what do you have said about what you heard?
Imagine little children. It's so unfortunate. Now, again, also, yes, I say this with every sense of responsibility. Of course, what do you expect them to say? you know, they are thanking the president and thanking the security agencies but do you also know that it is the responsibility of the president to even ensure their security in the first instance?
All right, now I formed my next question. I wanted to ask you, who should we hold accountable for this preventable abduction?
You see, the thing is that of course, the law says that the president is the chief security officer of the nation and the governor is the chief security officer of the state. A lot of governors have tried to, you know, probably put their neck or their head out of the net on this issue, and they've given reasons that, well, yes, we call me the chief security officer of the state, but all the security agencies that are located in the state, I don't command them. I don't give it. I can't give them direct instructions and you know, and expect that to be followed. No matter how lawful it is, they will still have to check it out with their big commanders elsewhere, probably in Abuja or elsewhere. But you see, the truth of the matter is that in reality, security is everybody's business. Security is actually everybody's business, and I also say this to you know. The state itself, the nation has its own responsibility. There's no doubt about that. The state has its own responsibility cut out for them. And even the schools where these children, because nobody has told us whether these are students from a public school or from a private school. But I think they are from a public school also.
They are public school.
They are public school. So even the school itself has its own responsibility. And because in this nation, it looks as if, you know, those who are charged with responsibilities really don't take their responsibilities very serious, and each time they abdicate those responsibilities, there seems to be no repercussion. You know, people, even the victims of such situation, really don't take who the leaders are accountable. You know, we don't hold anybody responsible each time responsibilities are breached, and therefore that seems to be an encouragement for people to be very lackadaisical, you know, over some certain things. Because one would have expected to say, if you go to, there was in this country, after the Chibok issue, there was a fund launched in this country called Safe Schools Project. Nobody has told us, we don't understand very clearly the mandate of that particular committee and that program, Safe Schools Project. Today, I don't think anybody can come and render a very, or Nigerians know exactly what happened. Is it that program has abandoned? Is it that money was not contributed or donated? If money was actually donated and contributed, where is that money? What has happened to it? Did they spend it on what did they spend it? And so these are issues. Then also, let me talk about for me, yes, we need to be very grateful to people when they do. But yes, the president has I'm sure the president has worked. He made a promise last time. I think it was in his June 12th broadcast, where he promised that, you know, the children will be released. That the security agencies who are working, we congratulate them, we heard them, but how did we end up in this place? What were the things that should have been done that weren't done that made this possible across the board? What were the things that some people should have done, or some institutions or some personnel should have done that they eventually didn't do? And why didn't they do it? That led everybody, because the truth is that the embarrassment that this is bringing, whether you like it or not, this doesn't put the country in a good state at all. Now, whatever embarrassment that this is bringing to the nation, it's not only one person, it's not going to only one person. Apart from that also, this harrowing experience, you could say that yes, we're in Enugu, several kilometers away from, hundreds of kilometers away from Oyo State. But as human beings, some of us are also having some emotional torture over things like this. To the extent sometimes we ask, what did these children, if these children hadn't done anything to find themselves in this situation, this could happen to anybody?
Yes.
Does it mean that if tomorrow this happens to some other people somewhere else, they will also have to come and spend something close to 56 days before they are rescued? So these are
very pertinent questions. Also, before we just rest this issue, what I'm asking, the government particularly told us, they emphasized the fact that there was no ransom paid in this very instance, and one is beginning to ask, should ransom remain completely off the table, even when lives are at risk, given that these children spent 56 days in captivity?
Okay. I deliberately did not want to commend the government, and I still do not want to commend the government. I only thank God that the teachers and the students or the pupils are out. If the government paid any ransom, that would be the highest tragedy.
The highest tragedy?
Yes, because that is encouraging this particular kind of practice. The reason this madness is thriving in Katsina, in Zamfara, in the Northwest, is because it is lucrative. What they do with the so-called ransom is that they use it to buy more weapons, buy more motorcycles, to recruit more men, and now make more money. It has become a cash cow. So, ransom ought to be out of it completely. No responsible government pays ransom.
No responsible government pays ransom
to criminals.
Irrespective of the lives involved.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, what the government has to do is to step in with muzzle of government. We own this territory. We are in charge.
Let me cut in. There have been a number of times where we are told that these bandits or kidnappers use the victims or the kidnapped as shield in this very instance. And amidst that, I want to bring your mind to Kebbi State, where at one point, the government did tell us that they used other means, but non-kinetic means, to see that the children in Kebbi State were freed. And bringing all this to perspective, you still insist that ransom shouldn't be paid?
Let me tell you this. When Nigerian government talk, I'm so sorry to say it, I do not believe much of it, because there's no truth, no sincerity. You don't even know what they have done. You don't know whether ransom is paid here. You don't know, somebody alleged, or a group alleged prison exchange. You don't know whether that is true. What I'm saying may sound ruthless, but let me tell you this. Ransom is a reward for the criminality.
Ransom is reward for the criminality.
For the criminality. If you don't reward that criminality, it won't hold. Go check all over the world. I'll give you an example of something I read. I wasn't there, about when this kind of partisans kidnapped Russian diplomats in Lebanon. And Russians responded by kidnapping their leaders in the same Lebanon. They cut one into pieces and made the carcass to them, telling them, we did it in response to this, and we are going to do more, we're going to take more of your people if you don't release them. And they immediately released them. Those people, you see, bullies don't take place. Bullies, once they gain ascendance, once you allow them a position of superiority, that is the end of your struggle.
All right, that's quite clear enough. But Mr. Mecca, let me bring you, in a nutshell, into the conversation. Let me hear your position on the issue of ransom. Amidst the fact that the government, some of the security agencies that spoke, at one point they came up publicly to tell us that they've arrested some family suppliers, family members of the kidnappers, their families, their wives, their children, and in lieu with what also just said. Let me get your contests.
You see, the issue of ransom to kidnappers has become a very controversial issue. Of course, the ideal thing, which we all know and understand, is you don't pay You don't pay ransom to kidnappers. If you do, I mean, it becomes a reward to the dastardly acts, because the truth of the matter is that they will only use that money to, advance, their trade. That's the reality on ground. Nobody takes such money and walks away. But in fact, what we would have let them know that, look, they can even make more money. But that was only one side of the matter. There's an African proverb that says that when you carry the body of a stranger, the dead body of a stranger across, or when the dead body of a stranger is being carried across your compound, it appears like a log of wood. But the day your own person, is being carried in that coffin, that is the day you know and understand. So, one of the reasons why people rush to pay or even consider ransom in the first place is, number one, well, I don't want to say failure outrightly, but it's a loss of confidence.
Surrender.
In the state.
Capitulation.
Arrangement. So, once you have lost confidence in the ability of the state to rescue your person, so what else again is left for you? You surrender. To say, okay, I bow to your demand. Whatever they ask from you, you do. These are the things that lead. Of course, we have seen situations where people even pay the ransom. We have heard of people even pay
and
the
we are
ransom,
still killed.
and we are still killed. So, but it is always not easy, if your own person, your relative, your wife, your children, your father, your mother, your uncle, your own person is held there. And the kidnappers will always play on the intelligence and emotions of the people outside there by giving a relative phone. Once the victim is terrified, they quickly ask him or her to give him or her the phone to talk to their relative outside. And so when you hear the voice of your relative in that kind of situation, and you can afford whatever the demand is, you know how it can be. So the next thing is even why the security agencies they are trying to encourage you. Don't worry, don't pay the ransom, don't give in to it. You don't even want to allow tomorrow to come to you if the not to talk of situation. So that these are some of the situations, and I think that one of the things that can help to discourage the payment of ransom is if because we are talking about 56 days now. These 56 days, nobody signed for it. Even the relatives of or the parents of these children. If you had told them that these children will spend 5 days in captivity, they won't do so. So so these are the issues. Of course, the government won't tell you. Even if the government had paid ransom, they won't tell you. And when we talk about ransom sometimes is not always money. So, but whatever thing it is, for me, I don't think it's something that even those who pay ransom should come out to the public to say we paid ransom, because it is not good. But the security agencies themselves should try as much as possible, because if 1, 2, 3 people see that rescue missions are successfully carried out within reasonable time, people can endure.
People can endure. Yeah. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll look at other issues. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Frontline Africans, and thank you for staying with us. We've been discussing Nigerian issues, and also Ibuneku Gazimora, who is a former commissioner of strategy, culture, and tourism here in Enugu State, and a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, with Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and public affairs analyst, has been helping us with deeper insight on these issues. Gentlemen, so far so good. Thank you very much. But let's take a look at other issues that are unfolding. One is Tinubu returns Shettima as running mate. President Tinubu has returned Vice President Kashim Shettima as his running mate, ending speculation over 2027 ticket and signaling continuity at the top of the ruling party's leadership. Gentlemen, are you surprised?
I'm not surprised.
Mr. Gazimora, are you surprised?
I'm not surprised.
You're not?
At all.
So the question,
why should I be surprised?
You know, there's been a lot of speculations before now of a possibility of dropping Shettima for another person as a running mate. However, the question now is, the retention of Shettima, is it a sign of political strength or a gamble that could haunt the APC in 2027?
No. It will not. It's not any gamble. You see, the whole construct is not even one that your contribution or your input matters. It is a construct based on their long entrenched position. That's the facade of running a country. In the past or recently, Shettima said that some people convinced the president that he wanted to kill him, right? Which was the nearest official confirmation that there was a rift, that there was something between them. But then, you know, for you to pick a VP candidate, there are so many things that come in. You have to factor in the political net worth of that person, the ability of that person to control good number of votes, to bring something on the table. So, Shettima may have proven to be a deal maker for him. He was in 2023. He went through the north, convincing people, pleading that the support should be given to Tinubu because that same support was for him. Let me tell you something that would have surprised me if it were a normal situation. The idea of Muslim ticket. The current state of Nigeria calls for complete elimination of that kind of political alignment, because it is hurtful, it is misinterpreted by the people who thought they were beneficiaries, especially up north, who were now seeing Muslim ticket as indication of superiority of one religion against the other, right? That was something that surprised me, because he ought to have considered that this is no longer popular, considering that Muslim reaction or attitude to Muslim ticket was not conciliatory, was not assuring to Nigerians. Rather, it has been a fusion of forces of an attempt to impress the superiority of that religion. That to me, that would have been a reason for Mr. President to say, no, let us reassure the Nigerians. Let us go for a Christian. There are Christians everywhere in the north. Everywhere in the north. Even in the northeast, even in that Borno where he comes from, highly educated ones, exposed and politically exposed ones. But then, because I earlier told you that this is a structure built without the interest and objective of Nigeria considered at all. So they can always do that. It is nobody's business. I do not want to waste too much of time talking about that their structure. If you don't drag me into it, it's not even a structure I want to talk about, because there's nothing altruistic about it. There's nothing progressive about it. There's nothing reactionary in the sense of responding to the national malaise. But then we must also say, well, that has been the government we know, and based on that, it is a government we still think that its attempt at remaining in power is legitimate. And as long as it is not illegal and it is not removing the fundamental rights of others, let them continue doing that. However, the appointment or the nomination of Shettima, even as it is now known, it is clear that the interpretation of Muslims in other parts of Nigeria, particularly in the north, is that it is an official statement indicating superiority of that religion against the others. It is not good. It may be electorally good for him, which is benefit of that party. But for Nigerian national development, national cohesion, for peace, for assurances, for confidence of the citizens, it is not healthy. Muslim ticket, we should not have cared, we should not have bothered, if it is not affecting us the way it is affecting us. The attempt to unleash jihad, meaning to me that they have been waiting for an opportunity to ascend, and they think this is the time of ascendance, and that they now have to impose it on others. Even Buhari, who I consider to be an extremist, apart from the persona as a military general, who was nationalistic, but since he joined politics and he thought that his political base and the vehicle to gain political power was Islam, he still picked a Christian deputy. And that was an indication that he was sufficiently sensitive to the feelings of the people. Tinubu, by continuing with Shettima, to be honest with you, Shettima, I like him. I think he is, I do not see him as, I don't know whether he's an extremist, but I do not see him as a disruptive person. I mean disruptive in the sense that he angers any part of Nigeria. I remember the time they were elected. The first appointment was made was his chief of staff, an Igbo man.
That's the vice president?
Yes, the vice, Shettima now, an Igbo man. And he did that on purpose. That was reassuring us that he wasn't really buying into dominance. But these other people who are doing this, who are disrupting every part of Nigeria, many of them, one of the fuel they have is that this is a Muslim country. So that long presence of the so-called Muslim ticket, it is an indication to certain persons outside that this indeed is a Muslim country. But Nigeria is not a Muslim country and should not be accepted as a Muslim
country. All right. Mr. Meka, the Muslim ticket, has it reopened old political and religious fault lines? And the candidacy of Shettima, does it strengthen Tinubu's 2027 chances?
Okay, yeah, you know, first and foremost, anybody will tell you that you don't change a winning team. That's first and foremost. You don't change a winning team. And so, as long as the APC is concerned, and the renewed hope agenda is concerned, Tinubu Shetima ticket is a winning ticket. And so they say you're as good as your last assignment. And so the last assignment gave them victory. And so I guess that they will also imagine that, you know, this can also give them victory. Now, whether that is correct or not, it remains to be seen. However, there are a few things to note in the whole thing. Today, if you look at the political horizon, you will see that the president, by all intent and purposes, seems to, you know, hope to get a lot of votes from the southern part of the country. And it's also very clear that some level of opposition is also coming from the north. Not minding the fact that the Muslim ticket fetched him victory in 2023. There were also some, you know, dissenting voices, you know. Now, those dissenting voices also probably gave rise to some of the rumors that came up even before the vice president was submitted. And that gave room for some of the speculations that we had. Or, you know, if you were following the, you know, political trends, you know, a lot of names were mentioned. Some names of the Catholic Bishop. Is it the Catholic Bishop himself? The former Speaker of House of Rep, and many other names that were touted, you know. So the Northeast had a rally some time ago, and even though that rally, some people say it was a premature, you know, event, they made it very clear. They spoke very clearly, and that is the geopolitical zone where the vice president comes from. They said they are endorsing, according to them, they were endorsing the president and the vice president at that point in time. So now, the president himself will probably think this geopolitical region that have come out to speak very loudly. So the endorsement they gave to me was with a condition. If I drop my vice president, how does it impact on that con? So these are some of the things he will probably think very clearly. And again, also, he will also ask himself, the Muslim ticket, did it stop me from getting anything? So he's going to ask himself a lot of questions. But one fact that we must not fail to recognize is 2027 is different, will certainly be different from 2023.
You think the political equation is such that the same ticket may not really make inroads as it did in 2023?
Well, you know, given what is happening now, and the fact that the level of opposition that the president is facing in the north, if you ask me, the only thing that is left as an olive branch, the only thing that is left as an olive branch from the president to that same north is the retention of Alhaji Shetima. If he drops Alhaji Shetima and probably goes for another candidate, or probably from a different religious extraction, maybe he may be more. In fact, the same Muslim North may look at it as a direct affront, not minding whether that is the right thing or not. So these are, for me, these are some of the conclusions I can have imagined, you know, that you look at it and say, look, instead of rocking the boat, let's stick to what we already have.
All right. We'll still have time to headline these candidates and then look at their chances. But moving on, we'll take a look at 2027 election. NDC candidate alleges threats, intimidation. As Atiku warns, nothing must happen to Obi. With the 2027 election gathering pace, the NDC presidential candidate is alleging threats and intimidation. And even as Atiku Abubakar warns that nothing must happen to peterobi, the latest development is drawing attention to the growing tension within the opposition camp and the broader political climate ahead of the polls. And I'm asking, Mr. Meka, let's start from you. What's your opinion on this issue? But before you give your opinion, let me call for the clip on the interview that peterobi had with Chude, where he categorically spoke to these issues.
Going now, Chude.
Yes. So there's a possibility you will not be a candidate based on how.
Not even a candidate. I might not even be alive. I'm telling you, every single thing I do for a living, this government is frustrating it. Deliberately so. Everything. So there's even possibility they have opportunity, I will not be alive.
Oh wow, that's a big.
It's an accusation. I know I get frustration every day because you do things that you think they will be normal. It is not normal any longer. They will come directly and say, "Oh, we're doing this," but you could see their hand in virtually everything.
So the government is attacking you personally.
They're attacking everybody who is in opposition personally.
Right.
I am being attacked personally. Everything, even to provide me with necessary things that I should have been entitled to. Not at all. I had a case recently at the airport where people who work in the airport came and locked my car. And I said, it's me. The person on the side said, doesn't care. But I said, look at the cars of other people. And you could see them talking to each other. You know, as if, who is this one? We have divided the country, breeding hatred among us. That's why I keep saying, I want to bring back unity where there's division. I want to show love, compassion, care. It's gone out of here. I said, I'm looking at somebody. He locked my car in front of me and saying, you're not supposed to park here. But there's cars here. So what is the exception to my own? Should the Nancy people I know at the airport, they will not greet me. Because they are fearing that if they greet me,
they become targets of the government.
Thank you. And other people send me invitation and say, my son, my daughter is wedding, but please don't come.
You've listened to the other interview. You heard peterobi himself make these allegations.
Yes, you see, I incidentally I followed this interview, and you know, when this interview came out, I tried to follow the story, and also the rejoinder, some kind of rejoinder. You know, maybe I hope you have seen what the Minister of Aviation said with regards to this interview, how he tried to disclaim what to be said, and also release a video clip about the outed airports, you know, incident. But very interesting. You see, when I read that whole story and I read what the minister said, how it would be, you know, try to flout airport rules, and by parking his car at a security zone, and how his policeman, the police driver had, you know, the very non, you know, when I read the story, I just told myself, say, look, well, I have great respect for the aviation minister. I've been following him right from his days as a human rights activist till he got involved in government and eventually where he is today. I have great respect for him, and but one thing I've also known is that, you see, politics has a way of messing people up. Politics has a way of whatever credibility you have built over time, it will completely make nonsense of you. And, you know, now, as a rejoinder, you know, so there's also another story that just broken. Someone had spoken who said she was a member of Obi's entourage, you know, and she follows Obi around, and that the incident that the Honorable Minister was referring to and the footage that he released as having happened at the airport had nothing to do with what Obi, you know, was talking about. In fact, the story says that in the first place, Obi does not have a police driver to begin with. And the lady confirmed, Adaobu is her name, she confirmed that, look, Obi travels very frequently, and that the observation as somebody who travels with Obi is that
they have come in contact with several instances of very hostile airport personnel, as if, you know, they were giving, as if the way they behave to him, you can easily conclude that these people are under very strict instructions to, you know, deride this man and to so that tells you to a certain degree that and what Nigerians should know, let me tell you what Nigerians should know is that there's a song in Igbo language that says that today, and I have the same word, you know, for many of our leaders today, because there are many of our leaders from many of people who are serving in this government. They are big men. Many of them are big politicians. They are holding very big posts they have held before. And, you know, they come out and all they do, as if sometimes you even ask yourself, is it that they have abandoned whatever assignment that is given to them or whatever office they're holding now, and all they do is to attack peterobi and you know, deride him and say all kinds of things. Now, you see, I'm not holding breath for peterobi, but the truth, the reality we have today is that when you bring those people, put them here, put microphone in their mouth, call peterobi, put him here and put microphone in your mouth, I can tell you that many Nigerians will believe peterobi more than them.
Many Nigerians will believe
that is the reality. A lot of Nigerians believe what peterobi tells them, because over time they have found out that the man, to a certain degree, you know, he's better than many other politicians you see around today. So those who have taken up the responsibility of always trying to, you know, prove him in the wrong perspective, I will advise them to, you know, let them brush politics aside. Because look at less than 24 hours after the Honorable Minister of Aviation came up, to them, what they are trying to do is to completely discredit the man and discredit the complaint he has dropped in the public place. But less than 24 hours, someone is coming up. I'm sure it's very possible that this lady that has spoken, may not even be speaking under Obi's mandate. That is to tell you how people, and the more they try to peddle all of these things to discredit the man, more and more volunteers will be coming from out to discredit them, to tell them, look at what somebody is coming to say. I tell the Honorable Minister, the information, look at both the story you narrated in your press conference and the footage that you have read has nothing to do with what the man was talking about. In fact, well, okay, if actually Obi does not have a police driver, and the Honorable Minister have come to say his police driver, tomorrow, when the Honorable Minister comes to say anything again, will you believe him? So that's the only thing I will say there. The only thing is that the truth of the matter is that we have been in this country. Obi does not even need to come up to say this for me as a journalist to know that with the kind of, you know, as an opposition politics in this, he'll be under persecution. We have been in this country.
But
this is not the first time.
If I may, as a presidential candidate and a foremost known ex-governor, is he not entitled to security, some sort of security?
Go to the airports. Go to you see, all airports are owned by the federal government. If I'm not mistaken, is there any airport in Nigeria that is owned by, even when the state builds airports, are they not under the control of Airports Authority of Nigeria? Good. And that Airports Authority is called federal, and that's why they derived the name FAN, isn't it? Go to even the international airports here. Yes, there's a place called security zone. You bet you'll be there. Different blacklist will be coming to drop people there. Isn't that correct? So, and if Obi does not qualify to become part of, and in any case, even if you say the vehicle parked at the wrong place, from your own testimony, from the press conference you gave, the vehicle parked there, driven by a policeman, Obi stepped down and walked away. Are you going to hold him responsible for actions of a policeman, a police driver?
Assuming
without conceding.
Yes.
Assuming without conceding that there was a police driver.
All right.
So, you know, when you hear things like now, when you are saying that you are not asking the police driver who, going by own testimony, by own press conference, you are not asking the policeman who should know the right thing to apologize for parking there. And in any case, that argument, when I read the argument, I saw the argument as too pedestal. Quite frankly, the argument was too pedestal to have come from an honorable minister. You know why? Let me tell you. I don't need anybody to tell me that when a policeman is driving a vehicle for a high-profile personality like Peterobi, that policeman, the driver, because we have seen high-profile personalities being driven here and there, and he will not park the vehicle, the driver of the vehicle, and step out of the car, the driver's seat, because what you normally have, and Obi does not have a PA who will probably, for goodness sake, that story is too. So the policeman will park the vehicle, come out from the driver's seat, now enter into the airport terminal to go and talk to his principal or whatever he meant to do, and come out again to pick something, and the vehicle will still be parked there, and there's no other person inside the vehicle, and Obi does not have a PA or another detailed vehicle, and by 8 p.m. in the night, when he came to the airport, haba.
All right. Honorable, let me bring you to the conversation. We heard him, speaking to the fact that he may not even be alive to see the 2027 election.
Well, that statement he made, which is extreme, is only made because he has come to understand that the desperation of the president, the incumbent president and his team is beyond measure. We have not had anything like that in Nigeria. I think that kind of desperation we've had before was in the First Republic, where the then Prime Minister, Bakata Fabula, did everything using the resources of government to put down the opposition. That and the other things led to the coup. At the moment where APC became the vehicle for election of Tinubu and the rest of them into government, we are seeing a kind of extremism we've not even seen from northerners. You remember in 2023, after the election, very huge punishment was inflicted on the Igbo in Lagos. And it was because the people felt it was an affront on them for another party to defeat APC in Lagos. Now, you have a situation where a presidential candidate who is dogged, every of his movement is checked, impeded, restricted, every attempt made to stifle it. And the candidate is saying, observing what is going on, these people are likely to even take a life. That's the language. That's what he's saying. So, for the government to continue in this trajectory, it is taking a very big risk.
It's taking a very big risk.
Very big risk. It can become ethnic conflagration. It can become another kind of major disturbances. It can also lead to other things. However, my word will be is for him to understand. The psychologist says that 2 trees are standing. One is fruited, one is not fruited. People will throw stones to the one that is fruited, because that is where they can harvest something to eat. While the one that is barren, nobody looks at it. So the attention on him is indeed a way of assuring him that he is the man and he is the one who has the potential to unseat the president.
So what you're saying in essence is that because he is the tree that has the fruit, that's why we're seeing...
Yes, all these attacks.
But Mr. Meka, before I will close, I've received the signal. Is Festus Keyamo the right person from the government to either debunk or deny these allegations?
No, I think he responded to, he came into the picture as a result of the scenario that
the incident happening in the airport.
I think that's why the president had already responded by, Mr. Bayo Nanuga's tweet, where he referred to Obi as a pathological serial liar, So he had already done that before, and I guess Mr. Keyamo wanted to come in from the incident, from the angle of the incident, to also buttress the fact that Obi probably shot himself in the leg by even, narrating the
coming public with the
incident. But if with this story that had just broken now, and if it's anything to go by, it simply means that what probably they were trying to do as an antidote is having probably going to have a boomerang effect.
It becomes so bad that people will inform the man about their event, but would want him to attend. You heard from him.
Yeah. You see, if you have not operated in the political environment, you wouldn't know this. But that is the truth. In political environments, some governors won't even want to see you wave to a person they consider their enemies.
Have you experienced that
of course.
In government?
I'm speaking
from your experience.
Yes. Some governors won't even want to hear you visited somebody else. Some governors won't even want to hear that this person is calling you on phone and you are talking. That is enough for him to think you are disloyal, you are likely to be a mole around him. And he begins to keep you off. That is if he still thinks you are useful in his government. He begins to keep you off. And whenever they want to discuss something serious, they make sure you are not there. Right. So that is third world politics, not the universal
politics. All right, gentlemen, on that note, we'll say thank you for this conversation. And as always, being with us is Ozo Iboneku Ogazimora, Esquire. He's a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. Ozo, we are grateful to have you.
Thank you very much.
And to you, Mr. Emeka Odom, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Emeka Odom is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst as well. As always, the conversation continues beyond the studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. Here are the headlines. National Youth Service Corps warns it will blacklist employers that fail to provide accommodation and transportation for Corps members. President Tinubu transmits State Police Bill to the House of Representatives for constitutional approval. Independent Petroleum Marketers Association urges federal government to intervene as Dangote refinery begins dollar-dominated fuel sales, warning of possible price increases. Now the news in details. The National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) has warned that it will blacklist any employer that fails to provide corps members with basic accommodation and transportation during the service year. Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafiu, gave the warning during a walking visit to Kogi State. He said the scheme would no longer tolerate the exploitation of corps members through poor welfare and unsafe working conditions. Brigadier General Nafiu stressed that adequate welfare is essential to the productivity, safety, and well-being of corps members. He urged employers as well as state and local governments to complement the federal government's efforts by providing a conducive environment for national service. The NYSC Director General also advised corps members to remain security conscious, uphold discipline, acquire entrepreneurial skills, and cultivate a savings culture to prepare for life after the service year. The self-acclaimed Director General of the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi, failed to appear before the Federal High Court in Abuja for his scheduled arraignment over alleged certificate forgery, fraud, and impersonation. The matter before Justice Mohammed Umar involves an 8-count charge. Although the case was listed for today in the court scheduled, the defendant was absent when the matter was called. The prosecution is expected to present several witnesses, including the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, alongside Paul Emmanuel, Jeremiah Imokehidi, and Itwa Sylvester. The court is expected to determine the next course of action in the matter as the criminal proceedings continue in line with the due procedures. The Anambra State Executive Council has approved measures aimed at strengthening road safety, environmental protection, and public order across the state. Briefing journalists after the council meeting in Awka, the Commissioner for Information and Value Reorientation, Dr. Law Mefor, said the government would seek an amendment to the state's traffic law to introduce stiffer penalties for serious traffic violations. According to him, offences such as driving against traffic and illegally crossing dual carriageways to avoid designated U-turn points would attract heavier sanctions, including mandatory mental health evaluation where applicable. He said the measures are intended to discourage reckless driving and protect lives. The council also reaffirmed its commitment to transparent governance while condemning the spread of false information and criminal defamation on social media. It reiterated the government's resolve to sustain its enforcement against fake native doctors, fraudulent religious operators, and other criminal elements. The Bayelsa State government has approved a comprehensive welfare package for civil servants, health workers, and teachers following consultation with organized labor. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Peter Akpe, at the stakeholders meeting in Yenagoa, said the administration approved more than 95% of labor's demands to improve workers' welfare and strengthen public service delivery. The approvals include extending the retirement age of health workers from 60 to 65 years, increasing their years of service to 40, implementing uniform allowances for primary healthcare workers and nurses, releasing the 2026 Medical Residency Training Fund, and settling promotion arrears and specialist allowances. Labor leaders, including officials of the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC), commended the administration for its commitment to workers' welfare. Government officials, in turn, urged public servants to reciprocate the gesture through greater productivity and improved service delivery. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Alteration State Police Bill 2026 to the House of Representatives for consideration. In a letter read during plenary, the President said the proposed constitutional amendment seeks to establish the legal framework for state police as part of broader efforts to strengthen Nigeria's internal security architecture. President Tinubu stated that the bill incorporates safeguards to ensure effective coordination between the Nigeria police force and proposed state police services within a dual policing structure. He described the proposal as a key component of his administration's security reform agenda. The Senate recently passed a similar constitutional amendment after securing the required two-thirds majority. If approved by the House of Representatives and endorsed by at least two-thirds of the state houses of assembly, the legislation will pave the way for the establishment of state police across the Federation. The Abia State Police Command has arrested 31 suspects during coordinated raids on suspected criminal hideouts and drug dens in Umuahia. Police operatives working with local vigilance groups raided locations known as Down Below near Mission Hill and another hideout in Amozuku, recovering suspected illicit drugs and other exhibits during the operation. The command said officers later returned to the area and dismantled 8 makeshift camps allegedly used by criminal elements, while all 31 suspects have since been charged to court and remanded in the correctional facility. The Abia State Police Command reaffirmed its commitment to sustained intelligence-led operations and urged residents to continue providing credible information to support ongoing efforts to combat crime across the state. The Lagos state government says it will prosecute a social media user for allegedly circulating a misleading flawed video falsely presented as footage from Lagos. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, said deleting the post would not prevent legal action, stressing that the government is determined to address the deliberate spread of misinformation capable of causing public panic. According to the commissioner, investigations showed that the viral video shared by an ex-user identified as Enugu loudspeaker was recorded in Bangladesh and not in Lagos State as claimed. The user later admitted the error and deleted the post. The Lagos state government said false information undermines public confidence and emergency response efforts, reaffirming its commitment to protecting residents through accurate public communication and appropriate legal action where necessary. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. National Youth Service Corps to blacklist employers that fail to provide accommodation and transportation for Corps members. President Tinubu forwards State Police Bill to House of Representatives for constitutional approval. Coming up shortly, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association urges federal government to avert fuel prices hike as Dangote refinery commences dollar-dominated sales of petroleum products. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech. Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Federal Ministry of Power and Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, have agreed to strengthen collaboration to combat corruption, electricity theft and infrastructure vandalism in Nigeria's power sector. Minister of Power Mr. Joseph Tegbe made this known during a visit to the ICPC headquarters in Abuja, describing transparency, accountability and institutional cooperation as critical to sustaining ongoing reforms in the electricity industry. The minister said vandalism and other criminal activities continue to undermine investment in the sector despite recent improvements in electricity generation. He stressed that protecting public assets and ensuring prudent use of government resources remain essential to improving power supply nationwide. ICPC Secretary Mr. Clifford Oparodu reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to supporting the ministry through enforcement, system reviews and public education. He said the partnership would strengthen oversight, data corruption and ensure resources allocated to the power sector deliver value to Nigerians. Cross River State Governor Senator Basi Otu has directed the immediate commencement of emergency repairs on the deteriorating Calabar-Odukbani Road following growing public concern over its condition. The directive followed the governor's inspection of the affected sections of the highway, where he instructed the Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure to mobilize contractors to undertake urgent intervention on the most damaged portions. The Calabar-Odukbani Road serves as a major transport corridor linking Calabar with Odukbani, Akamangba and neighboring communities. The route has suffered extensive damage from gully erosion and persistent potholes, disrupting traffic and increasing travel risk. Governor Otu said the emergency intervention would provide immediate relief for motorists while the state government develops a comprehensive engineering solution to permanently address the recurring structural failures on the road. The federal government has announced plans to provide land for qualified private investors as part of efforts to address Nigeria's estimated housing deficit through expanded public-private partnerships. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Mutak Rabi Damer, announced this during a meeting in Abuja with a delegation of Chinese investors proposing the construction of affordable housing using modern prefabricated building technology. The proposed project seeks to deliver about 10,000 housing units within 30 months through an integrated engineering, procurement, construction and financing model aimed at reducing construction costs and accelerating project delivery. The minister said a technical committee has been constituted to evaluate the proposal and ensure it aligns with the federal government's renewed Hope Housing program before implementation. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has warned that the suspension of Naira-dominated sales of refined petroleum products by Dangote Refinery could trigger higher fuel prices across the country. IPMAN National Publicity Secretary Mr. Chinedu Ukadike said refineries' decision to sell products in United States dollars would expose domestic fuel prices to fluctuations in the foreign exchange market. He called on the federal government and the Presidential Committee on the Naira for Crude initiative to urgently intervene to prevent further pressure on petrol, diesel, and other petroleum product prices. The association noted that although ex-depot petrol prices have remained largely unchanged for now, sustained dollar-based transactions could increase operating costs for marketers and ultimately affect pump prices nationwide. Health workers responding to the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo have threatened industrial action over unpaid salaries and allowances as the World Health Organization (WHO) warns that the outbreak may be significantly larger than official figures indicate. According to the WHO, more than 700 people have died from nearly 2,000 confirmed infections since the outbreak was declared in May. The organization estimates the actual number of infections could be between 2 and 4 times higher. Medical personnel at the Ebola Treatment Center in Rwampara, Ituri Province, staged protest over delayed payment and issued a 48-hour ultimatum to authorities, warning that they could suspend services if outstanding wages are not paid. During a visit to the affected region, the Democratic Republic of Congo's Minister of Health, Dr. Samuel Roger Camber, acknowledged the payment delays and assured health workers that the administrative issues responsible for the backlog would be resolved. The country's National Institute for Public Health says 112 workers have contracted the virus, with 35 facilities recorded. Nigeria international Samuel Chukwueze has been deployed in a new tactical role during AC Milan's pre-season preparations under newly appointed head coach Ruben Amorim. During the club's first open training session at the Milianello Training Center, Chukwueze operated as a right-wing back rather than his traditional attacking position, reflecting Amorim's preferred tactical system. The role demands greater defensive discipline while allowing the Super Eagles winger to support attacks through overlapping runs and quick transitions from defense to attack. The tactical adjustment is expected to give Chukwueze an opportunity to compete for regular playing times as AC Milan prepares for the new Serie A season. Nollywood actress Sarah Martins has responded to criticism on social media after a user made derogatory remarks about her appearance. The actress questioned why individuals who approve of her continued to follow her online platform, urging critics to unfollow rather than engage in abusive comments. Sarah Martin said she remains focused on her acting career and business interests despite recurring criticism on social media, maintaining that personal attacks would not distract her from her professional goals. The actress, who is also involved in brand endorsements and entrepreneurship, encouraged social media users to promote respectful online engagement while concentrating on their individual aspirations. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The National Youth Service Corps NYSC has warned that it will blacklist employers who fail to provide suitable accommodation and transportation for corps members. During a walk-in visit to Kogi State, the Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier Olakunle Oluseyi Nafiu, said the welfare of corps members remains a priority, urging employers and state governments to provide a safe and supportive environment that promotes effective national service. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Alteration State Police Bill 2026 to the House of Representatives for constitutional approval. The proposal legislation seeks to establish a legal framework for the creation of state police as part of broader efforts to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture and improve policing through collaboration between the federal and state governments. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has called on the federal government to intervene following the decision by Dangote Petroleum Refinery to commence the sale of refined petroleum products in United States dollars. IPMAN National Publicity Secretary Mr. Chinedu Ukadike warned that the development could lead to higher fuel prices due to foreign exchange fluctuations and appealed to the government to sustain the naira for crude arrangement in order to protect consumers from further increases in the cost of petroleum products. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi. Good afternoon.
We have ended, I just pretend I have a reason to live. It's sad how the seasons change.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
More than a century after his birth, nearly 3 decades after his death, the question is no longer who Nnamdi Azikiwe was. The more compelling question is why he still matters. In many ways, Azikiwe was a man ahead of his time. At a moment when colonialism sought to define Africans by their limitations, he challenged an entire continent to define itself by its possibilities. He believed Africa's liberation would not be secured by political independence alone. It would also be won in classrooms, libraries, newsrooms, and public institutions, places where ideas shape the future of nations. That belief became the foundation of Zikism, his enduring philosophy of nation building. It was built on 5 principles: mental emancipation, social regeneration, economic determination, political resurgence, and spiritual balance. Mental emancipation called on Africans to reject the inferiority imposed by colonial rule. Social regeneration demanded justice, equity, and respect for human dignity. Economic determination encouraged enterprise and self-reliance. Political resurgence advocated accountable institutions and democratic governance. Spiritual balance insisted that leadership must be guided by character, integrity, and compassion. More than half a century later, those ideas continue to resonate. Across Africa, debates about governance, economic reform, and national unity still echo the principles Azikiwe championed decades ago. He also understood the truth that remains relevant today, that democracy cannot flourish where citizens are uninformed. Long before the internet and the digital age, Azikiwe recognized that access to credible information was essential to freedom. Through the West African Pilot and a network of newspapers, he transformed journalism into an instrument of public enlightenment. Reporting the news was never enough. Journalism, he believed, should educate, challenge injustice, and empower citizens to hold leaders accountable. His guiding principle became one of the most enduring statements in African journalism: show the light, and the people will find the way. For generations of journalists, it remains more than a newspaper slogan. It is a statement of purpose. Azikiwe's passion for knowledge extended well beyond the newsroom. As premier of the Eastern region, he championed one of Nigeria's earliest public library systems, convinced that education should never be the privilege of a few, but the right of all. That philosophy lives on today at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, whose guiding principle is the advancement of knowledge without let or hindrance. It reflects his lifelong conviction that education is the surest investment any nation can make. He was also a prolific author through works such as Renaissance Africa, Political Blueprints for Nigeria, The Future of Pan-Africanism, My Odyssey, and History Will Vindicate the Just. Azikiwe explored democracy, constitutional government, African unity, and the responsibilities of leadership. His writings continue to influence scholars, historians, and students of African political thought around the world. Perhaps the clearest measure of his national significance is found in the institutions that bear his name. Nigeria's principal international gateway, Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Awka, Nnamdi Azikiwe Teaching Hospital in Nnewi, the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu. Schools, libraries, roads, and civic institutions across the country all stand as lasting reminders of his contribution to nation building. His portrait on the 500 naira banknote ensures that millions of Nigerians encounter his image every day, a reminder of one of the architects of the nation's independence. Azikiwe's greatest legacy cannot be measured in airports, universities, or monuments. It lives in the values he championed. The belief that education should produce enlightened citizens, not graduates. That leadership is a responsibility, not an entitlement. That journalism must speak truth to power. And that Nigeria's diversity should be harnessed as a source of strength, not exploited as a fault line. Today, as many African nations grapple with questions of leadership, economic transformation, youth unemployment, and democratic governance, Azikiwe's ideas have acquired fresh relevance. His call for informed citizenship, ethical leadership, investment in human capital, and confidence in Africa's own potential speaks as powerfully today as it did during the struggle for independence. That is why Nnamdi Azikiwe still matters, not simply because he became Nigeria's first president, not simply because he helped win independence, but because he challenged generations of Africans to believe that the true wealth of any nation lies not beneath its soil, but within the minds of his people. Leaders may pass, institutions may evolve, but ideas endure. More than a century after his birth, the ideas of Zik of Africa continue to illuminate the path towards a more united, enlightened, and prosperous Africa. In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life, from public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance.
troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background,
has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliaments. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Enugu, Southeast, in the Ndlea. You're welcome to Aneke Brief, your one-stop show here on Aneke TV, where we bring to you conversations of events in the Southeast, around Igbo land, cutting across emotional, psychological, cultural, or spiritual. Whatever the conversation is, we have it here on Aneke Brief, cutting across the southeastern states, Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi, Anambra, and Abia State. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now, as we like to start off on the show, we start off with our news bulletins, talking about some little issues that have arisen in the course of the day as it appeared in our news bulletin earlier in the studio. My guest is already seated in the studio, and today's conversation is a continuum of something we've started, a series, something I would like to tag a series that we've started in the course of the week, bringing enlightenment, bringing hope, bringing renewal, bringing a sort of refreshing course to the Eastern people and ndlea. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll delve right into our bulletin for the evening. Don't go anywhere.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief on Aneke TV. All right, starting off this afternoon, our first story we shall quickly look at is, the first story is from Anambra State, and it says the Anambra State Albinism Association has called for urgent government intervention to address rising cases of skin cancer among persons living with albinism in the state. This was raised at the 2026 International Albinism Awareness Day that was themed Proudly in My Skin, celebrating all skin tones, and they have appealed to the government to make provisions for treatment, accommodation to help reduce the cases of skin cancer among persons living with albinism. And if you don't know what albinism is, it's what we call albino, right? So these persons have made the appeal to the government to make this treatments costs affordable, and on some extent offer free treatment or whatever thing they shall do, even reducing the ultraviolet radiation during chemotherapy and all that is associated with skin cancer and cancer in general. And also in Anambra State, the government says all future road construction projects must include properly designed water discharge systems to prevent erosion and infrastructure failure. All you need to do is make sure that your designs, are aligned with the stereotype from the Ministry of Works, call them to supervise it, and make sure that whatever building that will be built henceforth in Anambra State must have drainage systems. This will, in turn, would help reduce flooding. We've had conversations here where we've talked about how we can help ourselves reduce the effects of flooding in our community. So I think this is commendable from the Anambra State government. And also moving to Abia State, the Abia State government has begun full enforcement of its new centralized transport policy with the gradual relocation of commercial transport operators to the Nnlea bus terminal in Umuahia. Now, the bus terminal, which we know was built and commissioned over the past couple of weeks, and just today we're learning that the government has begun full enforcement. This means that all bus movement, transit vehicles are being moved to the terminal, and I'm sure this is one of the numerous things the Abia State government is currently doing to decongest and to regulate traffic, and just to make Abia, I mean, this is the Southeast, so whatever we have to do to make our lives conducive. So this is me say kudos to the Abia State government and more grease to their elbow. And then lastly, this is a general information. 16 state electricity regulatory agencies have raised concerns over the proposed Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2026, warning that it could reverse recent decentralization reforms in Nigeria's power sector. I mean, this policy was that states will now be decentralized. They will generate their powers on their own. And, cutting across the states that were included are Lagos, Edo, Delta, and Enugu. And they've argued that the bill seeks to restore excessive federal control over electricity, contrary to the provisions of the Electricity Act. So this is just in things around electricity. Let everybody generate their own. Some are saying we don't want to, some are saying we want to, but be that as it may, there is an ongoing electricity reform going on in the electricity sector of Nigeria. Now that's it on the news bulletin for this afternoon. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we are delving into our conversation for the evening, for the afternoon. And we are discussing the preservation of Igbo culture through the arts. And by arts, I mean tech, animation, and painting. My guest is already in the studio, as I mentioned earlier, and we'll introduce him in a moment and get right into the conversation. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to the conversation for the day. Culture is often defined as the soul of a people, a living expression of their history, values, beliefs, language, customs, and identity. For the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria, culture has been long preserved through oral traditions, folklore, festivals, music, dance, crafts, name it, storytelling and visual arts. These mediums have served as vessels through which generations pass down knowledge, wisdom, and communal values. But in the last 30 years, three forces hit us at once. Language erosion. UNESCO says Igbo is vulnerable, and by 2050, if nothing changes, the Igbo child will understand Igbo, but answer in English. And language, as we know, is not just word, it's how we see the world. Second thing that has impaired Igbo culture is visual amnesia. If you ask a 15-year-old in Oka to draw uli patterns or explain Nri kingdom, many can't. Our symbols are fading from t-shirts, textbooks, and memory. And the third is digital displacement. We have TikTok, Netflix, Marvel. Our kids spend 6 hours daily in foreign digital worlds. If Igbo culture is not in these worlds, it becomes grandfather's story. and grandfather stories, and stories grandfathers tell, but Netflix doesn't, dies. Now, one of the most exciting developments in this regard is the growing use of animation. Traditionally, Igbo folklores, legend, and historical accounts are shared around family gatherings and village squares. Today, talented animators are transforming these stories into engaging visual content that resonates with younger audiences. Through animated films and digital storytelling, iconic Igbo characters, myths, proverbs, and moral lessons are being preserved in formats that appeal to the digital generation while ensuring that ancient wisdom remains relevant in modern system. Our conversations about cultural preservation become increasingly important. The intersection of technology, animation, and painting presents both opportunities and challenges. How effective are these creative mediums in safeguarding Igbo heritage? Can digital innovation bridge the gap between tradition and modernity? What role should artists, educators, policymakers, cultural institutions, and communities play in ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots? These are some of the critical questions we'll be exploring today as we discuss preservation of Igbo culture through the arts, tech, animation, and painting. Joining us is our guest, Victor Uzoma. He's a team lead and founder of Leopard Skins, a comic and animation company, and Orbs Room, a 3D visual company. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining me once again.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me at the studio.
I mean, when I first learned there is an animator who is into Igbo, creation, I was marveled, and I really wanted, I think that was one of the things that struck me at wanting to speak with you, because what we know are people who design for the modern world, like you like to call it. And then when you see these games and see these animations, okay, this is, but to see content in your indigenous, something you can relate to, is quite commendable. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And now let's start off this conversation. We have apps like Duolingo. Let's start from the language. We have apps like Duolingo, all these apps that teach you foreign languages. After 27 years of digital age, over time, the evolution and all, why has Igbo tech failed to go viral? Such that, we have it on these international platforms as popular and viral as Duolingo and all these foreign apps are. Is it funding or bad design, or that the Igbo people are not really prioritizing their language as much?
Well, I think for me, it could be a number of reasons, right? But one of the key things is it has to do with the people. The people, if they do prioritize their language and digitalizing it and preserving it, not just for themselves, but future generations to come, we would see this a whole lot more. And you can use countries, a good number of countries for examples, like in Europe and also in Asia. People are really trying hard to digitalize it. But that's not to say that we don't have Igbos who are doing this. We do have them, a good number of them, but then we can actually do more. We are on the right track. When you go on Google, you can still see Igbo translations and all of that, which is actually very, very good and helpful. But there's still a whole lot more that we can actually do as a people.
On the side, do you think that we have apps, like I've mentioned Duolingo? Do we have apps at all that have the ability to teach, not the modernized Igbo as we know it, but to teach you the core Igbo in the actual dialect and intonation and all of it that we have in the, modern, maybe not modern, the literal class setting like we know it?
Well, to be frank with you, I've seen creators who are actually working on something like that, but it may not be so popular yet. Some of them are using AI tools to do that. I know, especially on Twitter, you'd get to see them in the community and space I relate with a whole lot. I've seen someone creating specific apps on just Igbo names. I've seen other person creating contents on languages and all of that. So yes, we have them. We have a couple of them.
Okay. About still on language, do you think ChatGPT speaks Igbo?
Do I think ChatGPT
Because I'm asking because it's difficult to see Igbo techies teach AI how to speak, to write, maybe not right now, when you say nyemu ilu, no nibu, I don't think AI or ChatGPT as we know it has advanced to that level. Do we see a point in this tech evolution where we can interact with the AI in our indigenous without having to translate for it or maybe look for an English connotation of what it is for it to interpret?
Yes, AI has been making that progress.
Okay.
And I can actually give a testament to that because of the work that I do. There were some places where we needed AI, translation or assistance to do one or two things. But now when we do that, we still make one or two minor corrections. But at least it gets 60 to 70% of the job done most times. The only slight disparity that you might have might be dialects. But as far as it goes with writing the language and even giving the punctuation marks, it does that very, very well.
Okay. Now we're discussing preserving Igbo culture. Now, for an elderly man in the village who understands that the best way to transfer knowledge from his generation to the younger generation is by having them gather under the, tree and have the tales by moonlight. But we're having a society that is constantly evolving.
Yes.
From your point of view and from what you do, how have you been able, over time, to incorporate these folklores, these ancient stories, and merging them with the advanced state of technology, AI, and animations?
All right. So I think first things first, I'm going to say the Tales by Moonlight system. It's actually a very beautiful system. I would give testaments to that. Especially growing up as a child, there are just some things that never leave you, and it influences you. There are a whole lot of persons, even some of the even arguably the greatest writer from Africa, Chinua Achebe.
Yes.
If you read his book, he says the tales his mother told him orally influenced him to be the great writer.
True.
So that's there. But then the thing with the world is, if you do not move or evolve, you will die out. That's just how life is. So we have come to a point where we actually need to move at a very fast pace with the ever-changing technology. And so that's why when the older ones, they tell us this story, it's up to us, the younger ones, to preserve it for our own children. Because they were also told these stories by their own parents or ancestors, as the case may be, and they shared it to us. So now we are the ones who have this duty of preserving it and sharing it to the younger ones. Yeah.
Okay, we watch, almost everybody has seen the Black Panther.
Yes.
And then we see the Marvel industry company creates this persona of a spirit, or maybe a spirit being or a hero. And then we see all the Marvel heroes, the Iron Man, the Superman, the Flash, and all of that. Do we have representations of that in the Igbo culture that we've been able to, sell out and make people also understand that these things might be fiction while ours is real and can be as real as it gets?
Yeah. All right. So just to talk about Black Panther shortly, Black Panther draws, especially the movie, it draws inspiration from plenty African cultures, including the Igbos.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of Igbo, what will I say, footprint that's in the movies. And when it comes to us telling the Igbo story, especially from the standpoint of mythology, one of the problems that we have over here is the demonization of our history. If you look at the Western world, these days people play games like God of War. It's the story of Kratos, and it features gods like Zeus and Hades and the rest. Even little children are aware of these heroes, and can even a good number of them can go forth to tell you about the stories of these personalities, but they can't give you something about Amadioha. Because most times we tend to shy away from it. Even myself as a creator, I remember the very first time I started creating these stories, and I'm talking about a character like Ekwensu. Some people looked at me like, what are you actually doing? Because they felt this is something that's dark and we shouldn't really be talking about this. But Ekwensu is close to, characters like Hades from the Greek God and Kratos and the rest. And even Amadioha is close to Zeus. So we first, as a people, we need to stop the demonization of these things. And then I believe that when we, open ourselves up to it, receiving the stories and also sharing it to people, we can actually do a whole lot more. So I think that's the very first step that we actually need to take. And from there, we would have more creators. As it stands now, we have people that are creating. There are people that are creating, myself, not just myself, but a lot of other persons. But, the market needs to be more receptive.
We are in a generation where we are mixed. We have elderly people and younger people. And amongst the elderly people, we have people who are trying to be modern, to understand the modern trends. But having to introduce something, some people consider culture and tradition sacred. And some consider, the same person or in the same school of thought might consider tech, animation as something way too modern. How do we strike a balance for these two schools of thought to understand, okay, this is what we are trying to create, this is what we are trying to preserve, so it doesn't come off as we are trying to, libel or maybe desecrate the idea of the Igbo culture and religion?
Just like I said, we have to evolve. And if we don't evolve, we die out. There's no negotiation about it. Take Christianity, for example, right? When after the death of Jesus and when they were preaching the gospel, obviously they were using their voices to preach to the crowd, and you still have thousands of people gather. But today, with the advent of technology, ministries today, you don't just come around and use your voices. Even in a small room, a pastor is going to use a mic. They are going to put their stuff on social media to reach out to more people and all of that. So that's just it. We can't say because we want to hold on to those, how will I put it, those practices, or some of those practices, not all of them, that we can't actually evolve. Culture is dynamic. It's a quality of culture. Culture is always evolving. So we actually have to embrace it if we want to create great teams in the future. And just to add, even the Asians, they've embraced this. They have their historical stories and folklore that they've made as games, and they're exporting this outside to the country. For example, the anime industry is worth $20 billion, more than that actually, and it's projected to double in the next 10 to 7 years. And that's the anime. They still have another industry called manga, so we can create our own industries, not just for ourselves, but even sell to Africans in the diaspora, and not just even Africans, but even other people who are interested in our culture.
What would you say would be the greatest limitation? Because, we are Igbos. I like to say this, with all humility intended, that we have this overprotective nature about our language, our culture in its entirety. And then, still aligning with the first question I asked about desecrating, how have you been able to handle maybe the perception of having to create these deities into cartoons? Because there is this mindset, oh, these are cartoons. We see cartoons as foreign inventions and as Ihendocha. So how do we now, since we are trying to preserve and share this history with others, how have we been able to reconcile these notions, desecrating and then turning our sacredness into cartoons?
All right. So answer, I don't think there has ever been an issue of desecration for us while we are creating this. Funny enough, the Igbo community is very, very, very supportive. When you said they are being overprotective, I had to think for a second to try to understand. And they have a problem with that. All
right. When you watch movies, and then you come on a platform as large as Netflix, and I may not be a regular on Netflix, but I watch Yoruba movies, and there is this complete representation without having to dilute any item whatsoever. Have we been able as Igbos to maintain originality across all levels, both in pictures, in drawings, in animations? Have we been able to maintain originality and not having to, like you said, change it, because there's this tendency to alter to fit into a particular market or to fit into a particular stereotype? Have we been able to maintain the originality and quality as it is on the physical presentations?
For the creators I have seen, largely, I would give an answer to that and say yes.
Okay.
A lot of them have been able to do that. But personally, I don't even think the problem has been about that per se. I think the problem for us over here in the east side is creating more. And funny enough, we've had people who have actually created, but we need more structure and support to actually push those things forward. Just like you mentioned about the Yorubas in the West, which they are actually doing an amazing job. One of the things that actually helps them a whole lot is Lagos.
Okay.
You know, Lagos being the entertainment capital, and most of the times when the big companies like this, they want to come into Nigeria, you first come in through Lagos. And what's the culture that you get to see first there in Lagos? Most of the times it's the Yoruba culture. And most of these guys, they may not even go, let's say, to the north or even come over here to the east most of the time, because it's usually Lagos. So we need to go back to the days where we had something like, you know, the Nollywood powerhouse, the Nollywood powerhouse being in Enugu here. We need more people being vocal about the culture. Take, for example, Genevieve Nnaji. She's the first Nigerian to put a Nigerian-based Nollywood movie on Netflix, and it was shot here in Enugu, Lionheart. You know, so we need more of that. So if we can push and try to support the industries that are homegrown, because we have a good number of them, trust me, we would actually do more as a people. So I think that's just the major thing.
In Enugu alone, bringing us back to language. In Enugu alone, Enugu has 17 local governments. And in a particular local government, you could see probably 10, 15 villages. And even in that 10, 15 villages, they don't speak the same dialect.
Yeah.
And let's say you want to create a game or an animation of someone from Enugu and someone from Ebonyi. Is there a difference in language, or do you use a unified Igbo? Because back to the Yorubas, you see movies, for persons who understand Yoruba, you can differentiate the Ekiti, you can differentiate the Ibadan, Yoruba dialects, and okay, this is what this is what that is. Is there a way to differentiate from dialects in Igbo on this animation platform that you've created?
Well,
or is something that is still in process to actualize?
Well, to be honest, I've actually thought about the issues of dialects.
Okay.
Right? And I think the best way to approach this is we use a central and more unifying language.
Okay.
And then you can once in a while put in dialects. But personally, I don't even think that's important, or it should be an issue for like our viewers when they actually get to use our product, because we as Africans, we should always focus on what unites us the most. And this problem is not just pertinent to Africa, to say, let's say the Igbos, or let's say the Ijaws or the Yorubas, or other African, even over there in the West. If, for example, if you go to England, or the UK, there's a way someone from Manchester, or someone from Liverpool would talk, and someone from, let's say, Manchester or London would be like, this is a Scouser. So the way a Scottish person is actually going to talk. But for people who are outside, maybe outside of the English culture, we really wouldn't care much. We just want to watch this stuff and enjoy. And I think that's what we should focus on the most, yeah.
Let's talk about color vocabulary. You have nzu, you have oji, you have the red charcoal, and all these things. And from what we know about the culture, every color has representation. Do you, in your creation, put this into consideration so as to, back to originality, so as to maintain and tell the actual story? Because it's not just about creation. It's about creating to preserve. So there ought to be some resemblance to what it is. So is color also put into considerations when creating things?
Yes, we do put color into consideration, and we also put other vocabularies as well.
Okay.
Just to throw a bit of light. For example, a comic book is titled Annie. It's based on the Ekumeku War. Are you familiar with the Ekumeku War?
Not really.
All right. It's when the British, when the British came to colonize Nigeria, they fought a war in Anioma, present day Delta States, with that Igbo subgroup, the Anioma Igbo subgroup, and they fought that war for 33 years, and they conquered them in 1914. They were the last group that they actually conquered in all of Nigeria before they say, okay, we fully conquered in Nigeria. So that's what that story is about, and we feature gods and, you know, the persons, and we represent that struggle. Now, in that comic book, we have Igbo vocabulary because we want to actually preserve. It's not a story that is written throughout in English. There's a whole lot of Igbo, Biko, Chere, Mnaga, Mnabia, and even things that are actually, you know, more. Because we want children to actually read and feel connected and never lose touch with their language, especially. And even on the game too, we would also try to incorporate characters speaking this language, not English. Not, let's say, Amadio has saying go or come, you know, he's going to speak in Igbo. So because these games, they leave a very lasting impression in children, and it's very, very good when you catch them young. So when this person actually plays it, it's cool to see a character saying, Biaeba, you know, and saying other Igbo things, and they actually grow with it, and they also want to tell their friends, and when they're communicating, did you play that game? He said this, he said that, and we keep preserving the culture that way.
And this also helps in language speaking to a very large extent.
It does.
Will this, okay, you know, when we say, because we are trying to modernize, and left to us in Igbo land, you could easily sit at the feet of your grandfather and listen to these things. But doing it for, let's say we are creating this, you know, commodity or business or animation for people living outside of Nigeria who probably have not had the opportunity to come home. How relatable do you think they will find this, seeing that they've not been able to come home? You know, I've never seen the real thing. Some persons have don't know what Mao looks like in real life. They don't know what OG looks like. So how do you represent these things in its authenticity? Still coming back to authenticity, you know, because I'm all for what I see. This is a biro, and if I'm holding a biro in my hand and I know what it feels like, I would want, when I'm visualizing it, I should feel the same thing. That's one. These people are abroad, and they might relate to these things because they are in a more advanced society. For us here in Nigeria who are trying to level up, how do we make this sale of this idea welcomed in a communal setting, in a rural setting, where you're trying to, okay, you have this culture, and if you don't want it to be told as a story, it can be turned into a drama or an animation. How do we make them understand the vision you're trying to preach?
Well, to be honest, I think one of the best ways to actually catch the older generation is by catching the younger ones.
Okay.
Because the younger ones will make things trend and all of that. And even the older ones would want to experience what is this.
Okay.
I mean, when phones came out, it got to the hands of the younger people first, who were, maybe let's say the younger ones back then in the 2000s, who are today the old ones. And, you know, it's now something that everyone is using. Even a 2 or 3 year old baby, you could have a tablet, depending on your childhood and background and where you're coming from. So that's the very, very first thing. And another thing is, because with tech and talking about preservation, even beyond games and animations, which are actually fun, we also can create new experiences for persons.
Okay.
For example, if you look at the Western world or even in Asia, they are having digital museums today. And so for something like an Oja now, maybe you may not have seen it, right? Or probably you're in the diaspora, you may not be privileged to see it, because it's a privilege to actually see an Oja.
Yes.
We can create 3D versions of it.
Okay.
You know, or even something like the Igbo arts. We may not, or even some of those artifacts that have been shipped outside to the country, to the West, the EU and all of that, while we are still advocating for it to actually come back home, you can still create virtual representations of this and share something to the younger audience. Because the truth is, as we keep growing, as we keep going, they are big parts of our history that we're actually losing. And someone said, which I took and which I agree with, Igbo history and civilization, African history as well, is beyond just huts. There are a lot of Igbo architecture that you look at back in the days. Today we don't see them. And God bless the souls who were actually able to preserve them in books and pictures. And that's why I say the onus is on us, as the current generation and the young one, to actually create and invent ways to preserve these things for children. So there is actually a whole lot to do. But with the advent of technologies, we still have a lot of ways to preserve things for people.
All right, we would comment on or continue on the conversation in a moment. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. This is still Aneke Brief. All right. Before we get into the funding part and the difficulties, how, what's the projection for tech and culture preservation? Do we see a future where everything becomes tech-based, AI-based, or are we trying to strike a balance between retaining the real deal and still having, this as a form of preservation?
All right. So if you remember at the start of our conversation, I mentioned when you talked about the Moonlight story that it's still a very, very important part of us. It's something that we should not actually take away. And with the advent of technology, it's supposed to bring humans closer, which it has actually done, because I can communicate to someone who is miles away from me. But still, there is still this detachment, Humans, more than ever, are craving for community, because most of our communities these days are online. So we need those physical conversations, sometimes even a physical touch between friends and peers can actually mean a lot. So like I said about striking the balance, we still need to preserve the physical artifacts. Now, not just only preserve, but we can also create, because those artifacts that we actually look back at today and say, oh, these are actually artifacts that were made 100 years ago. They were made on a certain day by someone, right? So the artifacts we can also make today, in the next 100 years, the next generation will look at it and say that these are actually artifacts. So we need to build museums, we need to build research centers, we need to document, we also need to recreate. The talking drum, it's not a must that the talking drum must be something that my granddad used 30 or 300 years ago. I can still create a talking drum, and when my great-grandchildren, they come, they'll say, oh, this is what our great-grandfather had, and it was his own talking drum. So yes, we need to actually create the physical while also leaning towards technology.
There's a difference between experiencing real hand and for someone who lives in the village, who wants to, Magodim Mawa first, or Gagugodim Miri, or ugodi nzu and all of that, and then you're telling him that to preserve all of this, he needs to start learning how to code, right? And how to design, how to start opening laptop and everything. If there was someone like that listening, how would you, teach him or lecture him to strike a balance between he doesn't have to choose. So how would he, still experience this real time and still have the knowledge of coding and designing?
Well, to be sincere, I don't think you have to code to preserve this history. And I think, for me personally, I love working in groups. Because I believe that you can do more when you work together with persons. So if someone has the knowledge, especially when you probably want to turn it into an institution, an organization, or a business, because it's not one person that can do it alone. You can actually work with persons who can actually code or do these things, who have the same passion as you. Just like me now, I have a lot of friends who I actually work with, and we share the same passion and interest, and so we are able to create these things, and that's how we can actually go. So I don't think he has to code it. His role is very, very important. Not everybody should code.
All right. So let's talk about challenges that you face or that your institution has faced in the bid to preserve this Igbo culture. What are those few things that you've encountered that you feel could, be hindrances in furthering your mission to preserve through tech, animation, and paintings?
Well, for me, I'd say, for me personally, because I think I have the talents, not just myself, but my teammates who I actually work with. I'd say the biggest issue has actually been funding. We don't have good and strong support systems here in Nigeria or the Southeast to, fund projects like this. I think that's the biggest issue because we have a lot of persons who want to create. Nigeria is really, really talented, but we just need persons to actually support most times. But nevertheless, one thing my team and we've actually told ourselves is that we just have to create that product first and push it out to the market. So when we are done with the product that we are creating, when we actually get to push it out to, like, let's say the first 1,000 paying users, trust me, you'd most likely have a good number of investors knocking.
You mentioned earlier that there are, so many aspects of the Igbo culture that has been untapped.
Yes.
Are there some you'd like to share with us and why you think they need to be brought back into the limelight?
Lots of the Igbo aspects of the Igbo. Yes, it's true. They actually a lot of this thing that have been on tap from our stories. The stories that, like we've been saying, our parents have been telling us, we need digital preservation, whether it's writing them in books or making them films or making them video games. Also, even our architecture, just like I said, what people know or what the concept most people have about the African and Igbo civilization is just huts. But we are more than that. We had high-rise buildings.
Yeah.
During my research of this project with my good friend, his name is Ndlea, and he has a research institute, Oziko, that he does. That's the job that they do. They go back in time to get pictures, research, and he does a lot of work. We've looked back and I have actually learned a lot from, high-rise building to potteries to spoons to cups to different household wares and even war equipment. So there is a whole lot that we have, even the language as well. We still need to actually preserve the language. I'd love to see, I know we've done this before. We've had, especially back then with movies like Living in Bondage, where we had Igbo full-length movies and they speak Igbo throughout. We need more of that to actually preserve the culture. Speaking Igbo should be cool.
Yeah, it should. Because
it is cool, actually.
Yes, it is.
So yeah.
All right. Before we continue, we have a short, animation display that would like to show. He said that there are games that have been made over time with the representation of the Igbo deities and gods. Let's take a look at some of them. right. That was, I don't know, what's the title? Is it something that is user-friendly? Because, you know, I'm not really been a game person, but that looks like something I might want to play.
Yes, it's very user-friendly.
Okay. Now, in all of this that we have, you know, we've talked about a whole lot. How have you been able to preserve? Because we've been saying preserve, and aside from this game, what are, you know, games are something that can be stored over time in devices. What have been your mode of preservation over time? Is it to take and put in a museum or to store in a flash drive? Because these things, we are talking of, you know, projections into the coming years. What is the projection like for preservation of the Igbo culture through animation and AI? How do you intend to pass this on to the next generation in the next 10, 20 years?
Well, like I said, it's not, apart from myself, it's about the people. So we have a few creators, but we need more, right? Because just one person can't actually do it, but I'm doing my best as much as I can. So yeah, looking to pass this, the way I look to pass this culture and preserve it for the next generation is through entertainment. Just like we are seeing today through games and comics and even movies. I think that's one of the best ways. And I think it's going to be very hard to lose these files, especially when they get to come out.
Okay.
For example, if you want to watch Living in Bondage, it was made some 30 years ago. I can still watch it on YouTube.
Okay.
You know, and even in 2019, they still did a remake. You know, and a whole lot of other ways where you can actually preserve. Like I said, one thing that this generation has is a lot of advancement. So there's almost no excuses for us losing this. We just need more players in the field. And I think that's the majorly.
Would you say Igbos are, you know, let's say, we've said a lot, because do you think we even want to preserve this culture? Because when you talk to young people, you know, not people now that are concerned, there is no interest in preserving. Everybody wants to become modern in your dressing, in your speech. You know, by virtue of what we do, you have to speak a certain language. But some part of you still wants to. So do you think the young people over time are really interested in preserving their culture in whatever capacity, be it photography, be it videos, be it paintings? Are we really interested? Let's not even talk about the elderly people, because they've lived it and they've had their feel. Are we really passionate about preserving our culture in whatever capacity it is?
Yes, we are.
Are we?
We are. We really are. There are a whole lot of persons who are so proud being Igbo. And they show it in various ways, in their dressing, in the music that they listen to, you know, even in the way they eat and the things that they actually do. A lot of us, the young ones, are really. I know that sometimes it looks like they might not actually show it, but most times you need to get out there and have conversations and even project and show it and see how they actually get to react.
Do you get to... This is me just asking a personal question. When you make these stories, right, do you get to interact? Because over time, Igbo, I wouldn't say for every community, there are things that have evolved over time. There are beliefs that probably in the early years was not clear. And now with education and advancement, I had a guest who said, oh, there was something she learned newly in the course of her work. Are there things that you personally have come to understand its clarity in the course of your work?
Yes, a whole lot.
Could you share some of them with us? I mean, just a thing or two before, because it's one thing to see these works, another thing to understand your point of view. So when you are, you know, when we see them, we want to know what your state of mind was when you were designing these things, why you chose this, what you heard, the undertones, because what makes it culture is not what is being flashed. It is what the intentions were. So what are those things that you've learnt over time in the course of your work that you would like to share with us?
Oh my God. To be sincere, I think it's a whole lot. I don't even know where to start pinpointing from. From the characters to the architecture. Like I told you, I've mentioned something about the huts and the fact that we had more houses and more household equipment. Some people may not even know that Igbos even had cups. I'm not talking of maybe just as in cups with handles.
Okay.
I saw that we had cups with handles. We had spoons. Okay. Some people don't know that. A lot of people may think, okay, everything we ate, we probably ate with hands. But no, there were spoons. We had chairs that were like this, that people could actually rest, you know, their back. So there's a whole lot of innovation and, you know, technology, even iron smelting and a whole lot. So diving into that culture has actually been beautiful. It has opened my eyes. And like I said, working with my team, I also get to learn from them as well. I teach them, they teach me. We also go online to research. We also try to get materials too. So it's been a whole lot. I just can't pinpoint one particular thing right now, although I think I've tried to share a couple of things. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Victor Uzoma, for joining me this afternoon. It's been a pleasure having you. And thank you, my viewers, for staying with me up to this moment. But before I leave, I would like to leave you with these few notes. And it says, culture is not a museum. Museum is where things go to die quietly. Culture is a conversation between ancestors and children. Our ancestors spoke oral tradition. We must speak through digital tradition. If Ilu dies, children don't read books. Let it live because they watch it on Netflix. If Ogene is too loud for city flats, let it live as a ringtone coded in Lagos. And if Mbari art walls are crumbling, let them live as NFTs and gallery murals in New York. Till I come your way again, same time, same station. Keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke television. How Agilbo Mudio, Quago, and I am Bojo, Kukaku, how Mbo Wabian, here, Bube, Emel, Mwabu, Wabatawan, here, Bube, Emel. Aneke television, no Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Akes, your man, the one Aneke television, you do, man. Hello, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you what
Uruchi ọma gị onye ọma na-esonyere anyị nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Otobo mgbe ahụ na-agba ịpụta etu anyị achọ okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo, dịka ụmụ Naịjirịa, ụmụafọ Enugu steeti, wepụta ya leba ya anya mara ka a ga-esi kwụọ onye ukwuwara ọ na-abịara gị ka uruchi ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ọkụrụ na elekere 5 n'ụdịka oge a. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko. Na obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa na n'Enugu steeti, ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ ihe ọchịchị dị iche iche na-eleba anya na ya amara etu ọ ga-esi wee kawanye mma maka na ekwu okwu nchekwa ịma na na-ekwu okwu ndụ na ngwongwo ndị mmadụ. Ịbịakwa n'Enugu steeti, gọvanọ Enugu steeti bụ Petermbah eteela aka kemgbe ọ batara n'ọchịchị. Ọ nọ na-ekwu na ọchịchị ya bụ n'obi ịkwalite ihe gbasara nchekwa ma e buru n'obi na ebe nwere nchekwa ka a na-enwe ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa, ebe nwere nchekwa ka mmepe dị iche iche na-adị, ebe nwere nchekwa ka elele ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya na-adị na-apụtaba ihe. Ọ ya mere na Otobo nke mgbede a anyị chọrọ ileba anya n'etu gọvanọ Petermbah si gbatakwụrụ n'ihe gbasara nchekwa n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụghị sọ m na ya maka na otu onye adịghị mma. Mụ na onye enyemaka pụrụ iche, nnukwu onye enyemaka pụrụ iche nye gọvanọ Enugu steeti n'okwu usoro nzikọrịta ozi ọgbara ọhụụ bụ Dr. Ruben Onyeisi nọ n'Otobo nke taa. Dr. Onyeisi nọ n'Otobo.
Joshua keke ime.
Adị m mma. Nnọọ. A na-agbagharị na-ekwugharị.
Ka ọ dị mma.
Adị mma nnọọ.
Thank you.
Mgbe gọvanọ Petermbah batara n'ọchịchị n'afọ 2023, o kwere nkwa na ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ ihe ya ma nji gwuo egwu maka ka ndị ka m kwuru ya, o kwuru na nchekwa na-adọta ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa na-eme ka a na-enwe mmepe n'obodo. N'uche nke gị, kedu ka gọvanọ anyị si gbatago kwụrụ ihe gbasara nchekwa n'Enugu steeti?
Daalụ. Abịa n'ife gbasalụ ka anyị o si wee dị n'Enugu steeti n'ihe gbasara ihe nchekwa, ị ga-afụ na gọvanọ na nkwa niile o kwere na o mezughị ya mekarịarị, nke bụ na ị na-anya na Naịjirịa niile mana mba ụwa eji amatụ. Mbọsị a ka emelụ Arise News nwere town hall on state police. Mana ọ bụrụ mmadụ niile ka akpọrọ ebe ahụ, babụ onye akpọrọ. Ndị na-anya na Ruben Abati ma Charles na Agolo dị ankọ na-egosi na ihe mgba megoro gbasara sekuriti bụ ihe zuru ụba ọnụ. A ga-eme ka ọ kọwalụ ndị ọzọ ka o si wee mee, maka na ọ bụrụkwa na ajọ ife na gọvanọ ndị ọzọ nyere nzọụkwụ mba mebe ka o si eme, maka na ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ ihe doli anya. Ị na-anya n'oge anyị batara n'ọchịchị n'afọ 2023 ọkwa ya. Ị na-anya ifu na mbọsị ahụ ka mba nọrụ bidoro kwuo ihe gbasara sekuriti, maka na ya nwana onwe kwuru sị na ndị a na-akpọta bụ ndị nke a na-akpọ investors. Na ịma na enwere 3 cardinal objectives of this government. Number 1 bụ ka eme GDP Enugu steeti ka ọ gbago n'ọdụ akụ na ụba, ka ọ gbagote eto nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ $30 billion. Ya bụ ihe bụ ihe dị ukwuu, maka na isi from 4.4 billion to 30 billion abụrụ obere ife. Wee sị na a ga-eme Enugu ka ọ bụrụ the first choice of investment destination, tourism and living. That is ndị nke na-eme invest. Amara m ihe na-akpọ ya na
ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa.
Ndị na-etinye ego ma investment karịkwara azụmahịa.
Etinye ego n'azụmahịa na ụlọ ọrụ na imepụta ihe dịgasị iche iche ndị ọzọ.
Na nke ahụ na a ga na ka ime ndị na-etinye ego na azụmahịa ka ha bịa na ha nwee bịa na I need security, and then that's another one to eradicate poverty. So man in there if an investor when investor ga-abịa we take kedu na akpọ risk no Igbo his endo nke mbụ o nwere ike isi oke na ihe gbasara risk ego na ya ga-etake nwunye ize ndụ ego na ya ga-etake nwunye ize ego nke legal na ya ga-ize ego nke financial mana mmadụ ịbịa tinye isi na gbasara security very investor na-eme ya so na need iche ọnọdụ nchekwa n'obodo a ka ọ dị perfect ka ọ dị near perfect maka enwere perfection but ka ọ dị near perfect so that na investors can come so nyawa bụ ife emelo and welu bọọlụ ka nwoke ịma na that time ọ bịa si na emechiko sit at home Monday sit at home na ama mmezikọ ya na Enugu ndị akpọ ganigani ọ dịka aga ndị ise asị gị na ọ sị na ya ọma mmezi na Enugu a maka na Enugu anyị lose go a lot of things na na sit at home trillions of naira lose go maka sit at home and upon that a na-egbu mmadụ ịpụta ka ime ịzụ afịa agbagbo oge maka o si wee dị that time ọ bụrụzi maka na nwoke nọ si ọgụ mechi ihe emechizi echefuo ka o si wee mee that time mana that time o siri ike anyị na-agagharị sef na-eje na from shop to shop to ensure that people mepe ma banks still ya ndị ọzọ na-emenupi asị na ihe kwuru ka a na-eme megide that one wee na ọ bụ ka o mere n'ọzọ then governor no nwe wee sizi mba na even though na check go out this big elephant in the room na aka need he set up the DRS go that time 150 vehicles AI embedded camera with AI embedded cameras installed in them cameras are bụ na ọ na-enyocha ihe niile na-enyocha ma iru mmadụ ma plate number oge nwere power of analytics emecha ọkọwalụ gị ka ihe si wee dị so we may just set up the DRS. We be alụbaza command and control center na government house. Locha command and control center. Command and control center ahụ bụ na ị ga-anọlụ n'ebe a ị nọ wee na-afụ mpakara Enugu niile. Ị na-afụ four corner. Ị na-afụ Gopigwogo road. Ị na-afụ zone 1. Ị na-afụ ebe niile. Ya ka gọvanọ ba menya ọ ego ka eji wee mee abụrakwanụ maka agwa ogbenye ife ji abụọ ọgaranya osi ka yara ka yara na mbụ. Wata ihe ji wee mee ya gbagote mana gọvanọ melia lụcha anya install camera everywhere ya bụ maka security nchekwa wee nke ikpeazụ a omezi o nwere oge ebu ya bịa bute drones maka na ndị na-atọrị ndị ntọrị na ihe niile ka na-akpakpamkpam ewe bute drones supersonic drones na-efe n'elu steadily ọ na-aga ịma mma na ọ na-aga mana powerful drones ka eji wee ọ na-esecurate everywhere na Enugu wee revamp ihe na neighborhood watch and forest guards ịmana ha nọ n'ukwe na-alụ ọlụ ọfụma so n'ihe a niile gọvanọ mere n'ikpeazụ aka o ji wee bịaza lụzie nke a na-akpọ DNA and forensic center na Godfrey Okoye University nke a bụ na a ga-anya ebe ahụ ihe nyere ihe ekwere omume a na-asị na ihe security ma nyocha ma fingerprint ma ihe niile ekwere omume a ga na-eme ha ncha ebe ahụ apart from determine paternity so not to solve complicated security problems so nyanwa ka gọvanọ ji wee so ihe ha niile gọvanọ mere ndị mmadụ nnu ya ha wee na-awọnda kedu ka gọvanọ si wee mee kedu ka o si wee dị otu a gịnị bụ mana ịma na ịkpọ ihe mkpa ọ bụrụ gị mkpa gọvanọ amalụgo na ihe ebe a ka ya na-eje and na ebe a na-eje bụ na ihe niile ifuru ma ụzọ a niile a na-alụ ma infrastructure niile a na-ebild n'Enugu na bụ gọvanọ wants to attract investors na ọ bụ na investors bịa ka ọnọdụ akụnụba anyị ka ọ bawanye ihe ọ bụla ị na-eme ọ na-aga ife ka Lagos dị ife ka Port Harcourt Lagos onye gụcha akwụkwọ kịta na Lagos ka ọ na-ana ojebe ahụ gịnị na ọ na-achọ ọlụ because na ndị mba ofesi na-emeli invest there jobs adị ihe ọ bụla na bụrụ na ị na-akọ ugbo ifu ndị ga-ege ifu na ihe niile dị nyafụ na Lagos ụta ka ọ chọọ ka ọ dị n'Enugu so na ihe ga-egbochi ya bụ security of lives and property na a ga-ewezuga ya nyanwa ka gọvanọ ji wee bịa mee ihe niile o mere n'ihe gbasara security nke bụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-arahụ ụra n'Enugu taa ị ga-emecha anya gị ọfụma na-arahụ ya maka gịnị na take care of all these issues ị na-anụzi na agbara kpọm ebe a mana ihe m na-ekwukwa bụ na ịmago ihe dị na security nwerekwa ka emegide ka eme na ihe na because even America ebe nwe state of the art architecture security architecture ala ọnọgidekwe ifu na mmadụ egburu egbe gbagbube ndị mmadụ mana ihe a na-ekwu n'Enugu abụ na o nwere onye security ọbụla onye ọbụla na-abịa na ya na-threaten people ma ya na-eme ihe a mana na ọ dị terribly risky ime ya n'Enugu maka na a ga-ejide gị adịjide onye ahụ na ime ihe ya na-asụ.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyeisi daalụ nne. Ọ bụrụ ndị na-asụ bekee sị na inye ga executive summary.
Yes.
Ihe ndị anwa niile kọwa kịta anyị chọzi ka anyị rụtụba aka
one by one. All right.
Ịma na ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu n'ihe gbasara nchekwa na-ekwu na usoro nchekwa nke ọgbara ọhụụ gbadoro ụkwụ na igbochi mpụ tupu ọ na-eme. Ọ bụrụ emechaa mpụ eje chọwa ka o si mee ọ ka mma na egbochiri ya tupu ọ na-eme. Ihe ndị a niile gụrụ kedu ihe Dr. Petermbah megoro dị iche n'ihe gbasara nchekwa karịa ihe ndị ọzọ na-emebu n'oge gara aga?
Well, ihe o megoro n'ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ na ị na-anya like ihe a niile na-emebi igbochi maka na mgbochi ọya ka ọgwụgwọ. Okay, anyị egbochi ya like kamera ị na-anya na command and control center ebe ahụ ka ọ nọrọ ndị be anyị scanners na onye nwa atọ ya eme ihe maka command and control center ka maka onye ga-agwa gị na a ga-anọrọ na room wee na-afụ Enugu niile ka ọra. Ya bụ great investment in security. Anọrọ ebe a nụnwa na-afụ ebe niile jọda dị ejelum ebe ahụ na-ene anya na-afụ ma ọkpara ska moto na-agafe na-afịa retime ọ bụrụkwa na ị na-asị nọ immediately ahụ ka ị na-afụchi ha ma nụ ebe niile n'Enugu a wee gabazie other parts of the state. Ya bụ legacy project, great legacy project, and ife a bụ to prevent it because na tupu ihe eme ife ya then ịmana ihe anụnwa nwere the speed of communication this AI cameras will with ihe na-eme na command center bụ speed of lightning. So emere na kpam ihe ozi na anụ bụ wire the message everywhere. DRS n'ebe a ka ọ na-ekwe piam ifu ha amacha ebe a onye nwa bụ the idea abụrụ just na afọ ya ka n'ihe a na-agwa gị bụ na ịma na ndị DRS dịcha located nearby. So emere n'ife a na oge nye ha message immediately. One thing we achieved in Enugu bụ number 1 surveillance, number 2 communication, and number 3 policing. These are the 3 things say may enhance to a very high level. Near na mere na kparam kita no that nebe ko ne dimbo bam ifu how ndị DRS are uche there because they send go message no nearby we come there and then just circle all the place if you know no information because information is key. And then him na drone sa ebutakwa drone sa na gagari everywhere na aga n'enu name information and obukwa high powered AI nke bụ na imere na ozugbo o ma analyze ndị na ebe a gosi gị ndị na ebe ahụ gwa gị ihe na gwa gị ụdị gwa gị exact location water oh back ihe akachacha ewebiaza na nke alụlụ kịta bụ forensics na Godfrey Okoye University. So Mba has ramped up security in Enugu and it's top notch. Onwere ni from Lagos no commander ko mana kika di obelo ruo dị ka nka water that was why that day we security town hall on policing can ndị aji wee kpọọ Mba wee na-ekwu ya that place na asị na when the governor afro de Kamba ihe gbasara security when onye mmegoro ihe o mere n'obodo a n'ihe gbasara security onye ni obi obulu dike ọ bụrụ na a na-akọ chọchọ na onye ni obi obulu dike na ihe gbasara nchekwa obodo maka na life mụ na gị dị mkpa onye dị ndụ bụ onye na-ekwu maka economy already ndị kwube na ịzụrụ afịa na ịzụrụ ọkwa mara onye dị ndụ so onye anụ abịa ichekwa ndị mmadụ ichekwa akụnụba anyị ka anyị wee dị safe maka onye afọ ife na-eme na Naịjirịa taa onye afọ ife na-eme na Naịjirịa ebe mmadụ ga-anọgide kịta mmadụ awakpo ụmụ akwụkwọ na ndị nkụzi ihe kpụrụ fọ ncha kpụba n'ime ọfịa for 50 something days ha na-ata afụfụ ebe ahụ ma ndị nke nwụrụ anwụ ma ihe niile ya bụrụzi ihe a ga-asị ka na mmadụ ga-agbachi nkịtị ka ihe a na-eme ana ịma na ihe na-eme ebe ọzọ iweli ya na-amụta ife ka ọ ghara ịbịakwa mee na be gị weli ya na-amụta ife so ihe a niile the preventive. All right.
Ọtụtụ mpụ dị iche iche a na-eme ọkachasị ntọrị mmadụ na-eme na ndị na-etinye aka na ya na-eshi n'otu mpaghara aga ebe ọzọ mgbe ụfọdụ nụ na-atọrọ mmadụ ebe a duru ha gafee steeti ebe a tọrọ ha gaa ebe ọzọ ọ bụrụ nke na-eme na ọ dị mkpa na ụlọ ọrụ nchekwa dị iche iche jikọtara aka ọnụ iji gbochie mpụ anwa. Kedu etu gọvanọ Enugu steeti na ụlọ ọrụ nchekwa ọchịchị etiti ndị ọzọ dị iche iche sigoro jikọta aka ọnụ iji memina mpụ na arụ na steeti a?
Well, in the area of collaboration, there's not much in terms of maybe but now central police station or the centralized. So police will to decentralize it. Can do because now make it center cannot police everywhere. That's why do the thing now if state gives the power to control most of these things. I get and federal what I go. So the area of collaboration, the fact that number one, buna hand chabo funa all the same police. Mana another area buna go for the funa all the collaboration dinkba na enwere ki chori kita ichonyo so kita. Obu na mmadụ ga-abịa n'Enugu state kita na tolo mmadụ pụọ. Ọ ga-afịakwa arụ. Ọ fịala ezigbo ta arụ mmadụ imenwu ya na state a kita. Mana ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu bụ na ọ bụrụ oge ahụ na mmadụ je si na Ebonyi kpọrọ mmadụ na bịaba Enugu. You understand? All the ma the boy kwesịrị inwe some of these gadgets a na-ekwu okwu enwe command and control center nke ha. Oh ya na-ekwu dis na ọ dị mkpa steeti ọzọ inye onwere nzọụkwụ petermbah wee mi ha because ọ bụ na inwe command and control center ahụ nwee ọ bụ na kpọrọ nke RRS or whatever you call it inwe ha like that na all the states ọ ga-afịakwa arụ ihe na-eme n'obodo anyị imekwa again. You understand? Mana inwe the will governors inwe the will wee wepụta ego maka na iwepụta nnukwu ego iweta technology n'ife gbasara security requires a lot of money, and then it might not be the priority of another governor, and it is unfortunate because security ahụ kwesịrị ibe everybody's priority. All right, so na ọ bụrụ na steeti niile akwado ka Enugu si kwado if na collaboration ga-adị effective. Do you understand? Effective collaboration. Mana ọ bụ na ịdị defective na your areas Enugu is already secure. But only ababaza na soft area. If na ike enough free because enough checks, enough security gadgets on ground to a dragnet to capture the criminals. So no the now that was why I felt that town hall meeting is bonkpa because some ban on eba na kowako na kowi for megolo na security. Ka ndị ọzọ nyo millions okwu ya. Obura ji ife na ife mmadụ ibi address. Ma imitate enye na state gị ka state wee dị mma ka ọnọdụ nchekwa wee dịle mma n'obodo a maka na ndị omekome ifefa na-emekịta karịrị a na-emekịta enunugo na arịa tọrọ ụmụaka before ụmụaka enwere ifefa melu kepụ ha aka n'azụ kepụ ha ụkwụ n'azụ some of them died ụmụaka na-enwere ife melu ha nwe obi wee mee ya ọ na-egosi gị ife ndị akwadoro mana ife ifuru kịta melu na Oyo steeti ga-egosi gị na Nigerian security nwere capacity. If you can we me maka abia jeze we ma arrest relations family ndị ahụ niile bụ ndị tọrọ ndị ahụ wee ze target ze he wee wakpo he there maka esi wee wakpo we release all those people wee ndị nke ebe ha na-achọ ka eme ndị nke egburu up to 9 of them ndị mmeli ha. So that will show you that na ndị nwere capacity, Nigerian security nwere capacity. You understand? But the capacity now to contain these things in all the states, but another thing, this is just a target. I'm going to back your state. I plan about. How do you tackle it? So no dimpa. Nando zonyo million zoko petermbah. We mi fa petermbah melo. Umuro nye melifa hu melo. State amande secure.
Ọ dị madalụrị abịa n'obodo dị iche iche mepere emepe otu n'ime ihe eji abagide nchekwa bụ iji ihe gbasara eleghanya mkpịsị aka mmadụ ma ọ bụ ụkwụ mmadụ zọrọ n'ana na-achọpụta ndị mere mpụ. Ọ ihe obi ụtọ na-abịa n'Enugu steeti n'abalị 26 nke ọnwa June ka gọvanọ gbapere ogige Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation n'Enugu a. Kọwara onye Enugu na-esonyere anyị etu ihe anwa ga-esi nye aka igbochi mpụ maọbụ ịkpa arụ n'Enugu steeti.
Nke mbụ bụ na ihe a bụ signal na o nwere ebe ị na-agbana na o nwere ihe ọ bụla ị ga-eme na